Hanli immediately followed a wave of Tianpeng beings toward a certain shop close to the second level. After withdrawing his wings, he entered through the door as if he really were a Tianpeng being. After entering through the door, Hanli was immediately greeted by a lively and bustling scene. He had arrived at a small plaza with an area of several thousand feet, and shops of different sizes stood around the entire plaza. At present, there were several hundred Tianpeng beings filing in and out of those shops. At the exact center of the plaza stood a blue stone pole that was over 100 feet tall. Light was shimmering atop the pole, and there seemed to be something engraved on the very top. There were around a dozen people looking up at the pole and discussing quietly among themselves. Hanli made his way over to them with curiosity in his eyes. At the foot of the pole, he discovered that its surface had been split into two halves down the center. Both halves were riddled with text, and one side was shimmering with a red color while the other half gleamed with a green hue. Hanli focused his gaze on the two different texts to find that they were all names for items, some of which were very familiar while others were quite alien. Furthermore, these lines of text surfaced and vanished intermittently. There was also a middle-aged man who appeared to be a guard seated at the foot of the pole with his eyes half closed. At this moment, a man suddenly forced his way out of the crowd, then strode forward and offered a few spirit stones to the guard sitting by the pole. The middle-aged guard opened his eyes before nodding and handing over a short red stick to this man. The man picked up the red stick and rapidly swished it toward a certain blank patch on the stone pillar. Even though the man was moving extremely quickly, Hanli was able to glean his actions using his spirit eyes. As the short stick swished through the air, a few shimmering red characters appeared before vanishing into the stone pillar in a flash. Moments later, those red characters surfaced on that same spot. Hanli was rather surprised to see this. After a while, someone else strode forward. However, that person completely ignored the middle-aged guard. He merely spread his wings and flew up several tens of feet, then tapped a finger against a few green characters on the stone pillar. All of a sudden, those characters began to glow with a green light, then quickly disappeared into his finger, making his entire body shimmer with brilliant spiritual light. Meanwhile, the Tianpeng being that had traced these characters with fingers cocked his head to the side with narrowed eyes, seemingly receiving some kind of information. After a while, he withdrew his finger and turned before flying directly toward the entrance of the hall. After that, a few more people emulated the first two, either inscribing something on the stone pillar or directly flying toward the pillar to trace the red and green characters. Hanli stroked his chin upon seeing this, and he finally figured out what was happening. In order to confirm his speculation, he strode forward and extended a finger toward a line of green text that appeared near the bottom of the stone pillar. Green light immediately flashed from those characters as a cold sensation traveled straight into his mind, bringing with it a line of information. Selling first-grade flowing lightwood, no purchase limit per person, each block costs 30,000 spirit stones, find me on the 4th level, 5th hall, 31st shop. Hanli's lips twitched and he moved to the other half of the stone pillar, then placed his finger over a line of red text. A similar string of information appeared in his mind. Seeking the complete carcass of a phoenix-tailed beast, price will be negotiated face-to-face, find me on the 9th level, 2nd hall, 10th shop. A peculiar look appeared on Hanli's face. He didn't think that the Tianpeng race facilitated transactions in such a manner. It was quite clear that the lines of text on the stone pillar were all essentially advertisements for people selling or seeking precious items. As such, the pillar acted as a universal directory that made things a lot more convenient for both buyers and sellers. Furthermore, this setup didn't appear to be very difficult to replicate, and there was no reason why it couldn't be implemented in human markets as well. With that in mind, Hanli took a few steps backward and began to carefully inspect the green lines of text, which were advertising items that were being sold. He was planning to read through this information to see if there were any items that were appealing to him. Due to the differences between the human and Tianpeng races, many items were referred to as different names here compared to in the human race. However, for some reason, most of the precious items were still known by the same or similar names. In particular, some materials that were extremely valuable to both races were referred to with identical names. This came as quite a surprise to Hanli when he had first mastered the language of the flying spirit race. However, even though he found this to be rather perplexing, he naturally wasn't going to go around searching for an answer. He merely appraised the stone pillar in silence, looking for anything that caught his eye. All of a sudden, Han Li focused his gaze on a line of green text that had just appeared on the stone pillar, and his heart rate abruptly accelerated. Azure shifting fruit. Who would have thought that something like this would be sold here? An excited flush appeared on Han Li's face. This fruit was the main ingredient for a legendary pill, the heaven-shifting pill, and it was most definitely among the spirit fruits that were most sought after to Han Li. This spirit pill wasn't as extraordinary as the black flame pills, but 3 of those pills could improve the probability of a breakthrough for late spatial tempering cultivators by several tens of percentage points. As such, they were most definitely more valuable than black flame pills in the eyes of the majority of high-grade cultivators, including even some powerful beings at or above the body integration stage. Consuming the heaven-shifting pill alone could naturally assist a spatial tempering cultivator in breaking through a bottleneck, but in reality, most people wouldn't use the spirit pill in such a manner. Most of the people who were seeking the spirit pill intended to consume it in conjunction with other spirit medicines. This was because not only did the heaven-shifting pill itself possess an extraordinary effect, it was able to combine perfectly with most spirit medicines without any conflict in medicinal effects. Most incredible of all was that if this pill were to be consumed with other spirit medicines, there was a certain probability that it could enhance the medicinal effect of those complementary pills by 30% to close to 50%. This meant that if Han Li hypothetically had a spirit pill that could enhance his magic power by the same degree equivalent to the effect of 10 years of arduous cultivation, he could consume it with the heaven-shifting pill, and there would be a certain probability that his magic power would be enhanced by the same extent as 12 to 15 years of arduous cultivation. Furthermore, this effect applied to any other pill. As such, the rarer and more expensive a pill, the more one wanted to consume it with a heaven-shifting pill. If they were to hit the jackpot and be blessed with the enhancement effect, that would naturally be a vast stroke of fortune. As for the probability for this enhancement to actually take effect, that was rather difficult to strictly quantify. There had once been someone who'd consumed 3 or 4 of these pills in succession, and every pill managed to enhance the effect of the complementary pill that was taken. There were also stories of people selling everything they owned to purchase a few heaven-shifting pills as a final roll of the dice, only to completely fail to be blessed with the enhancement effect, thus leaving them in complete dejection and despair. Even so, as soon as these spirit pills first appeared, countless cultivators had gone insane over them. All of the azure-shifting fruits near the 3 human regions had been taken in just over 1,000 years, and what was even more frustrating was that these fruits took 5,000 to 6,000 years to reach full maturity. Furthermore, each spirit tree only bore a single fruit, and after the fruit was plucked, the tree would lose all of its spiritual chi and be reduced to a normal tree. As such, many major sects and powers had attempted to nurture this fruit on a large scale, but it simply wasn't worth the investment. As such, in the coming years, there would occasionally be some people who were able to source a few of these fruits from deep within the primordial world, and each and every heaven-shifting pill that appeared inevitably led to a bloodbath between high-grade cultivators. Most of them fell into the hands of powerful beings at or above the body integration stage. When Han Li had first heard about this spirit fruit in Deep Heaven City, he was naturally extremely interested in it, and he dreamed of being able to mass-produce it using his green liquid. Unfortunately, even azure-shifting fruit seeds were an extremely rare type of spirit medicine, and it had a very short shelf life. As such, not even a single one of these fruits could be found in the 3 regions and 7 territories. Hence, Han Li could only stifle his excitement and lament his bad luck. However, now that he was seeing the spirit fruit on the stone pillar, he was so excited that he could barely contain himself. He disregarded everything else on the stone pillar as he immediately flapped his wings and rose into the air, reaching the middle of the pillar in a flash before laying a finger on that line of text. Brilliant green light flashed and a string of information instantly appeared in his mind. However, after assessing the content of this string of information, Han Li's brows furrowed slightly. I have to meet the seller in person? That might be a little troublesome, Han Li murmured to himself as the excitement on his face faded. However, seeing as there was a chance to secure azure-shifting fruits, he naturally couldn't give up regardless of how troublesome the circumstances may be. As such, after a brief pause for contemplation, Han Li flew away as a streak of azure light. After exiting the hall, the flew directly upward, all the way to the 9th level before flying ahead along the passageway. After a while, Hanli glanced at the line of text inscribed above the gates of a certain hall, and he immediately flew in. This hall was identical to the previous one. Both its area and setup were a mirror image of the hall that Hanli had just left. However, there were clearly significantly less Tianpeng beings here than on the lower levels, with only around 20 to 30 people here. Hanli scanned his gaze around the surrounding shops with narrowed eyes, then made his way toward a medium-sized shop situated at a corner of the hall. This shop was divided up into 2 floors, and the interior was obscured by a layer of murky azure light. There was a faint red jade plaque hanging above the door, upon which was inscribed the words, "Myriad Lightning Shop." A hint of surprise flashed through Han Li's eyes upon seeing this before his expression instantly reverted back to normal. He then immediately made his way into the shop beyond the light barrier without any hesitation. Thus, he arrived in a spacious room that was around 30 to 40 feet in size. Within the room was a glossy black wooden table and several faint yellow wooden chairs, as well as 7 or 8 wooden shelves that were a little dilapidated. There was a bunch of random merchandise stacked all over the shelves, while a thin middle-aged man who appeared to be the shop owner sat behind the wooden table, along with a pair of Tianpeng beings. Han Li surreptitiously swept his spiritual sense over these 3 people, upon which his expression changed slightly. Those 2 middle-aged Tianpeng beings consisted of a man and a woman, and they appeared to be a couple. They were currently discussing something with the shop owner, and one was an early spatial tempering cultivator while the other was at the mid-spatial tempering stage. As for that shopkeeper, he was a fearsome late spatial tempering cultivator. Why would a man with his cultivation base be running a shop here? Han Li was rather astonished to see this. At this moment, the couple turned their attention to Han Li. He was clearly an unfamiliar face and only at the mid-deity transformation stage, so they were also quite surprised to see him. Meanwhile, the thin shopkeeper merely glanced at Han Li before withdrawing his gaze as he said in a lazy voice, "Don't even think about my purple immortal wood if you haven't found a spirit magnet. As for high-grade spirit stones, do you think I lack those?" The thin shopkeeper was certainly making no attempt to keep his wealth a secret. "Brother, you asking for a spirit magnet in exchange for purple immortal wood is far too unreasonable. Spirit magnets can only be found deep within the earth abyss. Even the elders of our race wouldn't dare to enter those depths for no good reason, let alone a pair of spatial tempering cultivators like my Dao companion and me," the middle-aged woman argued. "That's not my problem. Do you think I just so happened to stumble across my purple immortal wood? Don't mention this matter to me again unless you secure a spirit magnet," the thin shopkeeper retorted in a cold manner as he rolled his eyes. The couple's expression darkened significantly upon hearing this. However, no matter what they said next, the shopkeeper refused to make any concessions whatsoever. In the end, the couple could only depart in a resigned manner. Throughout this entire process, none of them said so much a single word to Han Li. After the couple had left his shop, the shopkeeper sat down in his chair with an impatient expression and asked, "What do you want, kid? I heard that you sell azure shifting fruits here, senior. Is that true?" Han Li asked in a calm manner. The middle-aged man faltered upon hearing this before carefully appraising Han Li, then letting loose a cold harumph as he said, "The azure shifting fruit is one of the most precious items in my shop. There's no way a mere flying spirit general like you can afford it. Don't waste my time. How would you know if I can afford this item or not if you don't state your price, senior?" A faint smile appeared on Han Li's face, and he refused to leave. "Humph. Looks like you prefer a more violent eviction." The middle-aged flew into a thunderous rage as he abruptly flapped the silver wings on his back toward Han Li. Following a dull thump, a burst of immense power swept toward Han Li, making even the surrounding air tremor and buzz. Han Li's eyelids twitched, but he made no attempt to evade. Instead, he merely raised his hand and brought it down as if it were a sword. A streak of golden light flashed past, slicing apart that burst of enormous power with ease. The vast burst of force brushed past Han Li on either side of his body before landing on the structure behind him with a resounding boom. No wonder you've got some confidence. Looks like you're not just all talk." The thin shopkeeper seemed to be rather surprised. "Do I have the right to hear your price now, senior?" Han Li asked again with a calm expression on his face. Alright, I guess you do, but you're still far too arrogant if you think you can satisfy the condition for my azure shifting fruit. The shopkeeper replied in an indifferent manner. You'll have to tell me the condition first before I can determine whether I'll be able to satisfy it. Han Li prompted with a hint of a smile on his face. Seeing as you're so confident and I don't have any other customers at present anyway, it couldn't hurt to tell you my conditions. I trust that I won't have to tell you about just how rare and precious azure shifting fruits are. If you want this fruit, I'll give you 3 choices. You can have the fruit if you can satisfy any of those 3 conditions, the shopkeeper said as his expression eased slightly. 3 choices? Looks like the conditions will indeed be very stringent. Otherwise, you wouldn't be providing me with so many options, Han Li said with a wry smile. Hehe, I'm glad you're aware of that. If you can supply a legendary infernal lotus flower or dark blood crystal, then I can give the azure shifting fruit to you right away, the middle-aged man chuckled coldly. Those 2 items are only rumored to exist, and it's yet to confirmed whether they can actually be found in this world or not. There's no way that I could be in possession of those. Han Li immediately shook his head in response. Hehe. Only rumored to exist, eh? A deriding sneer appeared on the middle-aged man's face upon hearing this. Seeing as you think this first condition is impossible to satisfy, then this second one is definitely achievable. If you have 500 or 600 top-grade spirit stones in your possession, I can reluctantly sell my azure shifting fruit to you. 500 to 600 top-grade spirit stones? Surely you jest, senior. Even the elders of the Tianpeng race most likely won't be able to bring out so many spirit stones of that caliber. I can't satisfy that condition either. Han Li's expression was beginning to darken slightly. If the shopkeeper asked him for only 100 top-grade spirit stones, then he could sell the spirit medicines in his possession and perhaps scrape together that many. However, 500 to 600 was far too many, and he didn't even consider it to be a feasible option. Humph, the azure shifting fruit belongs to me. If I think it's worth that price, then I'll naturally state such a condition, the shopkeeper said in an unfazed manner. Han Li had no response to this. If you can't accept the first 2 conditions, then the final one will most likely be even more impossible for you. Do you still want to hear it? The middle-aged man asked in a cold voice. Please do tell, senior. Han Li replied with a dark expression. Upon hearing Han Li's response, a peculiar look appeared on the shopkeeper's face. Only after a long while did he continue. The final condition is not one that can just be satisfied by anyone. Before I disclose it to you, I must ask you something first. Are you proficient in wielding the power of lightning? Lightning? Han Li's pupils contracted in surprise. Indeed. If you don't possess lightning abilities or only have an insufficient grasp of lightning, then there's no need for me to reveal the 3rd choice to you. Han Li was a little perplexed, but after a brief moment of contemplation, he still replied truthfully. If it's the power of lightning, then I can indeed say that I'm rather proficient in it. Is that so? Your words carry no weight. Show me your skills, and I'll be the one to decide whether you have the right to hear the 3rd choice. The middle-aged man showed no intention of being swayed by Han Li's words. Sure, Han Li answered before gently flapping his wings. A loud thunderclap immediately erupted as countless arcs of silver lightning abruptly surfaced over his wings. The lightning then intertwined before compressing to form a dozen or so silver balls of lightning around Han Li in the blink of an eye. Each ball of lightning was comparable to the size of a human fist, and they were crackling and flashing erratically. The fearsome power imbued within these balls of lightning made the middle-aged man's pupils contract, and a hint of elation appeared on his face. You certainly weren't exaggerating. Your lightning prowess is indeed quite remarkable. You have the right to hear the final option. It's actually quite simple. You don't even need to offer anything in exchange for the azure shifting fruit. All you have to do is help me tame a lightning attribute spirit beast. Taming a spirit beast? Han Li's eyes lit up with surprise and a hint of excitement. What? You think it's going to be easy? Truth be told, this spirit beast is rather special. I've already captured it alive, but I've been unable to tame it. I've enlisted the help of many people to try and tame it, but all of them have failed. In fact, there were quite a few of them with insufficient lightning powers and were harmed by backlash from the spirit beast. However, with your proficiency in the power of lightning, it won't be impossible. I have to give you a disclaimer first, though. I don't accept any responsibility if you're injured or killed, the middle-aged man said in a meaningful voice. A lightning attribute spirit beast? Would you be able to tell me what spirit beast that is, senior? Hanli asked with furrowed brows. I'm afraid I can't tell you that for now. If you do decide to help me, I can take you to see this beast, and you'll know what it is then. A cunning light flashed through the middle-aged man's eyes. Hanli stroked his chin upon hearing this, and he was rather unsettled by this man's ambiguous reply, but he still quickly weighed up the situation. This man was a late spatial tempering cultivator, yet even he couldn't tame this spirit beast, so it had to be quite special in some way. However, he had been quite transparent about the situation aside from his reluctance to reveal just what the spirit beast was, so his offer did appear to be quite sincere. Hanli only spoke again after a lengthy period of contemplation. When you say tame, what exactly do you need me to do, senior? Your job will be to subdue it for me so it accepts my master recognition ceremony, the middle-aged man replied without any hesitation. If that's all I have to do, then I'd be willing to assist you, senior. Hanli also replied quite quickly. Good. I have to prepare some things in advance for the master recognition ceremony. Come back here to find me in 4 days, the shopkeeper said as a smile appeared on his face. I'll be sure do so. Farewell for now, senior, Hanli said as he cupped his fist in a salute, then promptly departed from the shop. The middle-aged stroked his goatee as he looked on in the direction that Hanli had departed toward, and a hint of excitement appeared in his eyes. After exiting the shop, Hanli didn't immediately leave the exchange center. Instead, he returned to the stone pillar for information exchange, hoping to find some other items that would catch his fancy. Hanli only left the exchange center with an elated expression on his face right on the cusp of closing time. He had truly reaped bountiful rewards here. Aside from that advertisement for the azure sifting fruit, there were also advertisements on the stone pillar selling many precious materials that were extremely rare among the human race. Some of them were tool refinement materials, while others consisted of spirit medicines and spirit fruits. There was one particular spirit medicine among them that was one of the main ingredients alongside the golden marrow crystal insect for refining the provenance true devil projection. That was naturally a source of elation for Hanli. If he could find the other 2 spirit medicines required, he'd have all of the ingredients he needed to manifest the true body. With that in mind, Hanli flew into the distance as a streak of azure light. The next day was going to the 3rd day since he made his agreement with the Grand Elder of the Tianpeng race. However, Hanli wore a faint smile as he flew through the air, seemingly having already forgotten about this agreement. Have you agreed to join our Tianpeng race? A young woman asked with a pair of bright shimmering eyes. I won't be allowed to leave if I don't agree, right? Hanli sighed in a resigned manner. At this moment, he was situated within a pavilion with this young woman, along with an elderly man and another beauty. These 2 new early body integration stage Tianpeng race elders were currently appraising the thunderstorm wings on his back with scorching yearning in their eyes. You've made a wise decision, fellow Taoist Han. As long as our race's holy disciple can pass the trial, we'll be sure to repay you. The young woman's voice was filled with elation, but her calm tone also suggested that she had already predicted Hanli's answer well in advance. If the trial really is as you describe, then I really haven't offered much assistance here. However, at the same time, I don't want to be completely at your mercy once I've outlived my usefulness, so I have 2 conditions. I hope you can accept those 2 conditions so I can assist your race's holy disciple without any qualms or concerns, Hanli suddenly said. Conditions? Go on, then, the elderly man prompted with furrowed brows. I want a Kuanping relic as well as the right to record my name on the replica scroll of the Tianpeng vow, Hanli replied with a faint smile. You know of those things? All 3 Tianpeng beings' expression changed drastically in unison upon hearing this. That's impossible. Our race only has a dozen or so Kuanpeng relics in total, and every one of them was left behind by our race's past grand elders when they passed away. How could we give one to you? As for the Tianpeng vow, our race only has 3 replica scrolls, and there's no space on them for you to record your name. The elderly man immediately refused with a dark expression. Indeed, those 2 items are both extremely valuable to our race. Would you be willing to accept any other conditions? the beautiful woman among the trio asked. The young woman didn't say anything, but she wore a contemplative look on her face. I'm not asking for the Kuan-Peng relic solely for myself. Only after consuming the relic will I be able to grasp the power of the Kung-Peng and manifest a Kuan-Peng body. Only then will I be able to pose as your race's holy disciple and not have my cover blown by other races. With the relic in addition to the Kung-Peng feather and Kuan-Peng true blood that I've fused with my body, I should have the right to record my name on a replica scroll of the Tian-Peng vow. That's the only way to show me that your race doesn't harbor any ill will toward me after the even, Hanli said in a calm voice. How do you know of these things? Did someone in our race disclose this information to you? The elderly man asked with a steely expression. That shouldn't be the case. Fellow Taoist Han stayed for an entire day within the omniscient pavilion in the city, so he most likely gathered this information from the books in there. I almost forget that all humans can possess eidetic memories once they reach a high enough cultivation base, Jin Yu said in a calm voice. Even so, we absolutely cannot accept these conditions. The elderly man shook his head in a stubborn manner. Why not? If a holy master doesn't appear among your race during this trial, you'll most likely be removed from the 72 branches of the flying spirit race and you'll be forcibly conquered by other more powerful branches. Compared to that, I think what I'm asking for is very reasonable unless the three of you were planning to turn on me after the event from the very beginning, Hanli said in a slow voice. Both the elderly man and the beautiful woman's expressions darkened upon hearing this. After a brief silence, Jin Yu suddenly said, All right, I accept your conditions. You can't. Grand Elder, we should discuss this matter in greater depth. Both of the other elders hurriedly tried to dissuade her. There's no need for further discussion. It's just as fellow Taoist Han has said, this crisis could quite possibly spell the downfall of our race. In contrast, his conditions are indeed very reasonable. I'm making an executive decision here. Speak no further on this matter, Jin Yu said in a cold voice as she raised a hand toward the two elders. The two elders glanced at one another hesitantly upon hearing this, but they decided to keep their mouths shut in the end. I can accept the conditions you stated, but in order to ensure that you'll do everything in your power to assist our two holy disciples to pass the trial, I'll need you to sign a blood vow. If no holy master emerged from our race following the conclusion of the trial as the Grand Elder, I can sacrifice some of my lifespan to remove you from the Tianpeng vow, then kill you on the spot. Jin Yu's gaze suddenly became as sharp as daggers. Han Li's heart stirred slightly in response, but he merely put on a faint smile and said, Rest assured, Senior. If the holy disciples fail to pass the trial due to lack of effort on my part, then I'm willing to accept any punishment you hand down to me. Good. Go back and prepare. I'll send someone to get you tomorrow so we can hold your spirit initiation ceremony and officially welcome you into our race, the young woman said in an implacable voice. Han Li naturally had no objections, and he immediately cupped his fist in a farewell salute to the tree elders before departing. The elderly man looked on as Han Li exited the room, then took a deep breath and exhaled before turning to Jin Yu with a heavy expression. Grand Elder, I still oppose this course of action. I can accept giving him the Kuan-Peng relic, but if we record his name onto the replica scrolls of the Tianpeng vow, none of our brethren will be able to do anything to him unless he commits the few extremely severe crimes listed in the vow. Beings from foreign races could easily use this against us and bring calamity to our race. I'm naturally aware of this. However, you seem to have forgotten something, Elder Su. The Tianpeng vow can only restrict our brethren. Have you forgotten about that traitor from 3,000 years ago? A peculiar look appeared on Jin Yu's face as she spoke. Could it be? The beautiful woman among the trio was beginning to understand where this was going. Jin Yu gently stroked her hair as she replied, A few days ago, I met the flying spirit generals that have recently returned to the city with the worshipful offerings, and I learned some things about that human from them. According to them, this human cultivator appears to only possess the cultivation base of a mid-flying general, but he's actually at least as powerful as an early great spirit general. With him on our side, our holy disciples are virtually guaranteed to pass the trial, so I'm willing to make these concessions. Furthermore, when all is said and done, as long as this human is willing to stay in our holy city and doesn't come into contact with any of his brethren, we don't have to resort to that final step. What we do have to be wary of is those enemies of our race plotting against us during the trial. Your wisdom is unmatched, Grand Elder. The two elders were greatly reassured. On the other end, Han Li had just arrived back at his residence when he encountered a few visitors. They were none other than Feng Xiao, Bai Lei, and Bai Ning, who had returned to the city with him. The three of them greeted Han Li in a very warm and enthusiastic manner and stayed to chat with him for the better part of half a day before departing. After seeing off this trio of siblings, Han Li's smile faded as he returned to the room with a contemplative look on his face and closed the doors. Sure enough, 8 Tianpeng beings came to find him the next morning, 4 of which were male while the other 4 were female. Even though their cultivation bases were only at the foundation establishment stage, they were all very young, so their aptitudes were quite brilliant. After casting a glance at the 8 of them, Han Li didn't say anything as he departed behind them toward a certain location in the Holy City. After flying over more than half of the entire city, Han Li appeared within a strange building situated on a corner of the city almost half a day later. This building was a massive plaza that kind of resembled an arena. The entire plaza was circular in shape and was surrounded by massive stone walls that were roughly 1,000 feet tall, taking up an area of several kilometers. Atop those stone walls stood hundreds of stone bird statues, and all of them were flashing with different colors of light. They had clearly had some kind of restriction placed on them, and the light emanating from the statues combined to form a rainbow barrier of light that enshrouded the entire plaza. At the center of the plaza stood a sacrificial altar-like tall platform that was entirely constructed from pristine and flawless white jade. Han Li currently stood atop the jade platform with a dozen or so white-robed Tianpeng beings standing around him in a solemn and intimidating manner. There were both men and women among them, and all of them were at the spatial tempering stage. Jin Yu and the 3 Tianpeng race elders stood right in front of Han Li, while a pair of young women who appeared to be servants stood behind them, holding a silver disc each. Fellow Taoist Han, all of the preparations have been made. In order to completely activate the power of the Kuan-Peng relic and Kuan-Peng blood within you prior to the commencement of the trial, the 2 elders and I will be unleashing our abilities to assist you in refining those 2 items in a short time. We'll then be bestowing upon you the transformation technique of our Tianpeng race. I hope you won't disappoint us, fellow Taoist Han, Jin Yu said as she looked directly into Han Li's eyes. Rest assured, senior. I've already made a promise to all of you, so I'll definitely do everything within my power to assist the holy disciples, Han Li replied in a serious manner. Good. Fuse the Kungping true blood into your body first, and Elder Su will activate the power of the spirit blood, forcibly fuse it with your blood so that they become one and the same. The process will be a little painful, but I'm sure you'll be able to handle it. After that, you can consume the Kuan-Peng relic, and I'll personally assist you in refining the relic. You have to take care during this process not to suffer backlash and go into chi deviation from the power of the relic. After all, you're not a true Tianpeng being, so this procedure may be rather perilous, Jin Yu cautioned. Han Li naturally nodded in response. Han Li's willingness to cooperate was very pleasing for Jin Yu, and she also nodded before waving a hand behind her. One of the female servants immediately made her way over to Jin Yu in a respectful manner before offering the silver disc in her hand to the Grand Elder. Jin Yu took an indifferent glance at the silver disc before flicking a slim finger toward the screen of light. White light flashed erratically before disappearing soundlessly to reveal a small thumb-sized azure vial. The vial was rather antiquated and appeared to be made from neither metal nor jade. Jin Yu looked at the small vial as faint silver light flashed from her body, and her expression suddenly became extremely solemn and dignified. Meanwhile, all of the other Tianpeng beings bowed in unison toward the small vial with expressions of awe and veneration on their faces. Jin Yu began to chant something in a voice that was very pleasant to the ears, and she pointed a finger at the small vial. An azure thread shot forth from her fingertip before striking the vial, upon which it tremored before rising into the air, heading directly toward where Han Li was situated. Han Li immediately sat down onto the jade platform with his legs crossed. At this moment, Elder Su and the beautiful woman raised their hands in unison to summon an object, each one of which was as crimson as blood while the other carried a refreshing green hue. They were, respectively, a palm-sized crimson lotus flower and a green banana leaf. The crimson lotus flower rotated on the spot, expanding to around 10 feet in size and emanating a faint fragrance. Meanwhile, the banana leaf also expanded to around the size of a grown human amid a burst of green light, and a series of strange green runes appeared over its surface, glowing with a dazzling light. Han Li raised his eyebrows. Yet before he could identify what purposes these two items served, the crimson lotus was already descending toward his head. Han Li was initially startled to see this before he suddenly experienced a rush of weightlessness, having been gently carried up into midair by the crimson lotus flower. The faint fragrance of the lotus flower wafted into his nostrils, striking him with a slightly intoxicating sensation. However, Han Li didn't panic in response. Instead, he merely sat at the center of the lotus flower with his eyes narrowed, seemingly having fallen asleep, but he made sure to retain a wisp of clarity in his mind. Elder Su let loose a low cry, and the petals of the crimson lotus flower slowly converged toward the center. In the blink of an eye, all of the petals had joined together to form a vibrant red flower bud. Jin Yu flicked both fingers toward the small vial upon seeing this. Several azure threads shot forth, disappearing into the small vial in a flash. A ball of green light erupted from the small vial, and its lid abruptly vanished as a ball of azure light emerged from within. Following a crisp cry, the ball of light receded and transformed into an azure bird that was several inches in size, and it attempted to spread its wings and fly away. However, Jin Yu was already prepared for this, and she flapped the golden wings on her back. Swaths of golden light immediately swept forth from her wings, completely enshrouding the azure bird within. The bird struggled for a while within the light before turning into a small drop of azure liquid with faint undertones of silver light peeking through it. Jin Yu then made a hand seal with a calm expression on her face before pointing a finger at the drop of azure liquid. The golden tremored before carrying the azure liquid down toward the flower bud. The azure drop of liquid then disappeared into the crimson lotus amid a dull thump as golden and crimson light intertwined. Right at this moment, Elder Su's body swayed, and he appeared on one side of the crimson lotus flower in a wraith-like manner. He then raised a hand and placed it onto the lotus flower before spreading open a pair of silver wings on his back. Silver spiritual light began to surge from his hand into the crimson lotus flower, while the beautiful woman appeared on the other side of the flower and replicated Elder Su's actions. However, the spiritual light flowing from her palm was white. All of a sudden, a buzzing sound rang out from the crimson lotus, and the crimson light on its surface also began to flash erratically. Right at this moment, the green banana leaf hovering midair also descended from above. However, as soon as it came into contact with the crimson lotus flower, the banana leaf self-detonated, following which countless green lines shot forth in all directions before disappearing into the lotus flower. Immediately thereafter, a series of strange green patterns appeared over the surface of the crimson lotus. In the next instant, the crimson light receded, and the buzzing sound also subsided. Elder Su and the beauty paid no heed to this, as they both closed their eyes, focusing wholeheartedly on injecting pure spiritual light into the lotus flower. However, Jin Yu heaved a long sigh of relief upon seeing this, and she smiled as she murmured to herself, "It's just as I predicted. The aura within this human's body is able to accept the Kuan Peng true blood. The most important thing now is to see just how much of the Kuan Peng blood's power he can activate as a human." After that, Jin Yu turned to the other higher-ups of the Tianpeng race standing nearby and said in a cold voice, "You've all seen what's happened. The survival of our race hinges on this man. Hence, all of you must keep all information about this man strictly confidential to the outside world. From now on, this man will be known as the third holy disciple that we've been nurturing in secret after sending him far away for cultivation purposes. Understood?" The spatial tempering stage Tianpeng beings stirred as they vowed in unison, "Yes, Grand Elder. We won't tell a single soul." Jin Yu nodded as her expression eased, and she said, "I trust that you wouldn't do something severely detrimental to our sect, either. 2 months from now, I'll select a few people among you to accompany me and the holy disciples to the trial grounds." 2 months? Why are we going so early? Isn't there still a year left? Someone immediately exclaimed. Apparently, a dozen or so races, including the Qi Rong race and the Raven race, requested for the trial to be held earlier than the designated time. Our elders vehemently opposed this proposal on the panel of elders, but it was still passed due to a majority vote. Why? Surely they have to at least provide a reason for this. Another Tian Peng being chimed in an enraged voice. Of course they've prepared a reason for this. They say that the Earth Abyss has been a little chaotic lately, so it's best to hold the trial earlier in case any mishaps occur due to excessive delays, Jin Yu explained in a calm manner. The demons of the Earth Abyss have always been sworn enemies of our flying spirit race. When has it not been chaotic over there? They're just doing this to target the weaker branches. Another Tian Peng being flared up with rage. There's no point in discussing the matter any further. The panel of elders has already delivered their verdict, so we can only accept it. Aside from the upcoming trial that we have to prepare for, there have also been beings of foreign races that have frequently appeared on our territory of late, and they've been plundering our lands with reckless abandon. I'll assign some troops to some of you to set off immediately and kill off these abhorrent cowards. Make sure to teach all of the other branches a lesson that they won't be forgetting anytime soon. Jin Yu's voice suddenly turned frosty and forbidding as she spoke. Yes, Grand Elder. The Tian Peng beings answered in unison as they lowered their heads. After that, Jin Yu began to assign missions to everyone, and all of them departed one after another to carry out their designated tasks. The Jade platform became virtually empty in the blink of an eye. Aside from Jin Yu and the two elders, as well as the two servants standing behind Jin Yu, there was no one else standing on the platform. Jin Yu turned and cast her gaze toward the crimson lotus flower, where the two body integration stage elders were still relentlessly pouring forth their spiritual pour, and the flower seemed to have expanded even further. At the same time, the green patterns on the surface of the lotus flower also began to flash erratically, as if they'd come to life. Jin Yu suddenly made a grabbing motion toward the silver disc that the other servant was carrying, and a white bead whistled forth from the disc before being drawn into her grasp. She plucked the bead between two of her fingers and brought it closer to her eyes before conducting a thorough inspection. All of a sudden, a peculiar look appeared on her face. Which Grand Elder passed away to produce this relic? She asked. It's the relic left behind by the 9th Grand Elder. According to your orders, we found the relic that had been stored for the longest period of time, and most of the power within it should have faded by now, the servant replied respectfully. The 9th Grand Elder? Is that Grand Elder Hong Yun who invented the awakening ability but died after going insane? Jin Yu's expression changed slightly upon hearing this. That is indeed the relic left behind by Elder Hong Yun. Due to the strange circumstances surrounding Elder Hong Yun's death, aside from his Kung Peng power, there's also a hint of his residual spiritual sense residing within the relic. If it were to be consumed by a cultivator, the wisp of spiritual sense could potentially result in undesirable side effects. As such, it's been stored in a secret chamber this entire time. If you feel it's inappropriate, I can go back and change once right away. The servant explained in an uneasy manner. There's no need for that. This one will suffice. Jin Yu's expression returned to normal as she turned her gaze back to the crimson lotus flower. At this moment, the green patterns on the surface of the flower had begun to twist and warp, and the entire crimson lotus began to swell and bulge. 2 days later, in the air above the jade platform, a massive azure bird was flying up and down in the sky, leaving a series of afterimages in its wake. Arcs of golden lightning and azure light surfaced over its body, and all of a sudden it came to an abrupt halt and it grabbed the air in the distance with its talons in a vicious manner. 10 white claw projections hurtled through the air, slicing a few faint white marks into space before disappearing in a flash. It then violently flapped its wings forward, and a vast expanse of azure light swept forth before transforming into palm-sized blades of wind, enshrouding an area with a radius of over 1,000 feet. A loud boom erupted as the massive azure bird opened its beak to blat forth balls of golden lightning, which crashed into one another to transform the space before it into a sea of lightning. Following a long sharp screech, the azure bird flapped its wings and abruptly disappeared amid a gust of fierce winds. In the next instant, gale force winds erupted even higher up in the air, and the azure bird reappeared. Within the halos of azure light, the bird's body expanded rapidly, swelling from around 10 feet in size to over 1,000 feet in the blink of an eye. As it spread its wings, it cast a gargantuan shadow over the entire jade platform. Meanwhile, the 3 figures standing on the platform were all quite alarmed by the sight of this massive bird. Grand Elder, did you really only feed him that incomplete relic from the 9th Elder? Elder Su asked in an incredulous voice. Do you suspect that I fed this human some kind of miracle pill? Jinyu asked in a cold voice as her expression darkened. I wouldn't dare to think that. It's just that this man grasped the manifestation technique so quickly, and the true body he's conjured up is superior to that of many great spirit generals. Does he really hail from the human race? Elder Su mused with a skeptical look. You were the one who infused his body with the Kuan Pong true blood. Shouldn't you know better than anyone whether he's a being from our flying spirit race or not? Having said that, it's indeed quite surprising that this man has attained such a powerful transformation. Perhaps the Kuan Pong feather and Kuan Pong true blood fused with his body have already changed his constitution somewhat. Jinyu speculated after scrambling for a reason to explain this situation. That makes some sense, the beautiful woman sighed. Meanwhile, Elder Su still wore a skeptical look, clearly not convinced by this. Jinyu didn't say anything further about this matter as the giant bird in the sky suddenly withdrew its wings, then quickly shrank down to its original size amid a flash of azure light. A loud cry erupted from the bird's beak, and piercing spiritual light flashed as a half-naked man appeared in its place. The man made a hand seal before slowly descending toward the jade platform with his entire body enshrouded in a swath of azure light. Jinyu narrowed her eyes as her gaze fell upon the man's chest. There, she saw a large azure bird image that was extremely lifelike and shimmering with faint spiritual light. This man was naturally none other than Han Li, who had fused the Kuan Ping true blood into his body and also refined the Kuan Peng relic. The image on his chest was a sign that he possessed true holy blood and had completely activated it. The same kind of image appeared on the bodies of most holy disciples as well. With that image on his body, even if the beings of the other races were made aware of that fact that he was not a true Tianpeng being, they most likely wouldn't be able to think of any valid excuses to prevent him from participating in the trial. Jinyu heaved a faint sigh and consoled herself internally with that thought. In contrast, Elder Su and the beautiful woman were feeling quite disgruntled by the image on Han Li's chest. He was a human, yet the true holy image that even most higher-ups of the race didn't possess had appeared on his body. That was very disheartening to them. Golden and silver light flashed, and a set of golden and silver robes appeared over Han Li's body. He then descended toward the three elders and cupped his fist in a salute as he said, "Thank you for your assistance, seniors. I've already attained a decent level of mastery of manifestation techniques. Please offer me your guidance if I'm doing something incorrectly." His attitude had suddenly become extremely sincere and respectful. Your manifestation technique is quite splendid already, so there's nothing left for us to teach you. You can go back for now. 2 months from now, I'll take you to the trial grounds. I'll also bring a replica scroll of the Tianpeng vow to you so you can record your name on it. During this time, you're free to go anywhere as long as you don't leave the holy city. By the way, I have to tell you something. Even though you've refined the Kuan Peng replica, there may be some residual baleful aura in there that we failed to remove. It'll lurk within your body, but it won't do anything during the near future. I'll help you expel it from our body when you get back from the trials, Jinyu said in a nonchalant manner. Han Li's expression changed slightly upon hearing this, but it quickly reverted back to normal. Rest assured, senior. I'll be sure to attend the trial in 2 months. Jinyu nodded in response. Han Li immediately recognized that as his cue to leave, so he extended another farewell salute toward the three elders before flying away as a streak of azure light. The three elders looked on as Han Li disappeared into the distance, and they didn't discuss anything further, but they all wore contrasting expressions on their faces. Jinyu was looking up into the sky completely expressionlessly, but the two other elders both seemed to be deep in contemplation. Half a day later, Han Li was situated within a room on the top floor of the guest tavern, seated on a wooden bed with his legs crossed. He was making a hand seal as azure light flashed erratically all over his body. There was a hint of agony etched on his face, and large droplets of sweat were beading on his forehead. Following a long sigh, Han Li withdrew his hand seal, and the azure light receded as he opened his eyes again. Interesting. I didn't think that this Grand Elder Hong Yun's residual spiritual sense would be so violent. If it weren't for my great development technique, I would be in some trouble. Thankfully, the spiritual sense hasn't retained any of its spiritual nature, so I can seal it away before refining it little by little, Han Li murmured to himself. In reality, even though it was only a wisp of spiritual sense, it once belonged to a body integration stage being, so it was still extremely powerful and would most likely take him several centuries to completely refine. However, the benefits that he would reap from doing so would be quite significant as well. After refining this wisp of spiritual sense, his own spiritual sense would increase by almost 50%. As for the traces of baleful qi within the relic, he didn't see it as much of an issue as the Provenance True Devil Arts was the bane of such things. Han Li paused momentarily before abruptly sweeping a hand over the lightning robe he was wearing. Following a loud thunderclap, the robe disappeared into his body as countless arcs of golden and silver lightning. As such, Han Li naturally caught sight of the azure bird image on his chest. Humph, Tianpeng image? More like awakening image. A hint of surprise appeared on Han Li's face as he gently tapped the image with a finger. An incredible scene then ensued. 5 colored lights suddenly flashed from the azure bird image, and in the next instant, it transformed into a 5-colored peacock with its tail feathers fully spread open. Brilliant golden light then erupted, and the image transformed into that of a howling golden ape. Finally, white light flashed, and the image completely disappeared. If Jin Yu and the other 2 Tianpeng race elders were present to witness the scenes that had just unfolded, they would be completely flabbergasted. How could a true holy image take on different forms and disappear of its own accord? Generally speaking, once true holy images appeared on one's body, it would remain with that being for the rest of its life, and it wouldn't easily take on any changes. However, Han Li seemed to be very pleased as he looked down at his chest. I've already mastered 3 mantras of the 12 awakening transformations. I'm missing the true bloods of the 5-colored peacock and giant mountain ape, so I can't truly transform into those true spirit bodies. But this ability is astonishingly powerful. Nonetheless, Han Li murmured to himself. This cultivation art was something that Han Li had unintentionally obtained from refining some of Hong Yun's spiritual sense, and in theory it could allow him to take on the forms of 12 different types of true spirits. So its power was undoubtedly downright extraordinary. If he could completely master all 12 true spirit bodies, with the abilities that true spirits possessed, even the true immortals of a higher realm would have to be wary of him. Of course, that was merely an extravagant dream. Even if he were to completely master this cultivation art, he would still only attain a very small amount of the abilities that the true spirits possessed. Unfortunately, even though the true dragon and the heavenly phoenix were among these 12 forms, he still hadn't obtained their mantras yet. These mantras were hidden deeper within the wisp of Hong Yun's residual sense, and he didn't know how long it would take for him to attain them. Otherwise, with the true dragon blood and heavenly phoenix blood he currently possessed, he would be able to immediately attain 2 more transformations. With that in mind, Han Li was feeling rather forlorn. As for the Kuan-Peng transformation, that was the foundation for the 12 transformations, and it was the one that this Grand Elder Hong Yun was most proficient in during his lifetime. Otherwise, despite his extraordinarily powerful body, there was no way that Han Li would have been able to master the Tianpeng transformation technique to such an advanced degree even though he'd just come into contact with it. A thought then occurred to Han Li, and a deriding sneer appeared on his face. After refining the relic with Jin Yu's assistance, he didn't receive much an enhancement in the power of his spiritual sense, but he did manage to glean some useful information. This Grand Elder Hong Yun was a brilliant prodigy, the kind that had not been seen for tens of thousands of years. Through his painstaking research of the Tianpeng transformation, he was able to incorporate many more true spirit transformations into this technique, thereby creating the 12 awakening transformations. Unfortunately, even as a body integration stage being and sourcing many types of true spirit bloods over many years, he was only able to invent 12 transformations. After that, his spiritual sense and physical body were no longer able to cope with the demands placed on them, thereby resulting in him being driven insane and killed by backlash from the true spirit bloods. What was quite strange and perplexing to Han Li was that prior to going insane, this Grand Elder had refrained from leaving his mantras and cultivation arts to the Tianpeng race. Han Li was naturally unaware that back when this Hong Yun was the Grand Elder, the Tianpeng race had been at the very height of its power. He was able to ascend to the position of Grand Elder after inventing this cultivation art with his brilliant aptitude, thereby allowing him to rule over the entire Tianpeng race. As such, not only was this cultivation art the key to his success, it also became his best-kept secret, and he didn't reveal any of it to anyone else. All of the other elders at the time only knew that Hong Yun had invented a cultivation art known as the Awakening Arts, but they knew nothing else about it. After that, Hong Yun was driven insane due to true spirit blood backlash and passed away. So the contents of his Awakening Arts remained a mystery. As for why the Awakening Arts were imbued within the relic he'd left behind, that was only something known to the heavens. Perhaps it was simply an unintentional gesture by Grand Elder Hong Yun after he had gone insane. Alternatively, perhaps he had managed to retain a final shred of sanity right before his death and suddenly wanted to leave this cultivation art behind for his race, thereby deciding to infuse it into this relic. Han Li didn't delve too much into this matter. Seeing as this cultivation art had fallen into his hands, he naturally wasn't going to return it to the Tianpeng race. Otherwise, the first thing those elders would think of was most likely how to kill him to prevent this cultivation art from being leaked rather than how to thank him. Han Li naturally wasn't going to do something so suicidal. A contemplative expression appeared on his face as he carefully pondered the situation. All of a sudden, a hint of a smile appeared on his face again. In reality, aside from fusing the Kuan Peng true blood with his body and obtaining the Awakening Arts from the relic, he had also reaped another massive reward that filled him with elation. Due to the stimulation his body had received during this process, he was somehow able to break through his bottleneck, so he was now at the late deity transformation stage. With the assistance of the true toad liquid, his cultivation path would progress without a hitch from here onward. The three Tianpeng race elders were only astonished by Han Li's exemplary mastery of the Tianpeng transformation technique, but they spoke nothing of the sudden improvement in his cultivation base. They had most likely noticed this, but for body integration stage beings like them, such a minor improvement in cultivation base simply wasn't noteworthy at all. Han Li narrowed his eyes and considered the situation for a while longer before flipping his hand over to produce a green jade vial, then tipping out a few pills from it. After consuming the pills, he closed his eyes and began to cultivate in a seated meditative state again. Having just advanced to the late deity transformation stage, he had to bolster his cultivation base. A day later, Han Li left his residence in high spirits and headed straight toward the exchange center. This was the date on which he had agreed to meet the shopkeeper of the Myriad Lightning Shop. He was determined to secure the azure shifting fruit, so he naturally wasn't going to be absent. The journey was quite smooth, yet when Han Li arrived in that shop on the 9th level again, his expression immediately darkened. What's going on? Why are these people here? Am I not the only one you made an agreement with? The one who had spoken wasn't Han Li. Instead, it was a heavily bearded man in a suit of imposing black armor. At this moment, aside from Han Li, there were 3 other people present. Aside from the thin shopkeeper and the armor-clad man who had just spoken, there was also a young man with a set of delicate facial features present, and he also wore an expression of displeasure on his face. Han Li surreptitiously swept his spiritual sense toward them to find that these two were both early spatial tempering cultivators. Humph, I never said that I was only going to bring one person with me to help me tame the spirit beast. If anyone wants to leave, feel free to do so. However, don't even think about my ice heart crystal, purple light iron, and azure shifting fruit. Then the shopkeeper rolled his eyes with a cold harumph. The young man and the armor-clad man glanced at one another upon hearing this, while Han Li stood on the spot with slightly furrowed brows. All right, so be it. However, if one of us manages to help you tame the spirit beast first, then wouldn't that mean the other 2 will have to walk away empty-handed? The young man asked. Hee, don't worry about that. I never intended for the 3 of you to act independently. Instead, all of you are going to need to unleash your lightning powers at once. Otherwise, according to my prior experience, the lightning powers that any single one you possess won't be anywhere near enough. If you 3 can help me successfully tame the spirit beast, then I'll give all of you the items I promised. The shopkeeper chuckled coldly. The young man and the armor-clad man's expressions eased upon hearing this, and neither of them raised any further objections. The shopkeeper nodded with a pleased expression before turning to Han Li, and a look of surprise appeared on his face. Brother Han, it's only been several days since we last met, and you've already progressed from a mid-spirit general to a late spirit general. That's truly incredible. I must offer you my congratulations. With your recent progression, your lightning powers will have become even more powerful, right? Thank you for your kind words, Senior. I was merely lucky to have reached this point. As for my lightning powers, they have indeed been enhanced somewhat. Hanli replied half-truthfully with a faint smile on his face. The armor-clad man and the young man also turned to Han Li with surprise in their eyes upon hearing this conversation. Good. Seeing as none of you have any objections, then come with me. I've hidden the spirit beast away in an obscure location, the shopkeeper said. I have no objections there, but before this, shouldn't you show us the items that you promised us? The young man asked. The armor-clad man faltered upon hearing this before chiming in agreement. Han Li didn't say anything, but the expression on his face clearly indicated that he also supported this notion. The shopkeeper seemed to have anticipated this request, and he said, No problem. I've already prepared the items in advance, so I'd be happy to show them to you now. The ease with which the shopkeeper accepted this request came as a stark contrast to usual stinginess, and the young man was clearly taken aback, having already prepared a response for a refusal from the shopkeeper. 3 wooden boxes of different sizes were hurled through the air, and it appeared that the shopkeeper really was planning to show them the items he'd promised them. The young man and the armor-clad man were both ecstatic. They swept their sleeves through the air, sending forth swaths of light that caught the oncoming wooden boxes. Han Li's heart jolted as he also caught the box flying toward him before removing its lid. A mesmerizing medicinal aroma wafted toward him, and a green fist-sized fruit sat within the box. There were even a couple of strange red leaves under the fruit, and Han Li's eyes narrowed slightly as he extended a finger toward the fruit. The other 2 people also reached for the items in their respective boxes so they could conduct a more thorough examination. However, right at this moment, the shopkeeper suddenly warned, I wouldn't do that if I were you. All of the items in the boxes have restrictions set up on them. If any mishaps occur, you won't be able to pay for those things even if you give me everything you own. All 3 of them immediately faltered upon hearing this. The armor-clad man was a little enraged as he grumbled, What are you trying to do, brother you? How are we supposed to be able to ascertain the authenticity of these items without touching them? With your cultivation bases, you'll have a 70% to 80% chance of verifying these items using your eyes and spiritual sense alone. If you want to completely assess the authenticity of these items, then you'll have to wait until after the event. If the 3 of you are unable to help me tame the spirit beast, then there won't be any need for you to verify the items. Besides, with my reputation, are you really concerned that I would try to deceive you? The middle-aged man replied in a nonchalant manner. The young man stared at the item in the box for a long while before finally making a decision and tossing the box back to the shopkeepers. All right, we'll trust you on this one. I'm sure, brother, you wouldn't risk ruining his own reputation over something like this. The armor-clad man carefully examined the object in his box with a hesitant look, but still reluctantly handed over the box in the end. After stowing away the 2 wooden boxes, a pleased look appeared on the shopkeeper's face before he turned toward Han Li. At this moment, Han Li was staring at the azure fruit in the box with blue light shimmering deep within his eyes and a contemplative look on his face. The shopkeeper faltered slightly upon seeing this before asking, What is it? Are you of the opinion that something is amiss with the azure shifting fruit, Brother Han? Not at all. Han Li shook his head before replacing the lid on the wooden box and tossing it to the shopkeeper as well. The middle-aged man caught the wooden box before taking another meaningful glance at Han Li, then leading the way out the door. Han Li's trio naturally followed him out of the shop. The shopkeeper flew extremely quickly, but Han Li's trio were all powerful cultivators in their own right, and they were able to keep up with ease, flying out of the exchange center before heading directly toward a certain direction in the holy city. After flying for 2 hours, they arrived in an extremely secluded corner of the holy city. There were noticeably far fewer buildings here, and very few people in the area. It was quite a sparsely populated place, and the shopkeeper led them on a descent after arriving at a completely mundane-looking short building. This nondescript building was only just over 300 feet tall, and it was split up into 2 levels. As soon as the shopkeeper's feet landed on the ground, the doors of the building were immediately flung open and two men who appeared to be in their 20s emerged from within. They hurriedly extended respectful bows toward the shopkeeper and greeted in unison, "Welcome back, Patriarch. The two of you, stand guard out here. No one is allowed to enter this place without my permission," the shopkeeper ordered. "Yes," the two men answered without any hesitation before positioning themselves on either side of the building's entrance. Han Li glanced at the two of them and paid them no further heed after discovering that they were merely core formation cultivators. Meanwhile, the shopkeeper had already entered the building and the young man and armor-clad man followed suit after a brief hesitation while Han Li brought up the rear. The room wasn't a very spacious one and all of the decor appeared to be quite plain and mundane. There were 3 square wooden tables and a dozen or so wooden chairs, and those pieces of furniture took up most of the area in the room. There were also several antiquated artworks that were yellow with age hanging on the walls of the room. All of these pieces of artwork depicted demons, beasts, and scenery, and they weren't very noteworthy either. "Brother Yu, is that spirit beast really here?" the armor-clad man couldn't help but ask. This room was quite small, and it really didn't appear as if it could house any powerful spirit beasts, so it was no wonder that the man was having some doubts. "Would I lie to you 3? Come with me," the shopkeeper instructed in a brisk tone as he glared at the armor-clad man. He then made his way over to one of the scenery paintings hanging from one of the walls, and he rustled his sleeve to produce a scroll. The scroll was unfurled to reveal the exact same scene depicted in the artwork on the wall. Han Li and the armor-clad man both faltered upon seeing this, unable to comprehend what the shopkeeper was doing. However, the young man's expression changed drastically as he caught sight of the 2 pieces of artwork, and he exclaimed, "That's the Shumi Paradise Scroll. You're in possession of the Pentaluster race's most prized treasure. The Shumi Scroll? No way. Aren't there only a total of 7 of those in the Pentaluster race? How did you manage to obtain one, Brother Yu?" The armor-clad man was very startled to hear this. Han Li had no idea what this treasure was, but his heart stirred upon hearing the word Shumi as he cast his gaze toward the artwork hanging on the wall. The slightly yellow artwork depicted a small green mountain, and there was a small cluster of buildings on that mountain, but everything was rather blurry and indistinct. "Hee, you sure have a strong discerning eye. This is indeed a Shumi Paradise Scroll. However, it's not one of the 7 scrolls that the Pentaluster race view as their most prized treasure. This is an imperfect Shumi scroll," the shopkeeper chuckled. "So it's a replica?" Both the young man and the armor-clad man faltered upon hearing this. A smug expression appeared on the shopkeeper's face as he replied, "Indeed. There aren't many people even in the Pentaluster race who are aware of its existence. Back then, the Pentaluster race used the spirit bones of a 5-colored phoenix to refine a total of 10 Shumi Paradise Scrolls, not 7. Unfortunately, 3 of them were flawed, and their effectiveness was severely hampered as a result. As such, those 3 scrolls were hidden very early on, and their existence wasn't revealed to the rest of the world. Due to various reasons, those 3 scrolls somehow ended up outside of the Pentaluster race and switched hands between several other races. As for how I came about this one, that's not something the 3 of you need to know. Even though it's a flawed scroll, obtaining such a treasure is a vast fortune, Brother Yu," the armor-clad man said with an envious expression. The young man stared at the scroll, and a hint of greed flashed through his eyes. Han Li's expression remained unchanged, but he was also filled with a sense of yearning. Shumi treasures were one of the treasures that he wanted to obtain the most after arriving in the spirit realm. Unlike the false Shumi space refined using spatial rifts in the human world, this was an independent existence, and was a true spatial treasure that could be carried. "All right, let's go. The spirit beast is in the Shumi Paradise." The smile on the shopkeeper's face suddenly faded as he abruptly rustled his sleeve. An incredible scene then ensued. Brilliant 5-colored light abruptly erupted from the scroll before transforming into a vast expanse of light that disappeared into the artwork on the wall. The shopkeeper began to chant something while abruptly pointing a finger at the artwork on the wall. The same 5-colored spiritual light also flashed from the scroll before a swath of light emanated from it. The 5-colored light swept up everyone in the room at the shopkeeper's behest. Following a brief hesitation, Hanli relinquished his resistance in the end and allowed the light to enshroud his entire body, but he surreptitiously injected more power into the protective layer of spiritual light around him. Following another flash of five-colored light, the room was completely devoid of any people. The piercing spiritual light receded, and when Hanli opened his eyes again, he found himself on a bluestone plaza with a series of buildings of different heights, not far up ahead. Hanli narrowed his eyes and discovered that these buildings were rather familiar. They were none other than the buildings depicted on the small mountain in the Shumi Paradise Scroll. After surveying his surroundings, he heaved a faint sigh of relief. He was currently situated atop a small green mountain with blue skies and a few white clouds up above. As expected, he had arrived in a space that was identical to the image on the Shumi Paradise Scroll. This space wasn't very large, looking as if it was only several kilometers in size, but it was surrounded by five-colored walls of light in all directions. The other three people had also arrived in this place not far away from him. Hanli and the other two men were looking around with curiosity in their eyes, but the shopkeeper was not in the mood for sightseeing as he hovered directly toward the cluster of buildings up ahead. Hanli's trio also rose up into the air to follow him. "Brother Yu, this Shumi space appears to be completely perfect and intact without anything amiss. What is this flaw you were referring to?" The young man couldn't help but ask. "Hee. Do you think I'll disclose that information to you?" "It seems to have nothing to do with our deal," the shopkeeper said in a brusque voice as he rolled his eyes. A hint of fury flashed through the young man's eyes upon hearing the shopkeeper's blunt response, but he forced a smile onto his face and said, "Hee. I was merely curious and I bear no ill will." The shopkeeper harumphed coldly, but didn't follow up with any further insults, presumably because he still had to enlist the young man's assistance in their upcoming task. After flashing through the air several more times, he appeared before a pavilion over 1,000 feet away before stopping in midair with his hands clasped behind his back. The pavilion was over 1,000 feet tall and was split into 3 levels. The building was rather antiquated with a wide bottom that tapered to a point at the top. "The spirit beast is in this building. Come with me and I'll show you the beast first," the shopkeeper instructed as Hanli's trio gathered around him. The shopkeeper then descended first, and Hanli's trio glanced at one another before following suit. Rather than landing in front of the entrance on the first floor, the shopkeeper drifted over to a window on the second floor before stopping there. Hanli and the others found this to be rather strange, but they also headed to the same spot. After looking in through the window, they were greeted by the sight of a murky silver barrier of light. The entire second floor had been sealed by a restriction. The young man's eyes flashed, yet before he had a chance to say anything, a loud rumbling boom erupted, following which the silver light barrier tremored along with the entire pavilion. Immediately thereafter, a string of thunderclaps erupted within the light barrier in rapid succession. Thunderclaps were the only sounds that the four could hear, and they felt as if they were situated in a world of furious lightning, causing their consciousness to drift in an unsettling manner. Hanli was greatly startled by this development, and he immediately activated his great development technique, thereby reinstating his clarity of mind in the blink of an eye. The shopkeeper and the others were all spatial tempering cultivators, so they also quickly recovered after unleashing their respective abilities. Even so, the young man and the armor-clad man's faces had paled significantly. "This is the spirit beast you want to tame, brother Yu?" the armor-clad man asked as he stared intently at the window. "That's right. Rest assured, fellow Taoists, the spirit beast has been sealed, and you won't be in any danger before it's released." The shopkeeper wore a calm expression, but there was excitement shimmering in his eyes. He suddenly flipped over a hand, and a scroll appeared in his grasp following a flash of light. It was none other than that Shumi Paradise Scroll. On this occasion, he didn't unfurl the scroll. Instead, he grabbed one end of the scroll while gently tapping the other end toward the light screen. Peculiar turn of events immediately unfolded. The light barrier beyond the wind suddenly shattered like glass before vanishing. The shopkeeper then flapped his wings and entered the pavilion, leaving an afterimage in his wake. The armor-clad man and young man immediately followed suit without any hesitation. Han Li stroked his chin and contemplated the situation for a while before slowly drifting in through the window. The entire pavilion tremored once again amid a resounding boom, and a burst of lightning attribute spiritual pressure swept toward him like a physical wave. Han Li's expression changed slightly, and he was almost unable to repress the urge to evade. However, he remained in the same spot in midair and shielded himself using his divine essence-fused light in the end. Only then did he get a chance to glean his surroundings. The second floor of the pavilion was far more spacious than he'd imagined. It had an area of 2,000 to 3,000 feet, making this place appear as if it were a small plaza. At the center of the cavernous room stood 81 thick copper poles, all of which were shimmering and engraved with all types of demons and monsters. These copper pillars surrounded an area in the center that was over 300 feet wide, and arcs of black lightning were crackling between the bowls amid rumbling thunderclaps, creating a massive prison-like restriction. Within the massive cage, a ball of black mist that was around 10 feet in size was surging erratically, and resounding thunderclaps rang out incessantly from within. Bolts of silver lightning shot forth occasionally from within the black mist, but they would disappear as soon as they struck the black net of lightning as if they'd met the bane of their existence. That's the lightning attribute spirit beast in there? The armor-clad man faltered slightly at the sight of the mundane ball of black mist within the cage. What? Are you thinking that this spirit beast isn't so remarkable after all? This lightning beast's powers are far beyond what you can imagine, the shopkeeper chuckled coldly as he glanced at the armor-clad man out of the corners of his eyes. Lightning beast? Han Li murmured to himself with furrowed brows. That's right, that's the name of the spirit beast. I won't tell you about this lightning beast's origins. But what I can tell you is that there is most definitely only one of this lightning beast in this world. The shopkeeper stared intently at the cloud of black mist within the net of black lightning as a hint of deranged insanity appeared on his face. Really? Its attacks don't seem to be all that powerful. The young man's brows furrowed in skepticism. Attacks? This lightning beast isn't unleashing any attacks. The lightning you see is simply something that it was born with. Let me show you the true appearance and power of the lightning beast, the shopkeeper said with a derisive sneer on his face. He suddenly raised a hand to send forth a streak of white light from within his sleeve. The streak of light surged through the air before striking the base of the thickest copper pole before up ahead. The streak of white light was a snowy white little winged beast with spikes that were several inches long growing all over its body, making it appear as if it were a flying hedgehog. However, a restriction of some sort had clearly been cast onto it, as it was unable to fly at all after landing on the copper pillar, and it merely sprawled down onto the ground, trembling uncontrollably. That's an inch-light beast. The armor-clad man and young man immediately identified this vicious beast that was vastly renowned within the flying spirit race, and they were barely able to believe their eyes. These little beasts were extremely ferocious, and they dared to engage even spatial tempering stage beings in direct battle. Even though they were pack-dwelling beasts, all of them were extremely vicious. However, the one on the copper pillar was completely timid and docile, and that came as quite a surprise to the two of them. Just as they were thinking this, a large azure hand suddenly rushed out from within the black mist, reaching toward the inch-light beast like lightning. Before the 5 fingers on the hand had even made contact with the little beast, arcs of silver lightning shot forth through the air. The little beast is completely motionless as it lay on the copper pillar, and as soon as the azure hand struck the black net of lightning, the little beast was sent flying by the force of the impact. A low roar erupted from within the mist, and it was filled with unbridled fury. All of a sudden, a burst of piercing silver light radiated from within the black mist, following which a ball of rapidly expanded within the mist with something inside it. Moments later, all of the black mist had been completely dispelled by lightning, revealing a humanoid bird-like demon within the net of lightning. The creature possessed the head of a dove and had azure skin. There was a pair of blue feathered wings on its back, and its upper body was that of a human while its lower body was that of a bird. A hammer and an awl were present on the respective ends of its arms, and its golden eyes were shimmering with a sinister light. Despite the vast knowledge and experience possessed by Han Li's trio, they still couldn't help but draw a sharp breath upon seeing the true appearance of this lightning beast. Before they had a chance to recover from their shock, the lightning beast suddenly let loose a thunderous roar, following which white light flashed, and countless fist-sized balls of white lightning erupted forth. Almost at the exact same moment, The lightning beast flapped its wings in unison, and hundreds of blue feathers shot forth at once. All of them then transformed into arcs of blue lightning that were around a foot in length each. The lightning beast then brought its hammer, and all together with a resounding boom, an extremely thick bolt of golden lightning hurtled forth from the pointy end of the awl, transforming into a golden lightning WRM that swept through the air. The lightning beast had unleashed 3 different types of lightning attribute abilities in the blink of an eye, and all 3 of them appeared to be extremely powerful. Han Li's trio were all startled to see this as they reflexively retreated. It didn't seem like the thin net of black lightning would be anywhere near sufficient to keep these 3 lightning attribute attacks at bay. Only the shopkeeper remained on the spot with a confident smile on his face. As soon as the 3 different types of lightning struck the net of black lightning, the 81 copper pillars suddenly buzzed in unison, and the thin net of lightning suddenly thickened by several fold. As such, it really was able to withstand the lightning beast's powerful attack. The lightning beast let loose a thunderous roar of rage as its golden eyes stared intently at the inchlight beast, but it seemed to possess some intelligence as it unleashed no further attacks. Don't worry, this lightning-binding light formation was something I set up after expending an immense amount of effort, and it can specifically restrict this beast's lightning attribute powers. This lightning beast may be powerful, but there's no way that it can struggle free, the shopkeeper chuckled as he suddenly swept a hand toward the inchlight beast from afar. The little beast instantly transformed into a burst of white light and was sent through the black lightning without any impediment, thus landing right before the lightning beast. As soon as the inchlight beast appeared before it, the lightning beast opened its beak without any hesitation and swallowed the little beast that was completely powerless to resist. It then let loose a low roar of satisfaction before its body instantly shrank. At the same time, a layer of black mist erupted from nearby to completely obscure it from view. Within the restriction, everything had reverted back to the exact same scene that Han Li and the others had originally witnessed. What kind of spirit beast is this lightning beast? I've read countless ancient tomes, but I've never seen any description of a beast that fits this one, the young man asked with an astonished look in his eyes. Didn't I tell you that this beast's origins are very unique, and that it'd be best if you didn't ask about it? All you have to do is help me tame it. The shopkeeper's words seemed to carry a warning. The young man's expression changed slightly, and he raised no further questions. A hint of a peculiar light flashed through Han Li's eyes as he suddenly said, "You said that this beast is unique in the spirit realm, so can I interpret that as an admission that this beast does not hail from the spirit realm?" The shopkeeper's expression changed drastically upon hearing this, but he immediately forced a smile onto his face as he replied, "What nonsense are you spouting, Brother Han? If this beast isn't something from the spirit realm, then how could it have appeared here?" Despite the shopkeeper's denial, all 3 men could tell that he was trying to hide something, and they couldn't help but glance at one another with surprise in their eyes. If this lightning beast isn't from the spirit realm, then could it be a spirit beast that's unique to one of the lower realms? Wait, no, this beast is clearly no less powerful than a spatial tempering being, so there's no way it could exist in a lower realm. In that case, it has to be from a higher realm. It must be from the legendary true immortal realm. The young man completely disregarded the shopkeeper's warning as he mused. The armor-clad man's eyes also gradually lit up as he stared at the black mist within the restriction. However, the shopkeeper seemed to be relieved that they arrived at this conclusion, and a peculiar look appeared on his face as he said, "So you truly believe that this spirit beast is from the true immortal realm? Are we wrong? Even if it isn't from the true immortal realm, I still think you should reveal its origins to us, seeing as you want us to help you tame it, brother you. Perhaps a better understanding of this beast will be helpful to us in our attempt to subdue it. If you really don't want to reveal anything, then we won't force you to. We'll just have to regard it as a spirit beast from the true immortal realm," the young man sighed. "You dare to threaten me?" The shopkeeper's expression instantly darkened. The young man took a half-step backward in retreat, but his expression remained calm as he said, "Even if the 3 of us were to join forces, we'd still be no match for you, so I certainly wouldn't dare to threaten you, brother you. However, don't forget that my elder brother is the youngest elder of the Tianpeng race. I'm sure you won't do something reckless that you'll regret later on." Both Han Li and the armor-clad man were both surprised to hear that the young man was the brother of a Tianpeng race elder, and both of them were forced to look at him through new eyes. A hint of wariness flashed through the shopkeeper's eyes, and after a moment of indecision, he finally said in a cold voice, "I suppose there's no harm in telling you the origins of this beast. It's not something that has to be kept strictly confidential anyway, and it would prevent you three from spinning any more ridiculous yarns. The reason why this lightning beast is unique in this world is because it was artificially created by me through gathering the power of lightning, then nurturing it using a secret technique. It is a lightning spirit born from lightning itself, and I've spent most of my life attempting to create one with only this one resulting in success, so it's naturally unique to this world." A lightning spirit? Everyone's eyes widened upon hearing this. How is that possible? Even the legendary spirit tribe hasn't been able to nurture a living being from lightning. You may be an extremely powerful cultivator, but surely this is beyond even your capabilities, brother Yu, the young man said with a skeptical expression after recovering from his initial shock. Han Li and the armor-clad man's brows also furrowed tightly. Much to everyone's surprise, the shopkeeper conceded in the end and revealed, "Hee, I certainly wouldn't have been able to achieve this through my own research alone. But many years ago, when I was traveling through the territories of several foreign races, I was passing through a place where a certain powerful being had fallen, and I just so happened to stumble upon a spirit beast nurturing secret technique that was passed down from the true immortal realm. This lightning beast nurturing secret technique was the only complete technique that was recorded." After a brief pause, the young man's demeanor suddenly shifted drastically as he smiled and said, "If it's a secret technique that was passed down from the true spirit realm, then this is indeed quite plausible. Apologies for my rudeness, brother Yu." The armor-clad man was also stroking his chin and clicking his tongue with wonder. The shopkeeper wore an expression of displeasure on his face and merely harumphed coldly in response. Meanwhile, Han Li was scrutinizing the lightning beast within the restriction with a hint of intrigue in his eyes. He didn't know whether the shopkeeper had told the truth, but this beast truly was capable of wielding astonishing lighting power. So even if it wasn't a spirit born from lightning itself, it was still a vastly powerful spirit beast. However, even if it possessed spatial tempering stage power and was capable of wielding lightning, that still definitely wasn't worth the immense investment the shopkeeper had made to tame it. After all, just the 3 items that he'd promised to Han Li's trio was definitely not inferior in value to a spatial tempering stage spirit beast, and that wasn't even taking into account all of the time and effort he'd expended to nurture this lightning beast in the first place. It appeared this beast either possessed more abilities than it had just displayed, or it served an extremely important purpose to the shopkeeper. Otherwise, there was no way that he would sacrifice so much to tame it. Not only was Han Li aware of this, the armor-clad man and the young man had also figured this out for themselves. However, all 3 of them simply wanted the treasure they were promised, and they were also fearful toward the shopkeeper's fearsome cultivation base, so they could only pretend to be oblivious. The origins of and uses for this strange spatial tempering stage spirit beast were both rather sketchy, but it wasn't worth offending the shopkeeper just to get to the bottom of things. Alright, everything that needs to be said has been said. Let's get down to business. I'm going to use the restriction to temporarily immobilize the lightning beast. All you 3 have to do is enter the cage and inject your lightning powers into its body. Remember to keep going until I tell you to stop. Otherwise, all of your prior efforts could go to waste, the shopkeeper announced in an implacable tone. Han Li's trio expressed no further objections on this occasion. The shopkeeper nodded before rustling his sleeve, upon which the Shumi Paradise scroll appeared in his hand once again. This time he tossed the scroll forward and it immediately unfurled before him. 5-colored spiritual light flashed as the artwork of the Shumi Paradise was revealed to everyone again. The shopkeeper began to chant something before pointing a finger quickly toward a certain spot on the piece of artwork. Blue light flashed deep within Han Li's eyes, and he was instantly able to glean what the shopkeeper was doing. The spot that he had pointed to was none other than the tall pavilion that they were currently situated in. In the next instant, brilliant white light erupted from the artwork, and a burst of white mist suddenly appeared. Within the mist, the walls on the first and second floors of the pavilion slowly backed away before vanishing. Han Li's expression changed slightly, yet before he could figure out what those changes entailed, tremors suddenly ran through the ground beneath his feet. The actual pavilion that they were situated in tremored violently as white light radiated from the walls around them. They then backed away before disappearing into nothingness. In the blink of an eye, everyone was situated under the blue sky along with the lightning beast. The ground of the pavilion underfoot had also been transformed into a bare plaza. The black mist within the restriction surged erratically, clearly indicating that the lightning beast had also been alerted by these changes. Hanli stroked his chin while the young man and the armor-clad man glanced at each with surprise in their eyes. Right at this moment, the shopkeeper let loose a low cry and a crimson arrow shot forth from within his mouth. The arrow disappeared in a flash into the scroll he was holding, and a loud thunderclap suddenly erupted high up in the sky, following which howling winds were swept up around them. Arcs of silver lightning peeked through the dark clouds amid an incessant burst of rumbling, and it appeared as if a powerful devil were about to descend upon this world. Before Han Li's trio had a chance to ask, the shopkeeper took the initiative and provided an explanation for a change. In the past failed experiences, the power of lightning that the three of you possess is most likely insufficient for the task. As such, I've activated all of the world's origin chi within this Shumi Paradise Scroll to manifest the power of heavenly lightning in order to assist you three. After this, the scroll will most likely be ruined, so this is my final roll of the dice. I hope the three of you can help me to the best of your abilities, and if you can help me successfully tame this beast, not only will I give you your promised rewards, I'll also throw in a large sum of spirit stones for each of you. The shopkeeper spoke in a very solemn and serious voice. Han Li's trio was elated to hear this, and all of them expressed their willingness to do everything in their power. The shopkeeper nodded in response before abruptly flapping his wings toward the scroll before him. A swath of white light immediately surged forth, sweeping up the Shumi Paradise Scroll within it. The scroll rotated within the white light before countless runes of different colors suddenly appeared on its surface. In the end, following a rumbling boom, it transformed into a 5-colored pillar of light that disappeared into the dark clouds up above. An incredible scene then ensued. After a bout of tumbling and surging, an earth-shattering thunderclap suddenly erupted within the dark clouds. Immediately thereafter, an extremely vibrant bolt of 5-colored lightning that was as thick as a large bowl shot appeared before flashing through the clouds like a massive 5-colored python. 5-colored heavenly tribulation? The armor-clad man exclaimed in alarm as the sight of this 5-colored lightning. There's no need for panic. This isn't the true 5-colored heavenly lightning that appears during a tribulation transcendence for flying spirit true monarchs. It's merely something I've simulated using a wisp of the world's origin chi, and it possesses less than 1,000th of the power of true 5-colored heavenly lightning. The shopkeeper consoled in a calm voice. Han Li and the young man also wore horrified looks on their faces, but their expressions eased after hearing this. However, there was still a hint of shock in Han Li's eyes as he looked up at the 5-colored lightning in the sky. This 5-colored heavenly lightning was rumored to be tribulation lightning for cultivators of at the Grand Ascension stage, and even purple-golden tribulation lightning for body integration cultivators couldn't even hold a candle to its extraordinary power. Even if it possessed only thousandths of the power of actual 5-colored heavenly lightning, it could still quite possibly be capable of killing any one of Han Li's trio. At this moment, the shopkeeper could no longer pay any heed to Han Li and the others. He was busy casting incantation seals toward the 81 copper pillars up ahead. All of the pillars emitted a burst of ringing before balls of white light surfaced above them, manifesting a series of sinister dragon heads. All of these dragon heads then opened their mouths to blast forth arcs of black lightning. A low roar suddenly erupted within the mist as a ball of silver light hurtled forth. Following a flash of light, the lightning beast had appeared in a corner of the net of lightning. However, those black arcs of lightning seemed to have locked onto the lightning beast as they all changed directions to compensate for its movement. The lightning beast let loose a roar of fury, but it was clearly extremely fearful of these arcs of black lightning, as evidenced by the fact that it was desperately attempting to evade them. Thus, a ball of silver light began to spring from one spot in the restriction to another in a wraith-like manner, but the tens of arcs of black lightning followed it relentlessly in hot pursuit. All of a sudden, loud thunderclaps rang out within the restriction, and the shopkeeper also began to chant something again. The black arcs of lightning accelerated even further, leaving trails of afterimages in their wake and enshrouding the entire space within the restriction in black lightning. Han Li looked on with a slightly awestruck expression. He didn't know what kind of lightning ability these black arcs of lightning were, but they were astonishingly fast. If he were trapped within that restriction, he wouldn't be able to evade for long even with his thunderstorm wings. This lightning beast was quite proficient in lightning movement techniques, but it most likely wouldn't be able to last much longer, either. Just as he'd expected, only a short while had passed by before the ball of silver light was struck by several arcs of black lightning at once. The lightning beast's body was forcibly revealed in mid-air amid a howl of anguish, and it was convulsing spasmodically. As such, all of the other arcs of black lightning also converged and struck it as well. A thunderous roar of rage erupted from the lightning beast's beak as crimson, white, blue, and golden lightning erupted from its body at once, in a desperate attempt to keep the black lightning at bay. The shopkeeper's eyes lit up upon seeing this, and he took a deep breath before striding forward, then slamming his palm into a copper pillar in front of him. All of a sudden, bursts of white spiritual power flowed from his palm into the copper pillar in a frenzy. The thin arcs of lightning being blasted from the dragon heads up above immediately thickened by around twofold amid a rumbling boom. On the other end, the lightning beast was finally unable to resist any longer in the face of the fearsome black lightning, and it plummeted toward the ground as the 4 different types of lightning around its body became extremely dull and lusterless. Meanwhile, the black arcs of lightning in the sky formed a series of black chains that bound the lightning beast tightly, thereby completely immobilizing it. "All right, you can all go in now, fellow Taoists," the shopkeeper announced. He then immediately withdrew his palm from the copper pillar before casting an incantation seal onto it. The copper pillar tremored before the massive net of lightning crumbled and vanished. Han Li's trio glanced at one another before flying into the cage as streaks of spiritual light without any hesitation. The 3 of them situated themselves around 10 feet away from the bound lightning beast, not daring to get too close to it. Meanwhile, the shopkeeper himself also appeared beside Han Li and the others in a flash. "I'm going to use a secret technique to lock away the source of lightning within this beast's body. The 3 of you, listen for my signal. Then inject your powers of lightning into the beast's body," the shopkeeper quickly instructed. He then flipped his hand over to produce 5 pitch-black daggers. The daggers were very light, as if they had been made from wood. However, both the armor-clad man and the young man's expressions changed drastically upon seeing this. Black star daggers. Despite their obvious astonishment, neither of them asked any questions this time, and the shopkeeper didn't provide any explanation either. So Han Li was left wondering what these daggers could be. Several streaks of black light flashed through the air, and the 5 daggers embedded themselves into the lightning beast's limbs and heart. The lightning beast let loose an earth-shattering roar as it thrashed violently within the black chains. Not a single drop of blood seeped out of its stab wounds. Spiritual light swirled around the 5 daggers, following which the lightning beast's eyes glazed over, and the 4 types of lightning around its body finally disappeared. The shopkeeper blasted forth another ball of white light from his mouth upon seeing this. This was only a fist-sized rhomboid white crystal, but it was imbued with astonishing spiritual pressure, and Han Li's eyes narrowed as he looked on from the side. In contrast with high-grade cultivators of the human race, high-grade beings of the flying spirit race didn't have nascent souls. Instead, they had crystal cores, and those cores were just as important to them as nascent souls were to human cultivators. The shopkeeper threw up a large mouthful of blood essence onto the crystal core before pointing a finger at it in a solemn manner. The core immediately began to descend and disappeared into the lightning beast's head in a flash. Almost at the exact same moment, the shopkeeper yelled, "Go!" Han Li and the others immediately sprung into action. Han Li rubbed his hands together, and arcs of golden lightning surfaced between his palms. The armor-clad man opened his mouth, and white lightning could be seen shimmering within. As for the young man, he flapped his wings, and arcs of silver lightning appeared over those wings. A resounding boom erupted as all 3 types of lightning struck the lightning beast's body in unison. A peculiar scene unfolded. Han Li's divine Devilbane lightning and the lightning unleashed by the other 2 cultivators were all drawn into the 5 black daggers upon coming into contact with the lightning beast's body. Layers of black light then appeared over the 5 daggers before transforming into arcs of black lightning, that disappeared soundlessly into the lightning beast's body. The young man and the armor-clad man both faltered upon seeing this, but their lightning output did not cease. Thus, the black light shimmering from the 5 daggers became more and more piercing, and the daggers themselves began to tremor slightly. Hanli cast his glance toward the shopkeeper to find that he was seated off to the side with his legs crossed and his eyes closed while making a strange hand seal, seemingly unleashing some kind of secret technique. Bright white light was radiating around his body, clearly an indication that he was unleashing all of his spiritual power to its maximal extent. Hanli couldn't ascertain what he was doing, so he withdrew his gaze and focused on maintaining his divine Devilbane lightning output. After a while, the daggers had absorbed a vast amount of lightning, but they did nothing other than continue to tremor. However, the shopkeeper's face had become extremely pale and sweat had begun to bead on his forehead. Furthermore, veins were bulging on his forehead as well as on his neck, making it appear as if he were going through intense exertion. Even the spiritual light around his body had dimmed slightly. Meanwhile, the projection of a fist-sized white crystal had appeared on his glabella. The projection was flashing erratically, and it was none other than his crystal core. After some more time had passed, all of the color had drained from the shopkeeper's face, and he suddenly rasped, "Increase your lightning output." Han Li's trio were all rather disgruntled by this instruction. This prolonged period of lightning output had exhausted close to half of their lightning power. If they were to increase their output, they wouldn't be able to last very long. However, they could all hear the resolute and implacable tone in the shopkeeper's voice. So all of them did as they were instructed after only a brief hesitation. Thus, loud thunderclaps erupted as the 3 different types of lightning virtually inundated the lightning beast's entire body. Through their increased lightning output, the 5 daggers embedded within the lightning beast's body finally began to display some changes. The daggers gradually turned a shade of vibrant red, as if they were sucking blood. At this moment, the projection of the crystal core on the shopkeeper's glabella also took on a crimson hue, and it also began to expand and shrink in an erratic manner. After letting loose a low cry, the shopkeeper abruptly opened his eyes to blast forth another item from his mouth. It was a green wooden badge with layers of complex patterns all over its surface, giving it a rather mysterious appearance. As soon as the wooden badge appeared, it flashed over to the lightning beast's head. A plume of thin green threads shot forth from within the badge before disappearing into the lightning beast's head in a flash. The unconscious lightning beast shuddered, and as the wooden badge buzzed gently, a portion of a miniature green lightning beast projection was drawn out of the lightning beast's body by the countless green threads. An elated look appeared on the shopkeeper's face, and he began to make hand seals while chanting something in a soundless manner at the same time. The buzzing from the wooden badge intensified as the lightning beast projection continued to be forcibly dragged out of its body little by little. All of a sudden, golden light flashed within the lightning beast's lusterless eyes. An explosive thunderclap erupted from its body, and the 5 black daggers were almost completely extricated amid a loud boom. The 4 different types of lightning surfaced over the lightning beast's body again. The shopkeeper's heart jolted with shock, yet before he had a chance to do anything else, piercing green light erupted from the projection of the lightning beast as it disappeared into its body again. At the same time, the lightning beast let loose another thunderous roar, and the arcs of lighting all over its body intensified in power as it struggled and thrashed with all its might. An expression of shock and fury appeared on the shopkeeper's face as he hurriedly turned to Han Li's trio and asked, "Can you increase your lightning output any further?" "No, I'm already at my limit." The young man's face was also rather pale. "I won't be able to either." The armor-clad man appeared to be in slightly better condition, but he also expressed an inability to offer any further output. As for Han Li, he merely shook his head in response. The shopkeeper was slightly disappointed to hear this, but he then immediately gritted his teeth as he said, "All right, looks like we'll have to take the risk. Then, maintain your current lightning output, and I'll bring the 5-colored lightning down on this beast. With its power, we have a very good chance at success." Han Li and the others' expressions changed slightly upon hearing this, but none of them objected to this course of action in the end. Thus, the shopkeeper paid no further heed to the struggling lightning beast as he flapped his wings and slowly rose up into the air. After flying into the air until he was over 1,000 feet away from the dark clouds in the sky, the shopkeeper came to an abrupt halt before expelling a mouthful of blood essence with a solemn look on his face. He then pointed his 10 fingers at the blood essence in rapid succession, upon which they transformed into several large blood runes that hurtled toward the 5-colored lightning in the sky. The runes then disappeared into the 5-colored lightning in a flash. The arc of lightning immediately emitted a resounding boom as the dark clouds around it were dispelled. Thus, the 5-colored lightning's intimidating true form was revealed in its full glory. The shopkeeper looked up at the fearsome arc of lightning, and he couldn't help but gulp nervously, even though his mouth was completely dry. He gritted his teeth and expelled a few more mouthfuls of blood essence, all of which also disappeared into the 5-colored lightning as crimson runes. Having expended so much blood essence in one go, the shopkeeper's face was now truly as pale as a sheet of paper. However, his final roll of the dice appeared to be paying off. Following the injection of the blood runes, the 5-colored lightning in the sky finally settled down. Not only had the thunderclaps emanating from it become a lot quieter, the scintillating light radiating from it had also softened significantly. Crimson lines appeared all over the arc of lightning, creating quite a peculiar sight to behold. The shopkeeper was ecstatic upon seeing this, and he chanted something before abruptly flapping his wings upward. Countless crimson threads shot forth from his wings, puncturing the arc of 5-colored lightning in a flash and fusing as one with the crimson lines on its surface, thereby ensnaring the arc of lightning within. The shopkeeper made a hand seal, and piercing white light radiated from his body as one incantation seal after another was cast into the air above. The 5-colored lightning rumbled within the crimson threads for a while before shrinking and curling together to form a massive ball of lightning with a diameter of around 10 feet. The surface of the ball was riddled with crimson lines, and the shopkeeper was overjoyed to see this. He swept a hand toward the fearsome ball of lightning, and it descended in an obedient manner. Han Li and the others were all flabbergasted by the scenes unfolding before their eyes. However, the shopkeeper didn't give them a chance to ask any questions. His body swayed, and he abruptly disappeared on the spot. In the next instant, spatial fluctuations erupted as the shopkeeper appeared beside the lightning beast. He quickly raised both hands into the air, and 2 thick pillars of light immediately shot forth, disappearing into a massive ball of lightning, which was currently only several hundred feet away from the ground. As a result, the ball of lightning paused in midair. At such close quarters, Han Li's trio could sense the terrifying power imbued within the ball of 5-colored lightning, and their expressions changed drastically. Thankfully, the ball of lightning had been stabilized in midair by the shopkeeper. Otherwise, all 3 of them would have immediately fled the scene. They certainly weren't going to stand still and allow themselves to be killed. The shopkeeper had no spare capacity to pay any heed to what Han Li and the others were thinking. As soon as he stabilized the ball of 5-colored lightning, he let loose a loud cry, and a small slit suddenly opened up on the crimson line at the bottom of the lightning ball. Following a dull thunderclap, a thin bolt of 5-colored lightning shot forth, heading directly toward the lightning beast down below. In the instant that the ball of 5-colored lightning appeared, the lightning beast seemed to have sensed that it was in severe peril. It roared and thrashed with all its might, managing to struggle free from some of the black chains around its body and rising to its feet. However, before it had a chance to do anything else, the 5-colored arc of lightning struck the top of its head with unerring accuracy. The lightning beast was floored before it could utter even a single sound. The shopkeeper was ecstatic to see this. One bolt of 5-colored lightning fell after another at his behest. At the same time, he made a hand seal, and the green wooden badge above the lightning beast blasted forth another plume of green threads. On this occasion, with the combined powers of Han Li's trio along with the arcs of 5-colored lightning, the miniature lightning beast projection was drawn out of the beast's body again in a fit of shock and fury. The projection struggled with all its might, but its lightning powers had mostly been sealed by the 5 black daggers, and its physical body was being immobilized by Han Li's trio and the 5-colored lightning. So it was powerless to resist as it was forcibly drawn toward the wooden badge inch by inch. Green light flashed from the wooden badge, and following a final roar of fury and despair, the lightning beast projection was drawn into the badge. The shopkeeper hurriedly cast one incantation seal after another onto the wooden badge in quick succession, and it was drawn into his grasp as an elated look appeared on his face. "Ha-ha! I've finally done it!" the shopkeeper chortled with glee. Han Li's eyes flashed, and the golden arcs of lightning streaming from his hands disappeared. The young man also withdrew his lightning before looking at the motionless body of the lightning beast on the ground, then turning to the green badge in the shopkeeper's hand with furrowed brows. "What's the meaning of this, brother you? Weren't you going to tame this beast?" That was also what Han Li and the armor-clad man wanted to ask. After extracting the soul of the beast, taming it would be a piece of cake. "So 3 of you can rest now." The shopkeeper chuckled as he carefully stowed the green badge away into a jade box with a delighted expression on his face. Han Li and the others glanced at one another, and all of them fell silent as wary expressions appeared on their faces. Something was most definitely amiss here. "Rest assured, seeing as you 3 assisted me greatly in this endeavor, I'll be delivering the rewards I promised you now," the shopkeeper said with a smile before sweeping a sleeve through the air. 3 streaks of white light shot forth toward Han Li's trio, and they were none other than the 3 wooden boxes from earlier. The young man and the armor-clad man were still a little perplexed, but they were overjoyed to see their promised rewards being delivered. As such, they immediately cast aside their concerns and reached out for their respective wooden box. However, piercing blue light suddenly flashed from Han Li's eyes upon seeing this. Immediately thereafter, a set of golden and silver robes appeared over his body before enshrouding the oncoming wooden box within. Meanwhile, Han Li himself hurtled back in retreat. The young man's expression changed slightly upon seeing Han Li's actions, and he immediately realized that something was wrong. However, it was already too late. White light flashed and the wooden box in his hand suddenly crumbled like a sandcastle, revealing a translucent thumb-sized bead. "Lightning drawing bead," the young man exclaimed in alarm before attempting to fling it away. However, a thunderclap erupted before he could do so, and a ball of piercing white light appeared amid a loud explosion. There was still a small portion of the 5-colored ball of lightning hovering in midair, and as soon as the white light appeared, it split up into 3 arcs of lightning that crashed down from above. The lightning was far too fast to evade, and the young man, as well as the armor-clad man, were instantly struck by the 5-colored lightning and white light. The 2 powers combined as one, and when the light receded, the 2 were revealed with smoke billowing from their bodies, and it was unknown whether they were dead or alive. As for Han Li, his lightning robes had enshrouded the lightning-drawing bead before the bead exploded, following which the white light was absorbed into the robe, then flung away into the distance. As such, the bolt of 5-colored lightning was diverted away, and struck the ground around 10 feet away from its original target. The entire ground tremored, and a crater with a radius of several tens of feet was left on the ground in the wake of the lightning strike. Han Li had retreated right to the edge of the crater, and he arrested his momentum before looking up at the shopkeeper in an expressionless manner. The man's smile faded as a hint of surprise appeared on his face. However, his surprised expression was then immediately replaced by a deriding sneer. Han Li's eyes flashed, and he suddenly flapped his thunderstorm wings before disappearing into space as an arc of azure and white lightning. Almost at the exact same moment, a pair of green claws swiped past the spot where Han Li had just been standing, unleashing crimson arcs of lightning that flashed through the air. The physical body of the lightning beast that had been bound by the black chains had sprung into action and attempted to launch a sneak attack against Han Li from behind. The only difference was that the lightning beast now had a pair of gleaming black eyes that were filled with intelligence. A hint of surprise reappeared on the shopkeeper's face upon witnessing the failure of the lightning beast's sneak attack. However, his body then swayed as he made a soundless retreat. Right at this moment, a thunderclap rang out above his head, as Han Li emerged from within a burst of azure and white lightning. As soon as he appeared, he swept a sleeve toward the nearby copper pillars. Several streaks of piercing golden light shot forth, slicing a few pillars into several segments and destroying the entire restriction. The shopkeeper's retreating figure instantly faltered in midair as he looked on with a dark expression. Han Li crossed his arms and also hovered in midair in silence. At this moment, the lightning beast appeared expressionless behind Han Li with four-colored lightning crackling around its body, sandwiching Han Li between itself the shopkeeper. I don't care what your intentions are. I don't care whether you actually wanted to tame this beast or whether you were only interested in its soul. As long as you give me what I want, I can pretend that I saw nothing here, Han Li said in a calm voice. You're just a mere flying spirit general. Do you think you have the right to negotiate terms with me? The shopkeeper asked in a sinister voice. If you were at full health, then perhaps I wouldn't be able to do anything. However, after expelling so many mouthfuls of blood essence in succession earlier, you'd be lucky to have retained even a small half of your cultivation base. Do you really think a spirit beast that's yet to reach full maturity can keep me here? Han Li said in a nonchalant voice as he suddenly swept a hand over his wrist. A streak of black light immediately shot forth, spiraling through the air before transforming into a small monkey. The monkey then pounded its chest, and its body swelled drastically to several hundred feet tall in the blink of an eye. At the same time, it had taken on the form of a sinister ghost and was glowering at the lightning beast with a ferocious light in its eyes. Brilliant golden light simultaneously radiated from Han Li's body as 72 small golden swords hurtled through the air, revolving around his body. His golden provenance true devil projection had also appeared behind him, thus conjuring up 3 heads and 6 arms. He then flipped both hands over at the same time, and one hand was inky black with a miniature black mountain hovering over its palm, while the other was as pristine white as jade with 5 miniature skulls revolving over its palm. After that, Han Li gently flapped his wings, and azure light revolved around his body, manifesting the projections of a massive azure bird and a 5-colored heavenly phoenix. In conjunction with the provenance true devil projection, all 3 projections had appeared at once, emanating a collective burst of astonishing spiritual pressure. The cold smirk on the shopkeeper's face vastly changed. With his cultivation, he was able to sense the immense power of the projections behind him as well as the incisiveness of the glowing treasures. The weeping soul beast's sinister ghost form was a clear threat as well from its huge size and appearance. After a moment of silence, the shopkeeper harshly shouted, "Who are you? I know a bit of the outstanding disciples of the Tianpeng race, but none are as outstanding as you." Han Li stared at the shopkeeper and indifferently said, "Who I am isn't important. What is important is how you feel about my proposal. Your cultivation has dropped from late Great Spirit General stage to early stage. Even if you are keeping any contingency plans, I am half certain I will defeat you. However, I am not interested in a life or death battle. So long as you give me what I want, I will immediately go away." When the shopkeeper heard this, he sized Han Li up. Then, after a moment of hesitation, he wryly chuckled. The shopkeeper pursed his lips and probingly said, "Good, very good. The strength you revealed does give you the qualifications to say that. But it is a pity. Even if I agree, I have no azure sifting fruits to give you. The treasures you saw in the box was an illusion and was produced the secret technique that is unique to our pentaluster race. You should have had some doubts about it. An illusion technique. I cultivate a technique that can see through illusions. However, the thing I want is in that box. No matter how formidable your illusion techniques are, if you didn't have that item, you wouldn't be able to create such believable illusions." Han Li said with a deep tone. "You want that item?" The shopkeeper said with a surprised face. "That's right. It can't be considered too steep a price." Han Li smiled. "If you want it, I'll give it to you." Without taking any time to consider, the shopkeeper promptly flipped his hand to produce a wooden box and tossed it over. Blue light flashed from Han Li's eyes and he reached out for it. A wave of blue mist flew out and wrapped around the box, suspending it in the air. Han Li swept his spiritual sense past it and he opened it with a trace of joy on his face. A wave of medicinal scent assailed his nose and he saw the azure sifting fruit. Han Li silently opened his mouth and spat out a cloud of blood essence, instantly sweeping over the wooden box. A rainbow light flashed from the box, and the emerald green fruit began to shrink like an illusion. In the blink of an eye, it turned into a crimson fruit the size of a thumb. The box didn't contain an azure-sifting fruit, but another. When the shopkeeper saw the joy on Han Li's face, He felt some relief and smiled, saying, "Many years ago, in a dangerous depth, I unintentionally acquired an azure sifting fruit. In order to rear the lightning beast, I used it for medicine. Otherwise, I definitely would have given it to you. This is the fruit's pit, but it isn't worth much and it is very different from the fruit's body. But I won't let you take a loss. I'll give you several top-grade spirit stones as compensation." Afterwards, he shook his sleeve and launched an azure leather pouch through the air. Han Li raised his brow. Rather than rashly catching it, gray light swept out from his back and wrapped the pouch in divine essence-fused light. The gray light suspended the pouch in the air as it harmlessly twirled in place. Han Li instantly swept his spiritual sense into the pouch and faintly raised his lip. "In that case, I'll accept your offer." In a gust of wind, the pouch vanished and Han Li put away the fruit core in the box. The shopkeeper's face faintly changed when he saw Han Li's strange display, but it was soon replaced with a smile. Brother Han's abilities are truly unordinary. What does Brother Han plan on doing next? Han Li leisurely said, "Since I've acquired what I want, I won't involve myself with you any further. But if it is possible, I hope you'll hand over the other two to me. After all, we've come here together. If they disappear, it will be difficult for me to explain to the Tianpeng race. As for what happens next, you'll most likely be unable to stay in the holy city." Not finding Han Li's words odd, the shopkeeper softly chuckled and said, "I can do that. However, their character is rather poor. Since they didn't acquire what they wanted and suffered a loss, I fear they wouldn't be appeased. Wouldn't it be better for everyone if they were gone? Although I'd like that as well, I have matters tying me to the Tianpeng race for some time. I'll also think of a way to appease them." Han Li answered with a casual tone. "Since Brother Han had said this, I'll leave them to you." At nearly the same time, four-colored lightning flashed around the lightning beast and disappeared from Han Li's back. A short moment later, thunder sounded behind the shopkeeper. As Han Li looked at the lightning beast, a flash of realization appeared from his eyes. It seems Senior didn't plan on taming the beast, but rather use it as an external incarnation. The shopkeeper chuckled and vaguely said, "Brother Han saw through it." Han Li smirked and threw to say something else when a humming sound filled the air. The black cloud the shopkeeper summoned had been scattered by a gale. The entire sky was shining faintly yellow and a soft cry sounded from the air. The nearby space had begun to warp. Han Li narrowed his eyes. The skinny man glanced around and ground. "That's the Shumi Paradise's worldly essence chi. It's already reached its limit and it will soon scatter. Let's quickly leave." "Yes. I'll have to trouble Senior Yu to open the way." Han Li promptly agreed. "Hee hee, you flatter," the shopkeeper ironically said. He swept his eyes past the rainbow phoenix on Han Li's back. Soon after, he muttered to himself a moment and he grabbed at the air. Rainbow light flickered and a scroll appeared with glowing light. The scroll spread out and a pillar of light rushed out from it. A 3-meter-tall light gate appeared in front of them, revealing a mist of white light behind it, as if it led to paradise. Han Li's expression stirred and his shoulders shook, releasing 2 waves of gray light, sweeping up an unconscious large man and youth on the ground. The weeping soul beast transformed into a human-tall black ape and stood behind him. Seeing that Han Li collected the large man and the youth, a fierce look appeared from the shopkeeper's eyes, but he eventually decided to take no action. He simply called out, "Brother Han, let's go." The two blurred and flew through the light gate one after another. Han Li's surroundings lit up for a moment and he found himself in the shopkeeper's residence. It was normal, as if nothing had happened. On the wall behind them was the Shumi Paradise painting. Han Li felt his heart relax. With his abilities, he had nothing to truly fear from the shopkeeper, but he was no ordinary Great Spirit General grade being. With his bizarre secret techniques, Han Li was unwilling to have a true fight to the death with him. A crackle then sounded and the ancient painting trembled. It silently turned to ash. Han Li's heart jumped and his face stirred. When the shopkeeper saw this, he wore a sad expression. It was clear he was saddened by the treasure's destruction. Having smoothly returned to his residence, he bluntly said, "From your actions, I would think you aren't a very meddlesome person. I'll leave those two to you. As I am injured, I won't be seeing you out." Han Li gave him a quick salute, showing no intention of staying there any longer, and he shook his sleeve, withdrawing the weeping soul beast before walking out in a blur. Behind Han Li were two clouds of gray light, pulling along the youth and the black-armored man. From a distance, it looked as if the two were flying closely behind Han Li. When the shopkeeper saw Han Li and company leave, his smile faded. At that moment, two of his subordinates walked in from the outside and respectfully stood to the side. One of them carefully asked, "Martial ancestor, are you truly leaving those three alone? Will they not cause trouble?" The shopkeeper snorted. "What trouble could they bring? Even if they come back, they won't find anyone here. Let's tidy up our things and use the underground teleportation formation. We're leaving the holy city immediately. We can't stay with the Tianpeng anymore, only the Pentaluster race will do. With the identity I prepared in the Pentaluster race, no one will come find me." "Yes, ancestor." With the shopkeeper's order, the two Tianpeng beings raised no objections and immediately acknowledged him. The two quickly entered the other rooms. The shopkeeper stood in place and looked at the large door. A dark expression briefly appeared on his face. "Unless it is for something significant, I don't want to take any risks. With my previous temperament, I might have had you stay behind," the shopkeeper muttered. He then took out a medicine bottle from his robes and he swallowed 2 dark green medicine pills. Soon after, he swiped his hand past his face and a blinding white light shined from it. After the light faded, he now had the appearance of a skinny middle-aged scholar. Both his face and his mannerisms were completely changed, as if he were an entirely different person. He walked to a corner of the main hall in a stride and placed his hand against the wall. An underground passage was revealed. Meanwhile, Han Li brought the youth and the large man to a nearby building. With a quick look around, he found that no one appeared to be there. He promptly released his divine essence-fused light and immediately dropped them on the ground. After a brief look at the two, Han Li helplessly sighed, "You're quite lucky. If I wasn't scared of being implicated with your deaths, I wouldn't have gone through the trouble." As he said this, he flipped his hand and summoned tens of silver needles in his hand. Air tore as the needles sank into their bodies. After an unknown time had passed, the gentle young man woke up with a splitting headache. After he opened his eyes, he immediately jumped up out of alarm and noticed Han Li and the black-armored man who earlier regained consciousness. According to his last memories, the youth couldn't help but shout with fury, "What happened? I last remember that, old traitor, you didn't give us any treasure, and instead used the lightning drawing bead on us." The large man shook his head, still feeling somewhat muddled. He sat up cross-legged and immediately examined himself with his spiritual sense. A short moment later, he let out a long sigh. "How lucky. I've only lost a bit of vitality. Nothing too bad." Han Li lowered his head in silence and his eyes wandered as if he were pondering. The gentle youth looked at Han Li and the large man and said, "Do you two know what happened afterwards?" The large man wryly laughed. "Not much. When I was hit by that rainbow lightning, my soul was shaken and I lost consciousness." The youth turned to Han Li and said, "Brother Han, I recall that you've discovered that traitor's scheme and didn't fall into the lightning drawing bead." Han Li sighed and said, "As a mere flying spirit general, how could I truly escape? Although I dodged the rainbow lightning, the lightning beast attacked me and was knocked out like you too." "You were attacked by the lightning beast?" "That's right. The beast should have been possessed by the traitor with the crystal core. He definitely would have been able to control its body for a short amount of time." The black-armored man said with an odd expression, "The strange part is, why would the traitor leave us here when he turned hostile?" "That is strange. Most likely, the traitor saw that we succeeded and didn't want to give anything. I found it strange that he would trade such rare items for subjugating a spirit beast. He originally planned on denying us from the start. Fancy that his myriad lightning shop was so famous in the holy city." Han Li nodded. "If he only wished to deny us treasure, it isn't necessary to kill us. However, while we were unconscious, he escaped." When the large man heard this, he grew pensive and accepted this idea. A cold glint flashed from the youth's eyes and he resentfully said, "We cannot allow that traitor to escape. Let's go to his residence, even if he managed to get away. We might be able to get some clues." The black-armored man hesitated before agreeing, but Han Li shook his head. "My cultivation is too low. It is fortunate that we still have our lives. I don't want to investigate the matter further, so I'll be bidding you two seniors farewell." The large man and the youth couldn't help but glance at each other in surprise. The young man gritted his teeth and said, "Brother Han, are you really going to use that dun when that traitor played us? Your lightning techniques are quite unordinary, so you should be someone of significant background. Even if the traitor's cultivation is far beyond ours, his vitality must have been greatly damaged when he extracted the soul of the lightning beast. If we joined hands, we have nothing to fear. And if that won't do, we can make a report to the elders. Although he possesses some cultivation, would he dare to resist the clan elders?" The large black armored man said, "The clan elders? There is no need to alarm them. Let's deal with the matter ourselves." Han Li calmly shook his head. "Forget about it. I have other important matters in the holy city. I may as well take care of both matters while I'm there. Since this matter can't be changed, I won't be paying much attention to it. Seniors, I will bid you farewell." He then saluted the two and soared to the sky with the wings on his back, taking off in an azure streak. The young man looked at Han Li flying away with a sullen expression and turned to the large man. "He can't recognize the kindness of others. So long as we can find that traitor, the two of us will be able to deal with him. A mere flying spirit general is still something, not much or little." Feeling somewhat worried, the large black armored man said, "However, since that old traitor you dares to turn back on his word, he must have something prepared. Our chances aren't very high. If we don't investigate, how do we know if we can't block him?" The youth shook his head. The large man hummed several times. "That sounds reasonable. Let's go." Soon after, the two flew in the direction of the shopkeeper's residence. At that moment, Han Li was boldly returning to the honored guest lodge and tossed the matter to the back of his mind. Over the next few days, Han Li sat cross-legged in the building and continuously drank medicine pills to consolidate his late deity transformation stage cultivation. Meanwhile, he spent great efforts to comprehend the Tianpeng's transformation technique. From his efforts, he grasped the transformation technique to the point of perfection. He would be able to use it in a real battle. As time slowly passed by, 2 months quickly passed. One day, as Han Li sat cross-legged on his bed with azure waves of light roaming around him, his expression suddenly stirred and his eyes opened. At nearly the same time, a bright voice leisurely spoke from the outside. "I am Bai. Grand Elder Feng has given me orders to invite you." Han Li narrowed his eyes for a moment before wearing a normal expression. His body moved with an unnatural swiftness as he stood to his feet. Ever since he cultivated the Tianpeng transformation art, he felt his body become far nimbler, and his body techniques have seen an improvement as well. Han Li pushed open his door and walked out, heading directly to the main hall. When he arrived at the hall, there was a yellow-clothed young man with his hands held behind his back. The youth didn't look particularly handsome, but his eyes were clear. When he saw Han Li arrive, he amiably asked, "Are you Senior Han? Under Grand Elder Feng's orders, I've come to remind you to leave." He spoke with complete and free ease despite only possessing early deity transformation cultivation. Han Li glanced at the youth and smiled. "Bye. It seems your bearing is unordinary. You should be one of the 2 holy disciples." Bai saluted Han Li with a smile and said, "I am ashamed. I have failed the deep favor of the elders as one of the holy disciples. I have come to know a bit about Brother Han's circumstances from a few of the elders. I must thank Brother Han for his assistance, or else an elder close to me may find their lives in danger." "You mean to say—" Han Li wore an expression of surprise. The youth smiled and said, "My uncle Bai Lei and my aunt, Bai Ning, your brother Bai Lei's nephew." Han Li looked at the shining golden wings on the young man's back and wore an odd expression on his face. Sensing Han Li's doubt, Bai explained with a smile, "There's no need for Brother Han to feel baffled. It was only after I came of age did I arouse the Kuan-Peng true bloodline hidden in my body. That is why my wings changed color. So it was like that." "Your luck must have been quite good," Han Li chuckled. Soon after, he followed the Tianpeng holy disciple away from the residence. For hours later, Han Li arrived at an imposing hall made of white stone. The hall was serene and had a white stone table and a row of 5 stone chairs to either side of it. Apart from Indu, the red-bearded old man, and the beautiful woman, there was also a tall and thin man wearing black robes. A dark chi faintly emitted from the man's body, concealing his face entirely. He also had a pair of black wings that shined with black light. The stone table had a box as scarlet as fire. Several emerald green tree leaves were intertwined in a pattern on top of it. The green light they emitted made for a stark contrast with the color of the box. Han Li stood in front of the four with Bai standing off to the side. The atmosphere in the hall was incredibly heavy, and none of them chose to speak. It was as if no one was there. As for the black-robed man, he examined Han Li with much interest. A moment later, footsteps sounded from outside the hall to reveal a silver-robed woman with white wings. She carried a wind into the hall. Her complexion was like white jade and her eyes were beautiful. There was not a flaw in her appearance. "Lei Lan, you're late." Jin Yu looked at the woman and frowned. The beauty bowed to Jin Yu and spoke with a hoarse voice. "Grand Elder, I've comprehended a few techniques recently and had a sudden understanding, resulting in my tardiness. I hope the elders will forgive me. Since it was related to comprehension, then so be it." Jin Yu's expression relaxed. She uttered a word of thanks and stood to the side. Jin Yu then stared at the Han Li and the holy disciples and spoke with a pleasant voice. "You should know why we've gathered you here. The oncoming trial is related to the life and death of the clan. So one of you two must pass the trail and succeed the position as our race's holy master. However, we've received information that there are branches hostile to us like the Qirong. They are unwilling to allow us to escape calamity and have most likely placed people in the trials to act against you. The time you've spent as holy disciples is too short. If the other holy disciples violently block you, you won't return. For this reason, I've invited fellow Taoist Han to our Tianpeng race. He will temporarily act as the third holy disciple. He will offer you his strength." Bai and the newly entered woman raised their head and glanced at Han Li. The young man had a warm, kind gaze while the woman's expression was as clear as ice. Han Li faintly smiled. The young woman Jin Yu warned fellow Taoist Han already refined a Kuanpeng feather. Along with the Tianpeng true blood and the Repic we assisted in merging with him, the other branches can't say anything about not being one of us. But that stands to mention. We'll be avoiding speaking of fellow Taoist Han's circumstances to the outside to avoid unnecessary complications. We'll simply say that he was a clan member that was nurtured overseas. We'll do as you say." The two holy disciples nodded in agreement. Jin Yu nodded with satisfaction and turned to Han Li, solemnly saying, "Fellow Taoist Han, I've already called for the scroll containing the Tianpeng vow to be brought out. Furthermore, Elder Shi has also returned. He will participate in dispelling the seal on the scroll. Prepare to sign your name on it." Elder Shi seemed to be the black-robed man standing at the side. "I'll have to trouble you, elders." Han Li agreed without any reservations. His eyes then dropped on the wooden box on the table. When Jin Yu saw this, she beckoned to the wooden box. In a brush of wind, the box directly sucked into her grasp and dropped into the young woman's hand. In that next moment, the others also focused their attention there. Jin Yu's expression remained calm as he brushed her fingers past the green leaves on the box. Suddenly, green light shined brilliantly, and she nimbly took the leaves off the box. Without any of the pressure emitting from the leaves, the crimson box ignited into a ball of scarlet fire. Jin Yu grabbed the fire and gave it a nonchalant shake. The flames were immediately extinguished to reveal a half-foot-long scarlet scroll. There were an azure and a red ghost head biting down on either end of it, both appearing true to life. After uttering a brief incantation, she tossed the scroll in front of her where it suspended itself at a low height. The young woman then unfolded only one of her wings, which soon glistened with golden light. In a flash, the light wrapped around the box. With that done, she turned to the black-robed man and said, "Elder Shi, help me dissolve the seal. As the matter concerns the existence of the clan, I will do my utmost," the black-robed man said with a smile. Then one of his wings released a streak of black light which entered the scroll. As for the red-bearded old man and the beautiful woman, they performed a similar action. With the feathers of the four Tianpeng elders absorbed by the scroll, space began to warp. Red light flashed from the entire scroll and expanded several times in size. Both of the ghost heads on either end of it simultaneously opened and revealed blood-red eyes. It was then that they released their grip on the scroll and allowed it to unfold. Red mist flickered from the above of the scroll, condensing into countless roiling talisman characters. A blue light flickered from Han Li's eyes, allowing him to see the scroll's contents clearly. The red light was densely filled with small characters. Most of them appeared to be names. At the very top of the scroll, Tian Peng Vow was written in large golden characters of the Flying Spirit tribe. Afterwards, it listed faint silver characters with contents that appeared similar to a few Tian Peng records. Then, it listed rows of dark azure names. Han Li carefully swept his spiritual sense through the scroll. When he made contact with the red list, long clear cries began to sound from it. Soon, the light mist roiled and revealed a mythical bird phantom. As soon as it appeared, it was only a foot tall, but as it brilliantly glowed, it turned the size of a hill, filling most of the hall and completely submerging Han Li and company in it. Han Li and the holy disciples were alarmed, but Jin Yu and the other elders were completely calm. Move back, Jin Yu raised her hand and waved an azure copper mirror at the bird image. The phantom suddenly let out a cry and immediately shattered into tiny fragments that were swept into the scroll in an azure wave. Jin Yu withdrew the mirror and spoke to Han Li with a deep tone. Use your blood essence to sign the scroll. You must use your true name, or there is no saving you from the vow's backlash. Han Li trembled. A few of his original thoughts had been temporarily placed to the back of his mind. He took a deep breath and took large steps forward. He spat out a golden thread. In a golden flash, the thread sliced open a small opening from his finger. Then, under the pressure of his spiritual power, he forced a drop of faintly golden blood essence from it. Elder Shur wore an odd expression on his face. Has Elder Shur found something amiss? The red-bearded old man twirled his beard. The black-robed man hesitated and slowly said, It's nothing. Fellow Taoist Han most likely cultivated a peculiar technique or consumed a few rare fruits which resulted in the color of his blood essence. The old man looked at Han Li and pensively said, That's true. Golden blood essence is truly rare. His body has most likely been strengthened to a degree for that to happen. The black-robed man smiled and said nothing else. At that moment, Han Li moved in front of the scroll and quickly wrote his name on an empty spot on the scroll. When the drop of faint golden blood essence dropped on the scroll, the words absorbed it. In a flash, it turned into dark azure words. They were dull, as if they had been written for many years now. Meanwhile, Han Li faintly sensed that something was gazing at his primal soul, but it immediately disappeared. Alarmed, it appeared that the Tian Peng vow seemed to be something of a gateway. Having thought of this, Han Li felt more at ease. With a binding like this, the Tian Peng elders wouldn't be able to throw him away or their agreement once the matter is settled. As Han Li pondered to himself, Jin Yu had the other holy disciples put down their names as well. Once the scroll trembled, it quickly wrapped itself and the two ghost heads stirred, biting down on either hand. When Jin Yu waved at it, the scroll shrunk and quickly flew into her sleeve. With the scroll retrieved, Jin Yu indifferently said, All right, since that matter is done, Elder Shi will explain the matters you must pay attention to during the Earth Abyss trial. Remember it well. It could save your life. The Earth Abyss trial is held by the main branch of the Flying Spirit tribe and is held once every 300 years. The red-bearded man began to slowly explain. Han Li and the two holy disciples carefully listened. Several days later, several huge snow-white birds flew out of the main gate of the holy city. After they left the restrictions, they soared to the sky. Han Li was sitting on top of one of the birds. With each wing flap, the white birds flew forward 100 meters. With several flaps, they quickly reached the end of the horizon, turning into black dots. On a mountaintop 3 months later, in a large series of green buildings surrounded by a huge plaza stood over 100 Flying Spirit tribe beings. At the center, there was a red crane and a brightly colored strange bird. They were unleashing attacks as they fought against one another in midair. The red crane's movements were a marvel. Each claw and peck produced the sound of tearing space, clearly displaying an incredibly sharpness. The brightly colored bird had 4 wings and a horn on its head. The colors on its body released a mist of light that seemed to absorb the crane's attack without a problem. The red crane was furious at this and suddenly flew 100 meters backward, spreading its wings in the direction of the bright bird. Suddenly, tens of long feathers shot out, blurring into gleaming blades as they flew through the air. They all struck the opposing bird's light mist at nearly the same time. No matter how wondrous the gorgeous light mist was, it groaned and violently trembled upon receiving the attacks of so many blades and began to forcefully tear. The crane was overjoyed when it saw this and was about to release more blades when the bright bird suddenly released a sharp cry. A yellow wave rushed forth and the sharp blades were blown askew. They then turned around as if they were completely under the bright bird's control. The crane was startled and opened its mouth, releasing a white beam of light. Penetrated the bright bird's wind. A strange light flashed from the bright bird's purple eyes, and a black horn suddenly shined with red light from the bright bird's eyes. A red light suddenly shot out from it and struck the oncoming white beam. The air rumbled and both attacks were nullified. Brother Sun, what other abilities do you have? I've already fully used all of mine. If you have no others, I am going to attack. The bright bird spoke with a man's voice. A cold snort sounded from the crane. Your horned vulture tribe only has their many abilities. How could they deal with me? Good. Then I'll let you witness them. This is my newly cultivated ability. The bright bird strangely said. The right bird's 4 wings flapped, releasing a wave of bright light. The bright bird transformed into a 3-meter-tall yellow bell. Not good. Everyone who saw this immediately took several steps back in alarm. Only those with more confidence in their cultivation stood still. The yellow bell began to shake itself and let out deep rings. Everyone who heard this felt their minds shaken by the sound. As for the red crane that directly faced most of the bell's power, he wordlessly dropped to the floor. At that same moment, his body flashed white to reveal a white-robed flying spirit tribe man about 30 years old. Another man flew out of the crowd and caught the man before he landed. The yellow bell shook and turned into a black-robed young man. He saluted at the ground and calmly said, "You let me win." As for the crane that turned back into a man, he looked at the black-robed youth with an unsightly expression as he was carried out by his companion. Under close examination, the man that had the form of a red crane appeared very different from an ordinary human. His face was close enough, but his ears were sharp and there was a round red bulge from the top of his head. As for the black-robed youth, there was a small black horn on his head and his mouth had a pair of sharp fangs several inches long. As for the surrounding 100 flying spirit tribe beings, most of them appeared different from humans, but they only had a few aspects that were different. But what was most different from all of them was the large variety in the color and length of their wings. These people were all from the flying spirit tribe. The horned vulture race's devil-suppressing bell is truly powerful. I've received much experience. The defeated white-robed man uttered these words resentfully before being half carried away. Are there any others that wish to learn a thing or two? The black-robed youth said calmly, looking down at the crowd as he uttered a word of challenge. The crowd became restless, but for a time no one stepped forward. When the youth saw this, he sneered. But just as he thought to say something, someone spoke from a distance. Quickly look, holy disciples of the westmost branches. The Pentaluster, Tianpeng, and Qi Rong races have arrived. When the crowd heard this, they began to speak as if it were a race. Those that were curious turned around, flying a distance away. In the blink of an eye, the crowd shrank by a small half. When the black-robed youth heard this, his face slightly changed and he silently descended from the sky. Meanwhile, in an area over 50 kilometers away from the huge mountain, apart from tens of various huge birds, there was also a 60-meter-long crimson flying scorpion that was flying through to the mountain. Among the huge birds, there were several with pure white bodies with various men and women riding them. They were the Tianpeng race. Hanli was riding on top of one of the huge birds. In the Tianpeng's party, Jinyu and the mysterious elder Shi rode alongside the holy disciples. The red-bearded old man and the beautiful woman remained on guard at the holy city. At that moment, they were together with 2 different groups. One of the groups had purple hair and red skin. As for the other group, they had smaller wings and gorgeous robes. They were respectively the Qi Rong and the Pentaluster race. However, the meager 5 people of the Tianpeng race were clearly fewer than the other 2 groups. The gorgeous young female holy disciple smiled and said, "Elder Jean, it appears that Jade Emperor Peak's elders knew we were coming and lit up the welcoming fires." In a distance away above the huge mountain, there was a large rainbow flame burning, filling the air with a gorgeous glow. The astonishing scene could be clearly seen by those 50 kilometers away. It seems we weren't the first to arrive. Time truly passes quickly. In the blink of an eye, 300 years already passed. Jinyu turned to an old man with fire-red skin and said, "Brother Zhu, what do you think about this place? What impression is there to be had?" The old man expression asked, "Unless we cultivate a true spirit body or to soaring true immortal stage, we'll just be mounds of earth in tens of thousands of years. The prosperities of the tribe are replaced in turn. Has Elder Jean considered the matter I spoke a few days ago?" A bright glint flashed from the young woman's eyes and she indifferently replied, "Our Tianpeng race has truly become much weaker, but we've survived since ancient times. We are the longest living branch of the tribe. We won't easily discard our legacy and throw ourselves into the embrace of another tribe. I've put much thought into Brother Zhu's proposal to merge, but I can only refuse you." Old man Zhu coldly smiled and said, "Is that so? If I remember correction, from ancient times, your esteemed elder sure came from the Black Feather tribe, a branch that was annexed during your golden age. Now that your own tribe has been weakened, merging with a stronger tribe and handing over the master's position is a natural position. How can this matter relate to the Black Feather tribe? At the time, the Black Feather tribe weren't only lacking a holy master, but it also faced powerful enemies and took the initiative to merge with our tribe. We hadn't forced them," the young woman said with a casual tone. Old man Zhu chuckled and said, "Those matters happened so long ago. Who truly knows what actually happened? Since you've rejected my clan's kind intentions, we'll have to see if your clan's holy disciples can make it through the Earth Abyss trial. If they fail, don't blame me if several branches form a council of elders and discuss the proposal to dismantle your clan. Don't forget that our Qi Rong race isn't the only one interested in your clan." A charming young woman looked over to them with a sweet smile and said, "Brother Zhu, your esteemed clan has become amongst the top 3 in strength among the 72 branches. There is no need to be so overbearing in your pursuit to consume the Tianpeng race. Could it be you rush to forcefully contend with the Jiuyu race? Lady Ke, don't speak such rubbish. When did anybody from my clan say that?" When the old man heard her, his face greatly changed. Elder Ke smiled and thought to say more when heavenly music began to play from the direction of the mountaintop. The sky's color then flickered and became more gorgeous. They hastily shut their mouths and ceased flight as they floated in the air. In the blink of an eye, the 10 variously dressed people, most of aging appearance and venerable bearing, appeared from the slight. "We pay our respects to the elders." When Jinyu and the others saw these 10 men, they jumped off their birds in alarm and deeply saluted them. An old woman with a cane with a beaming smile and said, "There's no need to regard us as outsiders. You'll join our ranks sooner or later. The other elders are awaiting you on Jade Emperor Peak." Jinyu's heart stirred and she respectfully asked, "What? Could it be that our 3 branches were the last?" The old woman chuckled and answered, "This is not the case. The northmost Gue Mian and Dujiu branches were busy, so we're able to start the Earth Abyss trial without them. With you 3, we may begin." "So it was like that?" Jinyu nodded. Standing behind them, Han Li felt his heart tremble when he saw the 10 that appeared. The 10 were mostly at body integration cultivation. As for the old woman, he wasn't able to see through her cultivation stage. She was most likely the same as Jinyu, a fearsome existence at body integration stage or higher. This was the so-called Joint Assembly Elders. It was said that elders were originally from various tribes, but when their lifespans were nearing their end, they could join these elders and renounce their affiliation with their original branch, taking on the responsibilities of the entire Flying Spirit tribe. At that moment, Old Man Zhu and the young woman stepped forward and exchanged pleasantries with the old woman. Soon after, the party flew to the mountain under the guidance of the old woman. A moment later, the party arrived near the huge mountain and the imposing buildings could be faintly seen. Black dots could be seen circling the air above it. Under closer examination, Han Li discovered that there were hundreds of huge birds flying through the air, as well as huge winged insects with malevolent appearances. When the mountain appeared to only be a kilometer away, a muffled bang sounded. A 7-colored rainbow flew out in a curve from a long distance away towards them. Soon after, a gorgeous arched bridge appeared above them. The old woman and the others blurred. taking a step on the bridge and beckoning the others with a smile. "Let's go," Jin Yu commanded. She then stepped off the bird and quickly walked on the bridge. The other parties did the same. When Han Li walked on the bridge, he felt that he was stepping on something completely soft like a thick cushion. Curious, he wanted to take a close look and released his spiritual sense, but he felt the bridge tremble and their surroundings light up, completely enveloping the party. With several shakes, the light brought them to the other end of the bridge. At that moment, Han Li was unable to examine the marvelous display of the bridge, as he found himself in front of over 20 flying spirit tribe beings. They were all staring at him. Behind them, there appeared to be a jade-green hall wrapped in white fog. At the very front of this crowd were two people. One of them was a middle-aged man with a large nose and snow-white hair. The other had a wrinkly face and long cheeks, an old man with a black tattoo on his neck. When the old woman saw them, she smiled and she walked towards them. As for the rest of them, they joined the crowd. The tattooed old man waved his hand with a smile. "The elders have brought their holy disciples from a distance away. It must have been tiring. The holy disciples may rest in the side hall for a spell. The elders may accompany us to the main hall for a chat. The other clan elders are waiting for us there." The Qi-Rong's elder Zhu rushed to speak, smiling as he said, "Elder Ming is too polite. We'll do as you request." Jin Yu and the young woman from the Pentaluster race raised no objections. With that, Han Li and the others entered the white fog. At an unknown time, a slender white-robed woman appeared in front of Han Li and the other holy disciples. She beamed at them and said, "Holy disciple, please follow me. This servant shall arrange your residences." "I must trouble you," one of the Qi-Rong holy disciples said with a respectful tone. Although the woman's cultivation wasn't high, he didn't dare to slight her. As there were many in the Qi-Rong race, they sent 7 holy disciples. The Pentaluster race sent 5. The one that sent the least were the Tianpeng race, 3 including Han Li, and this was with leaving nothing behind. The other branches of the tribe were sure to keep a few holy disciples hidden and not send them. Furthermore, the holy disciples of the other 2 branches were at mid-deity transformation stage at the very least. Bai Bai and Lei Lan were in truth a grade lower. From this, it could be seen how weak the Tianpeng race was when compared to the other branches. It was no wonder the higher echelon of the Tianpeng race had used such effort to rope him in. It would be a common occurrence for stronger branches to target them. The strong preying on the weak was the rule of law in the spirit realm as well. With that in mind, Han Li followed after the Qi-Rong disciples along with the Bai Bai, Lei Lan, and the Pentaluster disciples. They all obediently followed after her for a long distance. Of the many Qi-Rong holy disciples, the one that caught Han Li's attention the most was a man with a sinister face and hostile eyes. The other Qi-Rong holy disciples had about the same cultivation, but only this cultivator gave him a feeling of danger. With that thought, Han Li couldn't help but look at his back with narrowed eyes. A beautiful Pentaluster woman that appeared in her 20s sweetly smiled at Han Li and asked, "What? Could Brother Han be interested in Xianxia?" Although Han Li was only a fake holy disciple, his cultivation was still at high-grade spirit general. Be it the Qi-Rong or the Pentaluster race, they all viewed Han Li as the leader of the Tianpeng holy disciples. And with his unfamiliar face, he should have been a concealed reserve. The other 2 tribes viewed Han Li with greater attention. During their travels, the holy disciples hadn't spoken to each other as Jin Yu and the other elders were present. Now that they were separated from the elders, the woman decided to open a conversation. Of course, this was also because the Tianpeng always maintained friendly relations with the Pentaluster race. As for the Qi-Rong holy disciples, they decided to ignore Han Li for the time being. Han Li indifferently answered, "It's nothing. Brother Zhu's baleful qi is quite deep. I suspect he has much battle experience. It seems Brother Han's story of cultivating overseas is true. Xianxia has been resoundingly famous amongst the younger generation. He has entered the earth abyss 7 times already. Although he didn't head deep inside, he killed many demons. He is as famous as the 7 Pass races Ao Qing and the Nan Long races Fei Yi. It is said that their abilities are no lesser than a mid-grade Great Spirit General." The Pentaluster woman replied with a smile. It seemed she didn't care if the Qi-Rong disciples heard her. So it was like that, Han Li answered calmly with a nod. He then said nothing else. When she saw Han Li's indifferent attitude, the pentaluster woman became somewhat more interested. But before she could say anything, the white-clothed maid arrived in front of several 7-story tall buildings. The maid turned to face the holy disciples and said, "You may choose which building each of your races may occupy. But there is something I must remind you of. On Jade Emperor Peak you may only spar with those from the eastmost branches. You may not fight with anybody from the other areas. Otherwise, there will be grave punishments like the destruction of one's cultivation." The party of cultivators felt their hearts tremble. A handsome Qi-Rong man then stepped forward and said, "We understand. Thank you for your trouble." The white-robed young woman smiled and saluted to the holy disciples. "I am called Xiao Zhu. I will be attending to all of your minor necessities. If there is anything you require, please find me." Afterwards, nothing else was said and the groups entered the building of their choice. Han Li chose the tallest of the buildings. As for Bai Bai and Lei Lan, they chose 2 of the lower floors. After several months traveling at breakneck speed, even Han Li felt tired. Without another word, he sat cross-legged on his bed and shut his eyes. An unknown time later, he opened his eyes to see a dark sky. He nimble walked off his bed and stretched, then walking to a lower floor. He found that Bai Bai was meditating in his room and that Lei Lan had disappeared, somewhat to Han Li's surprise. He recalled that before they set off, Jin Yu had given them 1,000 warnings that they mustn't leave the group and give enemies an opportunity. With some thought, Han Li felt somewhat ill at ease and walked out with his hands behind his back. As they were involved with the success of the Earth Abyss trial, ignoring her was out of the question. Isn't that Brother Han? What a coincidence. A leisurely voice sounded as someone walked out of another building. Han Li blinked and looked over in the direction of the voice. He saw a youth with a round face, a Qi-Rong holy disciple. He wore a smile on his face. Han Li was expressionless, but he coldly chuckled in his mind. If they truly met by coincidence, it was a matter to curse over. He was most likely standing guard and calmly waiting for us to come out. Although he didn't know what he planned, it can't be anything good. Han Li looked at the young man without a word. The Qi-Rong man paid no attention to Han Li's cold demeanor and chuckled. "Why is Brother Han so distant? Our clans may have a few contrary views, but there is no need to be so hostile before the Earth Abyss trial. In the future, if your clan is truly to enter our Qi-Rong race, we'll become brothers. If our clans truly become one, that is possible." Han Li narrowed his eyes and showed a slight smile. The round youth was stunned by Han Li's quick change and soon smiled as well. "I am Qi Tian, and this is also my first time on Jade Emperor Peak. How about we walk around together?" Qi Tian spoke as if they were good friends. "With you?" Han Li raised his brow. "This place restricts battle. Do you fear that I'll plot against you?" Qi Tian smiled. "Not at all, but I have no interest in being friends with you." Han Li's expression sank. When Qi Tian felt that he was being played, a hostile expression momentarily appeared before his smile returned. After a moment of silence, the young man slowly said, "Brother Han must have come out to find your clan's Lady Lei." "What do you mean by that?" Han Li said with an icy tone. "It's nothing. I simply saw Lady Lei Lan travel with my clan's senior martial sister Xianxia. It seems they planned on comparing pointers at the arena. I told you, so you didn't have to waste your time looking," Qi Tian said with a fake smile. "Then I must thank you for your warning." Han Li creased his brow for a moment and saluted the man before flying off. When he saw Han Li was a distance away, Qi Tian sneered. "Junior Marshal Brother Qi, you've done well." After Han Li vanished down a road, a voice sounded from behind Qi Tian. A figure blurred from the building door. He was a tall, skinny man with skin that was a far deeper red than ordinary Qi-Rong people. A trace of hostility appeared in his eyes. With a faint change of expression, he respectfully said, "Senior Marshal Brother Zhu, it was only a small matter. Anybody could have done it. That person may be a high-grade spirit general, but why has Senior Marshal Brother taken note of him? We should be able to deal with this person with ease." "Junior Marshal Brother Qi, your words are mistaken. If that person is who I think he is, all of you wouldn't be a match for him." "Senior Marshal Brother knows that person?" Qi Tian was stunned. Zhu Inzi suddenly asked, "Does Junior Marshal Brother know how Tianming and his subordinates were repelled several months before?" After some hesitation, Tian truthfully answered, I have heard about it. It was said that not only did they fail their mission, but they lost a high-grade Chi-Ho bird and a fire dragon pearl. Zhu Yinzi licked his lips and wore an odd expression. At that time, this person alone had repelled Tian Ming and killed the Chi-Ho bird. He should be this high holy disciple Han. Tian's expression vastly changed, and he spoke with a tone of disbelief. That's impossible. Senior Marshal Brother Tian Ming was a mid-grade spirit general, and the others also had spirit general grade cultivation. The Chi-Ho bird also should have been as powerful as a mid-grade spirit general. Zhu Yinzi gloomily said, Tian Ming had personally given me an account. Since the Tian Peng had recalled this holy disciple from overseas, it should be this person. I suspect that he possesses high-grade spirit general cultivation, or else he would have been able to repel Tian Ming and the others. The round youth blinked and hesitantly said, then the Tian Peng race does have a trick up their sleeves. Originally, when their holy master perished, it was said they didn't have a single holy disciple, and that they'd be annexed into the Qi-Rong without a doubt. Now, 3 more holy disciples have appeared, and one of them is a high-grade spirit general. This is truly surprising. Zhu Yinzi sullenly said, it's nothing. After all, the Tian Peng race has existed since ancient times. It comes as no surprise if they have some secrets they've still kept hidden. However, the elders have made it clear that we should unite other tribes in dealing with the Tian Peng, as we cannot allow them to have another holy master. This one named Han Li most likely is the most hopeful of the Tian Peng race. Before he enters the Earth Abyss, we must verify his true abilities. I don't want to perform something that has no chance of succeeding. Tian said with a beaming smile. Senior Marshal Brother's words are reasonable. Let's go to the sparring arena. He must have gone there. Zhu Yinzi chuckled. Of course. With the few numbers of Tian Peng holy disciples, he must want to keep an eye on them. If something bad happened to one of them, he'll be taking responsibility. The two immediately soared to the sky and directly flew east. Han Li walked along a stone path in a leisurely manner and admired the view around him. At first glance, there was no one there, but when he raised his head, he found a few people that were flying. The flying spirit tribe were originally accustomed to flight, so the paths on the ground were mostly for decoration. When Han Li thought of how many powerful flying spirit tribe members have gathered, he couldn't help but inwardly sigh. Let alone other things, the 72 branches of the flying spirit tribe each had a group of elders as well as a group of 30-some elders overseeing the entire tribe. Their power far exceeded that of Deep Heaven City. After all, during times of peace, Deep Heaven City only had 10 body integration elders standing guard. During war, the demon and humans could gather together nearly 100 body integration existences. But this was the power of 2 races. Alone, neither the humans nor demons could hope to rival the true power of the flying spirit tribe. As for the number of deity transformation and spatial tempering existences, that wasn't something that the humans or demons could rival. In that case, despite how long the humans had established themselves in the spirit realm, they were considered a somewhat weaker power. Comparatively, the flying spirit tribe's power wasn't as high as the legendary races of the spirit realm, but they were enough to be considered a mid-grade existence. As Han Li inwardly pondered this, he turned a corner and discovered a small booth in front of him. It connected to several other roads. There were 2 wooden chairs in the booth, occupied by 2 white-clothed women that were having a pleasant chat. When they saw that someone else had arrived, they stopped and looked over. One of the 2 was a dainty woman that had led Han Li's group to their residences. Xiao Zhu. After some thought, Han Li politely asked, So it was Lady Xiao Zhu. Could you tell me if my companion has passed this place recently? Xiao Zhu stood up and answered with a smile. Young Master Han must be talking about his junior sister Lei. Not long before, I have seen her pass by. She seemed to be heading in the direction of the sparring arena. Han Li's heart dropped and he asked, The sparring arena? Was she alone? Xiao Zhu blinked and gave a meaningful smile. No, she was accompanied by the Qi-Rong's young Miss Hong Sha. Many thanks. Han Li's face remained calm and he gave a brief smile before heading towards the path to the sparring arena. When the 2 white-robed women saw this, they exchanged a glance of astonishment. The Tian Peng holy disciple remained calm upon hearing that his companion was led there by a hostile branch. He was quite unordinary. Unbeknownst to them, Han Li only appeared calm while he was actually quite angry. That Tianpeng woman Lei Lan didn't know what was good for her. Although he didn't know what the Qi Rong did to get her over there, it was clear they didn't have any good intentions. If they deliberately injured her under the guise of an accident, the chances of passing the trial would grow even slimmer. He couldn't remain indifferent about the matter. After all, he placed his name in the Tianpeng vow and made a supplemental agreement with Jinyu. If he didn't have one of the holy disciples become a holy master, he would be greatly troubled. He was certain the Tianpeng elders wouldn't leave him alone as their clan was annexed. When Han Li recalled the particulars about the Earth Abyss trial, he inwardly sighed. This time he would acquire important benefits from the Tianpeng race, but he was also drawn into trouble. Even if he assisted the Tianpeng in escaping their dilemma, he would also need to make proper plans to leave. With that in mind, Han Li stepped forward calmly and eventually arrived at the corner. Then he flickered and blurred out of sight. The so-called sparring arena was found easily. It wasn't as far as Han Li had imagined. After making use of his quick movement abilities, it only took him the time to finish a meal before he arrived at a huge light barrier. He faintly heard the sounds of an explosion from there. His expression stirred and he ceased his movement techniques, instead moving closer on foot. Since Qi Tian had taken the initiative to tell him Lei Lan's whereabouts, their plan should have been to challenge him. So long as he doesn't appear, the Qi Rong won't immediately make trouble. Furthermore, even if they were impatient to act, it was too late for him to do anything, so there was no point in rushing. With that in mind, Han Li's eyes flickered with blue light as he gazed into the light barrier. It appeared people were making full use of their abilities in battle. Fortunately, those that were battling didn't use any transformation abilities. One of them was controlling fire and the other breathing blue icy qi. Han Li was relieved that neither of them was Lei Lan. The woman controlling the fire should be the Qi Rong's holy disciple Xianxia. Feeling somewhat baffled, Han Li suddenly sensed someone looking at him with icy eyes from a distance. As Han Li possessed sharp senses, he immediately looked back to find this person. However, Han Li only felt his heart tremble. The glance immediately disappeared and he couldn't find the person in the crowd. Han Li's expression sank and he pondered for a moment. He gave up on his search and quickly made his way to the sparring arena. But before he arrived, the raging flames and icy qi fiercely flashed, instantly deciding the outcome of the battle. The blue-winged man instantly was repeatedly pushed back by the raging flames and he eventually conceded and dropped to the ground. Xianxia, a beauty to begin with, wore a seductive smile and said, "Junior sister Lei, I've already dealt with him. If you want the lightning star stone, I'll hand it over to you if you defeat me. I definitely won't break my promise." Many of the Flying Spirit Tribe's men felt their minds roil when they saw her face. Han Li inwardly shouted no, but at this distance there was nothing he could do. A ball of white light flashed and floated to the sky. They had a slender figure and silver wings. She was Lei Lan without a doubt. Han Li's face sank. The Qi Rong woman had instantly defeated an opponent in an instant and was now challenging Lei Lan. Clearly wasn't a coincidence. It was clear someone had spotted him and secretly informed her, thus setting their plan into motion. However, he took several breaths and his expression became calm once more. He rushed forward to the side of the stage and looked for a nearby area before standing still. Lei Lan expressionlessly said, "You used the lightning star stone to drag me here from my residence. You've wanted to fight me in any case. Regardless of your intentions, so long I can acquire the stone, I won't hold back." She spread her silver wings and bolts of silver lightning appeared in the air. They quickly spread across her body as if she were a spirit of lightning. Xianxia paid no mind to this and giggled, shooting a glance in Han Li's direction. "So it turns out that junior sister has some skill. I'll definitely present the lightning star stone to you." A few of the branches below knew of the resentment between the Qi Rong and Tianpeng and began to whisper to another. They planned to enjoy the drama that would ensue. Han Li stood in place with his hands behind his back without any intent to interrupt them. Xianxia giggled, but she inwardly felt somewhat anxious. If Han Li didn't stop them, then she wouldn't be able to use the tricks she prepared. It appeared she would have to change her plans. The woman pondered for just a moment and didn't hesitate any further. She formed an incantation gesture and red light brightly glowed from her body. Bowl-sized red fireballs began to appear around her, filling the sky with red lights. The temperature in the arena massively rose and became difficult to endure. Those with lesser cultivation among the spectators were forced to take several steps back before they could endure the heat. Han Li's brow stirred when he saw this, but he remained in his original place. When Lei Lan saw this, she wordlessly spread her wings and cast a spell. Thunder rang from the air and the lightning wrapped around her grew several times thicker. From a distance, it looked as if a huge silver python was coiled in the air before it scattered into countless silver threads in an attack. Each of the silver threads flashed, drilling holes through the fireballs. In the blink of an eye, thunder clapped to no end. Countless fireballs erupted and turned into scattered embers. The ability to control strands of lightning not only surprised Han Li, but it also turned the spectators restless. Xianxia also revealed a trace of surprise, but soon she sneered. With a shake of her sleeve, she released a red mist and had it dance around her. As the red mist brushed through the air, the embers gathered to the red mist and concentrated towards Xianxia. In the blink of an eye, a huge fire cloud appeared in the air, completely hiding Xianxia from view. The fire cloud roiled without end and a series of waves rushed outward. But soon, it condensed back to the center into a giant 30-meter-wide fireball. The fireball turned in the air and let out a fearsome hum before flying in Lei Lan's direction. Lei Lan's face slightly changed and she raised her hand. Silver light erupted, followed by a clap of thunder. Her entire arm was wrapped in countless thin arcs of lightning. In a silver flash, they fused together. With a loud eruption, a huge arc of lightning shot out from her arm to directly meet the giant fireball. With a clap of thunder, a thick bolt of silver lightning entered the huge fireball. Just as most of the crowd believed the silver lightning penetrated the fireball, the lightning disappeared in a flash as if it were consumed. In her alarm, the fireball quickly arrived before her with astonishing momentum. After some brief hesitation, Lei Lan shot backwards and folded her wings around her. Suddenly, layers of lightning began to form around her. In the shining light, she transformed into a silver-white pung bird. Silver lightning jumped across her body and an odd necklace appeared around her neck. A dazzling golden gourd several inches tall floated on top of it. She finally decided to use her last trump card and strike down her opponent. When the huge fireball saw the pung bird, it immediately stopped its tracks. As a muffled explosion boomed, the fireball suddenly transformed into a scarlet firebird. The firebird was several times larger than the pung bird, but the pung showed no fear. With a clear sound, its entire body massively surged in size, rivaling that of the firebird. Afterwards, countless bolts of lightning shot out from its mouth. The firebird was fearless as well and surged its flames. It clawed at the air, releasing 10 crimson claw streaks. The huge wingspan of the birds along with the increasing chaos of the battle concealed nearly half of what was occurring inside the light barrier. Blood and feathers occasionally fell from the air, but an instant later whatever fell to the ground would instantly disappear. This was expected by the crowd. After an early-grade spirit general like Lei Lan transforms, they wouldn't continue to stall the battle while at a disadvantage but aggressively attempt to turn the tide. The lightning surrounding her entire body turned from silver-white to a faint purple, and its might greatly increased. Han Li stared at the lightning bird with his bright-sight spirit eyes, and an odd expression appeared on his face. The others only believed that the lightning bird used a technique on itself to increase the might of its lightning. But with his spirit eyes, he could clearly see that the purple lightning wasn't something that was produced from the bird's body. It came from the small golden gourd that floated around its neck. When a spark of purple lightning from the gourd touched the bird's silver lightning, they seamlessly fused together, turning her silver lightning to a faint purple. The purple lightning sparks also seemed to have quite a background. Xianxia was caught off guard, furious at having lost control of the battle. Although she didn't know what Lei Lan did, she clearly used an extraordinary technique. Otherwise, Lei Lan wouldn't prove to be her opponent given her cultivation. At that moment, Xianxia heard several male voices in her ear. Although their voices weren't loud, they caused her heart to tremble. She promptly discarded her last trace of hesitation and spread her wings in preparation of using her killing move. A strangely long feather shot out from the top of Firebird's head. Then in a burst of flames, the feather turned into an exact copy of the Firebird. It opened its mouth and immediately spat out a chain of fireballs, creating a wave of roiling flames inside the arena barrier. The Pung bird was immediately overwhelmed by the attack from the second Firebird. Seeing that she wouldn't be a match, Lei Lan let out a furious shriek. Fire and lightning collided. The light barrier shuddered and the nearby air began to faintly warp. This also blurred the battle between the Firebird and the Silver Pung. However, it was clear that the Silver Bird was facing imminent crisis and wouldn't hold out for much longer. Perhaps she would soon be defeated with heavy injury. Han Li observed this in silence for a moment longer before he suddenly spread out his wings. In a clap of thunder, he turned into a bolt of white azure lightning. Meanwhile, a black silhouette flickered from another point in the crowd and also silently vanished. Bang! A 30-meter-long golden sword light appeared in the air, cleaving through the clashing fire and lightning as soon as it appeared. But before the sword light reached the battle, a faint white arc suddenly appeared in front of it, producing a sharp metallic shriek. Fire, lightning, and the white arc collided, destroying all trace of one another. When the two Firebirds and the Silver Pung saw the flash of golden light, an incredibly sharp attack had arrived above their heads and swung down. The three birds had no way to block it. In their alarm, they couldn't continue the battle. They immediately withdrew their attacks and retreated. The huge sword light harmlessly fell between the two sides. As for the white arc, it remained in its original place but soon released enormous energy. A windstorm was conjured near it. A large quantity of worldly essence chi gathered at the white arc as if a spatial tear was about to open. The spectators of the battle were thrown into chaos. The lightning bird in particular withdrew her lightning and turned back into her young woman form with an expression of bewilderment on her face. "You aren't a match for her. Don't continue to struggle." A faint voice sounded from behind Lei Lan as if the speaker was right behind her. The silver-clothed woman's face changed and she hastily turned around to find a youth standing there. Han Li. So it was Han Li who had taken action, Lei Lan said with bewilderment. The power of the sword light was something she had expected from a great spirit general. The fearsome sword light and the white scar it produced had disappeared. The worldly essence chi turned calm as well. But at that moment, Han Li wasn't looking at Lei Lan but was staring across from her. Startled, Lei Lan followed his eyes. She discovered that Xianxia also returned to her human form and withdrew her doppelganger. She looked over at them with a mysterious smile. After Han Li separated them, a red-clothed youth with a harsh expression had appeared at her side. The youth was Zhu Yinzi, the Qi Rong holy disciple Lei Lan was most wary of. Lil couldn't help but feel a chill over her heart. Zhu Yinzi smirked and said, "Brother Han, I heard that you've been cultivating overseas all this time and have only recently returned to the Tian Peng race. I am quite curious about your abilities. Could you teach me a thing or two?" The strike Han Li had just released caused his heart to sink. From that display, he knew Han Li's abilities were quite powerful. But in order to take measure of Han Li's true power, he calmly challenged Han Li in accordance with their original plan. Zhu Yinzi's reputation far outshined the likes of Xianxia and Lei Lan. With his appearance, the spectators immediately recognized him. With news that Zhu Yinzi had challenged someone else, the crowd grew excited. It was rare to see two equals of great power face one another. The difference in fame was clear, but the other was a high-grade spirit general. The fight was likely to display things that were rarely seen. Lei Lan frowned when she heard this, but a flash of realization suddenly appeared on her face. It appeared she finally saw that the Qi Rong's objective was her senior martial brother Han standing behind her. She was only bait. "I have no interest in fighting you." Han Li smiled and spoke with a casual tone. "Hee, since you've already entered the restriction, you cannot refuse. Brother Han, please take my attack." The youth raised his hand. With a red flash from his palm, it turned into a scarlet claw, revealing 5 sharp points that glistened like red gems. Han Li frowned. Without another word, the youth swiped his scarlet claw through the air. Space ripped as the 5 scarlet talons shot forward. They instantly vanished after a flash of red light. Han Li's expression stirred, suddenly raising his arm, spreading out his pitch-black fingers in front of him. Suddenly, the air 30 meters in front of him violently shook where 5 claw streaks appeared and blurred towards him. Han Li's expression faintly changed when he saw the scarlet streaks appear. They were originally only a foot long, but when they reappeared, they were 3 meters long. The attacks were continually absorbing nearby spiritual chi and surging in size. But before the streaks grew close, Han Li already sensed an astonishing spiritual pressure directly approaching him. If his cultivation was weaker, the claw streaks would have froze his body and mind, preventing him from reacting as the streaks overwhelmed him. As Han Li fell completely aghast, his pitch-black fingers suddenly flashed with light, producing a small black mountain in the air. In a flash, it immediately turned 30 meters large. Han Li was now securely protected with the black mountain in front of him. Red light flashed, followed by successive muffled bangs. A burning heat drifted towards Han Li, causing him to feel slight burns, but the mountain remained floating in the air, completely unharmed. Zhu Yinzi was shocked by this result. Han Li's spiritual sense quickly brushed past the essence-fused mountain and his face sunk. Bang! He slapped his palm on top of the small mountain. The mountain promptly spun in the air, now pointing the side that was struck in Han Li's direction. On the mountain's black surface, there were partially melted 5-inch-deep claw marks. Han Li coldly snorted and pressed his black hand on the mountain. Black light roamed across the mountain for a spell, mending all the damage that it had incurred. Since Brother Zhu wants a lesson, I'll have to provide instruction. With that said, he blurred, appearing at the side of the mountain. He flapped his wings, revealing an azure punk phantom from his back. Meanwhile, a chain of booms sounded as 4 azure tornadoes soared to the sky around him, filling the air with their screams. Zhu Yinzi glanced at the azure pung phantom from a distance as it spread out its wings. Suddenly, the 4 tornadoes ruptured, sending countless azure wind blades in Zhu Yinzi's direction. For a time, only glaring azure light and tearing winds could be observed from the light barrier. When Zhu Yinzi saw the ferocious might of Han Li's attack, his expression froze. However, his fame was well earned. He took a deep breath and his wings swelled several times in size before he wildly fanned them. Red light brilliantly flashed and dense blooms of flame began to spread all around. With his hands forming an incantation gesture, Zhu Yinzi formed countless scarlet flame arrows and released them. The barrage's momentum was no lesser than Han Li's wind blades. In an instant, the air was divided into 2, with one half filled with azure streaks and faint azure blades and the other filled with sparkling red light and roiling flames. A thin line formed where the attacks met. As azure and red light intertwined, countless explosions boomed. For a time, the 2 sides found themselves in deadlock. Han Li remained expressionless, but his incantation gestures changed and the sound of thunder faintly sounded from his sleeve. With 2 claps, 2 bowl-thick bolts of golden lightning shot out of his sleeve, fusing in midair to form a dense golden lightning WRM. Under Han Li's mental control, the lightning WRM waved its head and tail, flashing 100 meters forward, right in front of Zhu Yinzi. As rolls of thunder sounded out from it, it pounced at him. The lightning WRM's incredible speed frightened even Zhu Yinzi. Without another thought, Zhu Yinzi spat out a scarlet ball gleaming with light. Boom! The ball and the flood dragon collided, resulting in a blinding light. Soon after, the spiritual chi roiled and turned into a 10-meter-wide fire tornado that soared to the sky. The tornado was mixed with sparks of golden lightning and thunder repeatedly clapped from it. A burning wind spread out in every direction. Under the pressure, Zhu Yinzi unconsciously took several steps back and turned to look in Han Li's direction. Startled, his face vastly changed. Han Li was no longer standing in his original place. Rather, he brought Lei Lan near the ground at the edge of the light barrier as if they were about to leave. In his fury, Zhu Yinzi raised his arm and pointed at him. With a rustle of wind, red line briefly flickered and shot forward. However, Han Li was already prepared. With a raised brow, he pointed back. Red light flashed and a similar red line was launched. It was a fire spirit thread. A crackle sounded. The 2 lines flashed in midair, accurately striking one another. As a result, Han Li's fire thread was repelled with slight damage, while Zhu Yinzi's line was disappeared entirely. A short moment later, Han Li and Lei Lan flickered, reappearing outside of the arena barrier. The nearby spectators took several steps back and looked at the two with astonishment. Seeing he could do nothing to prevent Han Li from leaving, he raised his voice and harshly shouted, "Brother Han, you fled without fighting. Do you not fear tarnishing your clan's reputation?" Han Li glanced back at him and indifferently said, "You should understand my thoughts. We can't determine an outcome in a short amount of time. I also carry a heavy responsibility, so we'll only be able to fight later." Soon after, he spread his wings and soared to the distant sky without care. Lei Lan's expression wavered, and she eventually followed after Han Li. When Zhu Yinzi saw Han Li bluntly depart, his expression sank. From the side, Xianxia hesitantly asked, "Senior Marshal Brother Zhu, do you want to pursue them?" Zhu Yinzi snorted, "How would we? We can't fight outside the sparring arena." I didn't think that he would leave so quickly after fighting. Although we've only exchanged 2 blows, we discovered that he's proficient in wind and lightning, so it wasn't a wasted effort. Additionally, we've noticed his small mountain treasure, which blocked my scarlet flame claw. How troublesome. We'll have to go back and think of a way to destroy him. With a careful heart, the woman only uttered a word of acknowledgement. Thus, the two descended and gathered with the Qi Rong in the crowd before departing. The remaining Flying Spirit tribe members then began to discuss the appearance of Han Li. Jin Yu stared at the pitiful silver-robed Lei Lan and coldly asked, "Did I not instruct you 3 times over to not travel alone? Why did you go and fight the Qi Rong at the sparring stage?" At that moment, the Tianpeng Grand Elder was sitting in the first-floor hall of their residence with an icy face. Elder Shi sat at her side. He also appeared displeased. Lei Lan appeared bloodlessly pale. Bai Bai and Han Li stood at the side. Bai Bai was silent, restless, and hung his head while Han Li appeared calm. Not long after Han Li brought back Lei Lan, the 2 elders immediately discovered what happened and rushed over. They were giving a harsh rebuke to the 2 holy disciples. Although the one to blame was Lei Lan, Bai Bai hadn't done anything to stop her and shared responsibility. Lei Lan eventually muttered, "Grand Elder, that Qi Rong disciple Xianxia had a lightning star stone. If I could acquire it, I have at least a 30% chance of later entering the Great Spirit General stage." My judgment wavered. Jin Yu resentfully said, "A lightning star stone? It is no wonder you were tempted, but that wasn't a reason to take such careless actions. Your lives and cultivation are the life and death of the clan. You should understand the weight of your actions. In order to nurture the 2 of you, our clan had provided you with countless medicines and treasures, allowing you to reach this cultivation stage in a short time, and will continue to do so in the future. If this were not the case, you wouldn't have reached Spirit General stage, no matter your talents." Lei Lan didn't reply and simply wore a face of shame. As she thought of something to say, Elder Shi smiled and said, "All right, Elder Jin. Although Lei Lan has been rash, fellow Taoist Han managed to arrive in time and nothing of consequence occurred. Fellow Taoist Han, how do you see the situation? The Qi Rong most likely had doubts about me and wanted to test my skill." Han Li replied with a smile. Elder Shi chuckled and said, "I heard that you stood on equal grounds with Zhu Yinzi and even withdrew yourself. A very wise decision." "I understand how important this matter is," Han Li replied. Jin Yu pondered for a moment and spoke with unquestionable authority. "From this day, none of you 3 will take a step outside this building. You may only rest and cultivate. For other matters, hand them over to us to deal with." "Yes, Grand Elder." Bai Bai and Lei Lan respectfully answered. Han Li offered a salute to express his agreement. To this day, Han Li's identity in the Tianpeng had been odd. He was a holy disciple in name, but in truth, he was closer to a guest official. And with Tianpeng making demands of him, he could only be polite in return. Once Jin Yu and Elder Shi left, Han Li and the 3 entered and remained in secluded cultivation. 2 weeks later, Jin Yu and the other Flying Spirit tribe elders assembled on top of Jade Emperor Peak, discussing something. 2 months later, several thousand huge birds and flying insects rushed past a desolate yellow plateau. Mounted on top of the birds and insects were winged beings. They had set off from Jade Emperor Peak and were on their way to the entrance of the Earth Abyss. Han Li and the Tianpeng were saddled on white huge birds at the center of the group. Although the group was large and they've been flying for quite some time, very little was said on the trip. Han Li also sat cross-legged on his bird and was silently looking around him. The entrance to the Earth Abyss was much farther from Jade Emperor Peak than he imagined. Suddenly, there was an uproar from the Flying Spirit tribe members from the front, and a few of them shouted in alarm. The group suddenly flowed down. Han Li's expression stirred, and he immediately sent his spiritual sense to the front. 500 kilometers in front of them, a huge wall had suddenly appeared before them. It was azure gray and was over a kilometer tall. The wall spread to either side as far as the eye could see. Every 300-meter segment on the wall there stood a pure white jade pillar. The pillar was only 30 meters tall, but its surface gleamed with azure light and was covered in mysterious talisman markings. To the side of the huge wall, there was a dense gathering of round buildings that were 100 meters tall. There seemed to be several thousand in number. Above these buildings flew a myriad of flying spirit tribe beings that were awaiting them. The holy disciples and the elders gradually drew closer before coming to a stop. "Greetings, elders." An azure-armored middle-aged man flew out towards them and saluted them from a distance. "So this year, my old pal Jean Feng was on duty. How fortunate. Brother Jean, you should have received the information we've given you." From Han Li's side, several people flew out. This included an old woman with a cane, a middle-aged man with snow-white hair, and an old man with azure thorns on his face. They were the most influential of the Council of Elders and were speaking to the middle-aged man. Even they appeared very respectful when facing this azure-armored man. Han Li glanced at the azure-armored man and felt his heart tremble. His cultivation was unfathomably deep, no lesser than the 3 grand elders that have rushed to meet him. It was no wonder they were so polite. Furthermore, this person's azure armor was somewhat particular. Its designs were quite simple and its surface was a dull gray, but it has its talisman characters similar to decorative patterns. But when Han Li brushed his spiritual sense past the armor, it gave him a familiar sensation. He took another glance at it, then suddenly widely opening his eyes as if he saw something inconceivable. If he was correct, the so-called azure armor should have been something condensed from extremely concentrated baleful qi. This explained why the aura gave him a familiar feeling. Despite the amount of baleful qi on his body, he appeared well and was able to use it to create armor. This ability was truly outrageous. In his alarm, he looked around and noticed others that were wearing azure armor among the Flying Spirit tribe. Each of them wore armor of varying colors. Blue light flashed from Han Li's eyes and he narrowed his sight. Their armor was also formed from baleful qi. But because of their weaker cultivation or lacking baleful qi, their armor appeared vague as if they weren't as condensed. When Han Li saw the different armors formed by baleful qi, he was deeply shocked and began to ponder about them. At that moment, the azure-armored man looked at the crowd behind the 3 grand elders and wore a smile. How could I forget about our tribe's 300-year trial? However, the demons in the closest Earth Abyss are agitated. If you wait another 2 years, I wouldn't agree with having the trial. The old man chuckled. That is why we moved the date of the trial earlier when we heard your news. There shouldn't be a problem starting now, right? The azure-armored man indifferently answered. No. Although the dark qi is more dangerous than usual, an official eruption will take a year at least. However, the dark demons underground will not stay in the nest levels, so I can't guarantee that the demons on the first 3 layers will be spirit general grade. The chances of encountering high-grade Earth Abyss demons will be much higher, but those at Demon King level won't likely appear. As the dangerous ones, if you find them to be too harmful, don't blame me for not warning you. So long as no Demon King grade existences appear, the trial will go on, the white-haired man said with a firm voice. The old woman frowned and slowly said, I have no objections. If we miss this opportunity, we won't be able to conduct the trial for at least another 100 years. Many of our branches cannot wait that long. The tattooed old man muttered to himself for a moment and nodded with a sigh. The azure-armored man chuckled at their approval and raised his hand to the air. A fist-sized azure light ball shot out. In a flash, it strangely appeared a kilometer in the air. Following the explosion of the light ball, a huge world-shaking boom shook the air and a halo of azure light rushed out from the result. Soon after, a 10-meter-wide azure sun rose to the sky, shining with a blinding light. The armored flying spirit tribe beings behind the azure armored man immediately separated into two lines, forming a path in the air. Their cultivation all differed, but their silent and disciplined movement produced a formless pressure. When the others saw this, the various elders were better off, showing only a brief change in expression, but Han Li and the other holy disciples became restless with most wearing expressions of astonishment. The three elders in front then waved their arms behind them before moving forward together. Suddenly, the entire group went ahead and slowly passed through the armored soldiers in the air. Mounted on top of a huge bird, he narrowed his eyes as he looked at the armored soldiers to either side. He found that most of them wore cold, indifferent faces apart from occasionally looking at them with curious eyes. There were also those that were younger and possessed lesser cultivation. The lowest cultivation among them was at core formation level. And there were many from higher cultivation levels, many of which included those at Great Spirit General stage. Han Li felt apprehension. The Earth Abyss guards that are stationed here were about the same as the guards of Deep Heaven City. However, their numbers were far less than the Deep Heaven guards. But their elites were at a level far beyond those from Deep Heaven City. And considering the people stationed here often fight the demons that emerge from the Earth Abyss, they have richer combat experience than other Flying Spirit tribe members. From the buildings constructed here, it also appears that Earth Abyss guards live here as well. As Han Li's thoughts churned in his mind, the group of holy disciples and elders arrived in front of the span of buildings. The group of elders separated and started guiding the disciples to nearby residences to rest. The trial would soon begin on the morning of the next day. The Tianpeng also entered one of the residences. Jin Yu and Elder Shi guarded the first floor, while the holy disciples were each given their own floor, so they could rest without disturbance. Han Li frowned. Although he was happy there was a night of rest, Jin Yu and Elder Shi had ordered them to remain inside and stay on different floors. It would interrupt his earlier plans. Han Li sat cross-legged on his bed. But he didn't meditate. Instead, his eyes wandered as his mind began to sink into thought. Not long after, he seemed to have thought of something and chuckled to himself. He then stood up and went to the first floor. When he appeared at the bottom of the stairs, he saw Jin Yu and Elder Shi with their eyes closed as they sat down. But immediately after, they opened their eyes at the same time and looked over in his direction. Han Li felt his heart tremble. Fellow Taoist Han, why aren't you getting proper rest? Could it be that you have something urgent to attend to? Rather than Jin Yu, it was Elder Shi who spoke. I have something I wish to do and I want to take a trip outside, Han Li calmly stated. What is it? Jin Yu said with a trace of dissatisfaction. With the trial right around the corner, she hoped that Han Li would obediently rest in his room, rather than be distracted by other things. Han Li smiled and gave an honest answer. In truth, it isn't much. I found that the Earth Abyss Guard's armor was quite peculiar as it was formed from baleful chi. I was hoping of finding someone that could explain the mysteries behind it. Jin Yu paused and then said with an odd expression, you mean the Four Fiend armor technique? The technique requires an immense amount of baleful chi to use. Otherwise, the technique would be too weak. What do you plan to do with it? Elder Shi also felt somewhat surprised. Han Li smiled and formed an incantation gesture. Golden light shined from his body, emitting an astonishingly deep aura. A dense wave of baleful chi soon burst out from the depths of his body. The baleful chi he refined with the Vajra arts began to concentrate all over his body. Both of the elders were astonished by the display of baleful chi. With such dense baleful chi, it is no wonder you're interested in the Four Fiend Amor technique. But you don't need to go outside. The technique isn't kept secret, and I'm proficient in it as well. I can hand over the entire cultivation art to you. With the immense baleful chi on your body, you may even use the technique tomorrow during the trial. As Elder Shi heartily laughed, he spoke the words that Han Li already anticipated. When he saw so many ordinary Earth Abyss guards comprehend this technique, the Tianping elders likely knew this technique as well. Now his assumption was proven correct. Suppressing his joy, Han Li respectfully answered, Senior Shi, I can't thank you enough. But are the techniques easy to comprehend? Would I be able to use them after a night? Elder Shi waved his hand and casually said, So long as fellow Taoist Han assists Lei Lan and bye-bye through the trial, I'm the one who should be thanking you. Don't worry, the technique isn't particularly complicated, and with your cultivation you'll be able to cultivate several layers in a single night. As for the last few layers, they require immense baleful chi, so you won't be able to use them. Hanli nodded several times in response. Jin Yu raised no objections. Instead, she simply closed her eyes again. Elder Shi took out a finger-sized bamboo tube from his robes and muttered to it for a moment before tossing it over to Hanli. I've put the technique in there. You may return. Many thanks, senior. Hanli then took the tube and climbed up the stairs without delay. He sat cross-legged on his bed and pressed the tube against his forehead and immersed it with his spiritual sense. Suddenly, an ancient green script flowed through Hanli's mind, his face becoming entirely still. Not long after, Hanli put away the tube into his storage pouch and his face relaxed. The set of techniques was as Elder Shi had described. They were simple and he'd be able to condense a layer of baleful armor. With that thought, Hanli rested his hands on his knees and began to comprehend the technique. During this time, a layer of faintly black baleful chi began to appear from his body. The baleful chi roiled and went still for a time. Not long after, his surroundings began to violently stir, creating a faint black wind around him and blurring Hanli's figure from sight. On the morning of the second day, Bai and Lei Lan descended to the first flood and quietly joined their elders who were calmly standing there as if they were waiting for something. Both of the elders appeared somewhat hopeful, causing the two holy disciples to feel somewhat baffled. They also turned to look at the stairwell. In the time it took to finish a meal, footsteps sounded from above. In a blur, Hanli appeared at the bottom of the stairs with a smile on his face. Elder Shi's eyes lit up and he asked, "Did you succeed?" Hanli smiled, "Many thanks for your kindness. Senior, I almost have it entirely grasped. I should be able to use it to face the enemy." Jin Yu closely examined Hanli's face and said, "Very good. This trial will prove much more dangerous than normal. Although fellow Taoist Han possesses the cultivation of a high-grade spirit general, I fear you will counter powerful enemies you won't be able to face. That is why Elder Shi and I have prepared to hand over a clan-protecting treasure to you. As such, if you truly come across something unexpected, you'll be able to defend yourself." "A clan-protecting treasure," Hanli said with a tone of surprise. "That's right. This is the lightning WYRM scissors. Take it." As she spoke, she shook her sleeve and sent out an azure light. Hanli unconsciously raised his hand and took the treasure into his hand. Under closer examination, he found that the scissors were only a half-foot long and appeared quite old. Its surface was a deep azure, but the mysterious silver talisman designs showed it was no ordinary item. Hanli stroked his hand across it and sensed a deep icy chi. With joy in his heart, he asked, "Seniors, are you truly lending this to me?" In truth, there were several other treasures in the tribe that are more suitable for use in the Earth Abyss, but I fear those treasures will take up too much time to refine. These lightning WYRM scissors aren't nearly as troublesome. So long as you infuse it with spiritual power, you will be able to use its awesome power to strike down your enemies. As a result, the treasures are also easily seized by enemies as well. Fellow Taoist Han should use it with care. Jin Yu solemnly warned. "Many thanks, senior. I will take great care using it." Hanli didn't hold back and took the treasure with a smile, knowing that this grand treasure was being handed over in order to help preserve the safety of the holy disciples. Jin Yu nodded and spoke to both Bai and Lei Lan but took out nothing else. Hanli didn't pay this any mind. The two should have already been given treasures before they parted from the holy city. During Lei Lan's battle with Hong Sha in the sparring arena, the golden gourd she used should have been one of those treasures. A short moment later, the five walked out from the building and soared to the sky. There were various other branches that had gathered there earlier. This time, none of them were mounted on birds or flying insects. They were all floating with their wings. Also, the holy disciples of the flying spirit tribe's various branches were gathering together, separated from their elders. The holy disciples were now much different than the day before. They wore solemn expression and were whispering to one another. Hanli blinked, simply bringing his fellow holy disciples to the corner of the group and remaining silent. But not long after, Hanli sensed people looking at him. As his heart stirred, he looked back in their direction. 300 meters away, there was a short, skinny girl examining him. Her skin was dark, but strange black tattoos were drawn on her neck. When she saw Hanli looking at her, she smiled. revealing a mouthful of pure white teeth. Han Li felt his heart tremble. He quickly swept his spiritual sense over to her and found that she was also a high-grade spirit general. The strange aura on her body faintly gave him a sense of danger, as if she cultivated a peculiar technique. Han Li showed none of this on his face, instead merely moving his lips. Standing at the side, Bai with his eyes shut suddenly heard Han Li's voice transmission. He opened his eyes in a start and glanced at the skinny short girl. His face greatly changed and he hastily lowered his head. With a voice of awe, Bai replied in a voice transmission, "Brother Han, that is the 7 Pass Race's Ao Qing. She is even more famous than Zhu Yinzi and is one of the most capable disciples of our generation. However, she is incredibly ruthless and her temperament is odd. She'll take the lives of others without provocation. Brother Han had best avoid her attention." Han Li frowned. Just as he thought why that woman was examining him, he suddenly sensed a gloomy look aimed at him. This time he felt genuine hostility. Han Li's expression sank and he looked to the side. At another corner of the crowd, he saw Zhu Yinzi and the other Qi Rong disciples look at them with hostile expressions. Han Li coldly returned a glance and expressionlessly looked away. Given the Qi Rong's attitude to the Tianpeng, they were certain to be up to no good. Han Li felt ill at ease over the matter. Because Han Li and company had come somewhat later, they didn't have to wait for much longer. An hour later, the 3 Grand Elders from the Council and the Azure-armored man appeared in front of the crowd. The entire group then began to move forward and arrived at a small mountain in front of a huge wall. For some unknown reason, the wall was completely barren. There weren't any patrols or watches above the wall. The Azure-armored man then walked in front of the elders and spoke a few words, pointing at the wall. A huge rumbling sounded and the wall stirred. In a flicker of rainbow light flashed, a faint silver spell formation appeared. When the Azure-armored man saw this, he immediately opened his mouth and spat a purple wooden badge. The badge brightly lit up and released a purple beam of light. It flickered several times before striking the heart of the formation. Suddenly, the silver spell formation roiled and beaming light roamed. The formation suddenly vanished, but a huge silver gate appeared underneath the wall. The door was 100 meters tall, gleaming with an icy light. From appearance and weight, it appeared to be formed from pure silver. The Azure-armored man wordlessly put away the wooden badge and swept his sleeve to the huge door in the distance. Suddenly, a purple light mist swept out and struck the huge gate. A huge gong sounded as the silver gate slowly opened. A gray demonic wind immediately blew out from the gate. As it passed, the holy disciples shuddered, feeling as if knives were being pressed against their skin. It was a truly odd sensation. When Han Li felt how odd the wind was, blue light shined from his eyes. The huge gate opened. Without any hesitation, the holy disciples began to walk through the gate. When Han Li saw what was behind it, he felt his blood run cold. As far as the eye could see, there was only black land, completely lacking light and even a single blade of grass. Be it stone or sand, it was only black as well. The sky was covered in a gray mist that appeared quite dense. It was impossible to see through from below and seemed to have no end. There were cracks in between the mist and the earth about 100 meters tall, but one could hear winds harshly whistled without end as if the cracks would consume everything. Everyone that heard this couldn't help but feel a chill. So this is the Earth Abyss Gate. It looks dangerous as expected, Han Li muttered to himself. The old woman with a cane then said, "All right, we've arrived. Apart from holy disciples, no one else will take a step forward. The Earth Abyss Gate is a myriad kilometers outside the mist." Although her voice wasn't loud, everyone could clearly hear it. Those that were restless immediately calmed down. The white-haired man chuckled. "Since we're here, you all must be anxious. Let's begin making the details clear." The old woman glanced at the white-haired man and calmly said, "The Council of Elders would like to inform you that the demons marked for this trial will be different from the past few. If you bring back an infernal flame fruit, you will have passed. This spirit fruit is different from the others in that it is found in the areas that are darkest and filled with filthy qi. The fruit needs to be about 500 years of maturation and each tree only bears one fruit. The darkness on the first level won't be enough for the fruit to grow. Of course, if you're lucky, you could find it there. On the second floor, they may grow there in a small number, but we don't guarantee anything. The third floor is where it is guaranteed that the fruit will grow and in great numbers as well. Act in accordance with your judgment. You have 3 months. After those months, the gate will open again to receive you, regardless if you've succeeded. I hoped you listened well. The old woman's voice was powerful. Knowing the odds of survival through the trial, Han Li listened to each and every one of her words carefully. The tattooed old man sullenly commanded, "Since we've told you the details of the trial, you may set off. In 3 months, I hope I will see most of you again. As for the others, you will turn back. The devil's ceiling gate will close again." With a wave of his sleeve, he made his way back to the outside without any intention of looking around. The white-haired man and the old woman exchanged a glance before closely following after him. The others in the Council of Elders silently followed them. As for the branch elders, they took a few looks at their clan's holy disciples before heading back. Only a small portion of them sent them off with a voice transmission. In the blink of an eye, the huge gate disappeared, leaving behind a few hundred holy disciples looking at each other in dismay. "Hee, what are you all still thinking about? Could it be that you intend to stay here until 3 months later?" A burst of loud laughter erupted from within the crowd, following which a humanoid figure sped toward the distance as a white blur. There were several people behind him following along in silence, and they appeared to be brethren of his. Seeing as someone was leading the way, many people in the crowd also banded together to fly toward the rift beneath the mist. Moments later, only a small portion of people remained on the same spot. These people were chatting among themselves, completely unfazed by the fact that their competition was getting a head start on them. Han Li and the Qirong beings were among these people. Following a resounding boom, the massive gate behind them slowly fell shut. 5 colored lights swirled over its surface, following which the gate disappeared without a trace. A stir ran through the remaining people upon seeing this. "Let's go." Han Li swept his gaze across the giant wall where the silver gate had disappeared before waving a hand and flying through the air as a streak of azure light following a flap of his wings. Bai Bai and Lei Lan immediately followed along as a ball of silver light and a ball of golden light, respectively. As soon as Han Li and the others departed, several beings from foreign races focused their attention on his group. Aside from Qirong beings, there were a few holy disciples from other unfamiliar flying spirit race branches, and all of them looked on with cold and sinister expressions as Han Li and the other gradually faded into the distance. Only after Han Li and the others had disappeared into the mist for a long while did Zhu Yinzi also spur the Qirong beings into action. At this moment, there were only beings a dozen or so flying spirit race branches remaining at the foot of the massive wall. Most of these were branches that were quite powerful and situated very high up on the rankings. However, these people all wore indecisive expressions, and they were casting occasional glances toward the 2 of the remaining holy disciples. One of them was a thin female child with dark skin. She was none other than Ao Qing of the 7-Pass race. In contrast, the other person was a tall and broad man in a suit of black wooden armor. The man appeared to over 30 years of age, with an unsettling light flashing within his 2 pairs of eyes. There was a broadsword that was of the same stature as him strapped to his back, and it was shimmering with cold golden light. It was unknown why he didn't place such a large object into a spatial storage device. For some reason, all of the remaining holy disciples of the other power factions were waiting to see what these 2 were to do, and no one else departed. After a while, the stalemate continued, and Ao Qing's brows furrowed slightly. She then giggled before flying away with a dozen or so of her brethren. A cold light flashed through the eyes of the 4-eyed man upon seeing this, and he strode forward, covering a distance of several tens of feet with a single step, pursuing Ao Qing as he also departed. 3 men from the same race who were just as imposing as he was followed along behind him in silence. All of the other flying spirit tribe beings' expressions eased at the sight of their departure. Many people even immediately gathered together to discuss some things. After a while, these people departed in several successive waves as if everything had been planned out in advance. Thus, the several hundred flying spirit tribe holy disciples all disappeared into the black lands up ahead. The area near the massive wall was now devoid of all beings. At the same time, Han Li, Bai Bai, and Lei Lan were slowly flying through the air at low altitudes of just over 100 feet. The completely still and motionless gray mist up above was only just over 200 feet above their heads, and it stretched for as far as the eyes could see. That, paired with its monotonous and stifling gray hue, made for a very depressing and oppressive effect. What was even more curious was that despite the fact that they were in such a narrow space, there were occasional gusts of stiff winds that blew toward them from up ahead, and those winds were quite chilly. Of course, these winds couldn't harm Han Li and the others, who were all at the deity transformation stage, and they were able to easily shield themselves with spiritual light. Even though many holy disciples had set off before them, most people didn't take the same path. Instead, many of them intentionally looped around in a large circle before advancing from another direction. This was to avoid encountering the holy disciples from the other branches prior to entering the Earth Abyss, thereby potentially leading to conflicts. Han Li had also done the same. After flying for just over 50 kilometers, he led the other two holy disciples to stray away from their original trajectory, choosing to forge ahead from another direction instead. A distance of over 5,000 kilometers wasn't all that far at all for holy disciples like them. As such, even though they'd intentionally slowed their speed, they still arrived at their destination after 2 hours. The scenes up ahead had undergone a change. The sea of mist that had originally hung quite low in the air had risen to a higher altitude here, and the frosty winds sweeping toward them were much fiercer here. The color of the winds had also turned into a dark gray, and as it buffeted their bodies, layers of black ice and frost instantly materialized on their spiritual light barriers. Of course, these winds were still unable to pose any threat to Han Li's trio, but all of them thickened the layer of protective spiritual light around their bodies. A while later, all of them had emerged from those strange black winds, and they appeared in an unfamiliar place. This was a flat space with an indeterminate radius, and their surroundings were enshrouded by those frosty black winds. There was still the same gray mist hanging in the air, but its altitude had risen to over 10,000 feet, and it was tumbling and surging erratically, creating a vastly different sight from the sea of mist they witnessed during the previous parts of their journey. However, none of that caught the attention of Han Li's trio. Instead, all of them were looking down below. The black land down below had completely disappeared, and a gargantuan bottomless abyss stood in its place. There was black mist wafting throughout the entire abyss, and gusts of frosty black winds would occasionally billow out from within. Han Li scanned his eyes downward to discover that he was unable to determine the dimension of this abyss, just as he'd been unable to ascertain the dimensions of the space they were currently situated in. The three of them hung in midair by the abyss, and in the face of this vast space and colossal abyss, they were as insignificant as mere ants. This appears to be the gate of the Earth Trial. Let's descend, but be on your guard. Even though it's unlikely that we'll encounter Earth Abyss demons right away, it's still better to be safe than sorry. After appraising the abyss for a short while, Han Li issued a calm instruction for flapping his wings and plunging into the abyss, disappearing into the black mist following a few flashes. Bai Bai and Lei Lan immediately followed suit. Han Li slowly descended into the abyss with azure light flashing all of his body, and 7 or 8 fist-sized moonlight stones hovering around him. These stones were radiating white light that illuminated everything within an area of over 300 feet. Looking around at the tumbling mist nearby, Han Li heaved a faint internal sigh. The mist hadn't been very dense when he had first descended into the abyss, and he was able to clearly survey his surroundings even without using his spirit eyes. However, after descending for tens of thousands of feet, the mist immediately became several times denser. With Bai Bai and Lei Lan following close behind him, he naturally wasn't going to use his spirit eyes unless the situation absolutely demanded its usage, so he summoned these moonlight stones instead. As such, he was able to see his surroundings with relative clarity. However, it was just as he'd expected. This Earth Abyss gate was extremely vast, and even though they were so deep within the abyss already, they were still yet to encounter any demons. This was naturally something that Han Li really liked to see. After descending for a while longer, the mist down below suddenly became more sparse, and the black winds that had appeared from time to time had also disappeared. Han Li and the others stirred upon seeing this. They knew that they were finally about to reach the first level of the Earth Abyss. A short while later, Han Li peered through the thin mist down below with narrowed eyes, and finally saw something different. A black and yellow stretch of land had appeared before his eyes, and it is quite a lush land with massive trees growing on it and even a few strange-looking gray birds circling around in the air. As soon as Hanli and the others emerged from the mist, Bai murmured, "This should be the world of the Earth Abyss. It doesn't look like anything special. The first level of the Earth Abyss has been corrupted by the aura of darkness for a long time, but it's the most shallow of the 7 layers. As such, aside from some demon beasts of the lowest caliber, there are also large numbers of normal beasts residing here. However, all of these beasts are extremely violent, and the vast majority of them are ferocious carnivorous beasts. The most powerful ones among these beasts are not inferior in power to low-grade demon beasts," Lei Lan explained. Hanli remained completely expressionless, as if he were looking at but not seeing the scenes that lay before him. In reality, he had instantly swept his spiritual sense across an area with a radius of over 1,000 kilometers and didn't discover the presence of any holy disciples or other powerful beings. It appeared that this place was definitely safe. "Let's go down," Hanli instructed before descending. Lei Lan and Bai naturally followed along behind him. An unsettling cry erupted as the gray birds down below discovered the presence of Hanli's trio, and they immediately pounced without any hesitation. Hanli narrowed his eyes, and only now did he catch a clear glimpse of these strange birds. Their beaks were long and thick, and were filled to the brim with sharp fangs. There wasn't a single feather to be seen on their bodies, and all of them had strange gray skin as well as a bent single horn growing on each of their heads. Hanli harumphed coldly as he flicked a few fingers through the air. Several streaks of golden sword chi shot forth in a flash, instantly puncturing the bodies of these birds. Blood rained down from above as these birds plummeted toward the ground. However, before their carcasses had even fallen into the forest, a few thunderous roars erupted, following which the ground below began to tremor violently. It appeared that there were many massive beasts fighting over something. A hint of surprise flashed through Hanli's eyes as he cast his gaze toward the source of the commotion. He then descended to an altitude of just over 1,000 feet and flew toward a direction that he'd decided on in advance. According to the holy disciples who'd participated in these trials in the past, there are many entrances from the first to the second level. However, there are only a dozen or so entrances among those that are relatively safe. It's almost impossible to find infernal flame fruits on the first level, so let's head straight to the second level. The entrance that I've chosen is one that's quite secluded. Even though it'll take us more time to get there, we'll be able to avoid the ambushes set up by the enemies of our race, Hanli explained as he flew through the air. Bai's brows furrowed slightly, seeming opposed to Hanli's proposed course of action, but refrained from saying anything. Meanwhile, Lei Lan simply didn't really care. Hanli smiled upon seeing this, and he didn't say anything further. Just because he was providing an explanation didn't mean he was discussing the matter with them. Seeing as the Tianpeng race had asked him to protect these 2 holy disciples and ensure their success in this trial, then he naturally had to lead the way. The 2 holy disciples' cultivation bases were far inferior to his, so he wasn't afraid that they'd go against orders. Thus, the 3 of them flew wordlessly at a low altitude, heading straight for the entrance to the second level. It was said that the Earth Abyss had 7 levels, and each successive level was far more vast than the previous one. Even so, the area of the first level was certainly nothing to be scoffed at. As such, it would take around 4 to 5 days for Hanli's trio to reach the entrance they were heading toward. The journey was quite smooth on the first day. They flew over a dense forest the entire time and occasionally encountered a few groups of suicidal beasts, but no mishaps occurred. However, on the morning of the second day, all 3 of them were suddenly struck by the feeling that their surroundings had darkened significantly. Hanli looked up with a surprised expression to find that the gray mist in the air above, which had been emanating faint light, had disappeared. It had been replaced by a vast expanse of black rocks that were situated in the air at altitudes of over 100 feet, and there were stalactites hanging from them. There were even some lush patches of moss and vines growing along the surface of these rocks. They'd flown out of the area encompassed by the gate of the Earth Abyss and finally officially arrived in the first level of the underground world. Thankfully, the trees here all glowed with a faint light, perhaps due to the fact that they'd been growing in darkness for long periods of time, and there were unknown minerals on the ground that were also shimmering faintly. As such, their surroundings weren't entirely pitch black, and they could still see many things even from a distance. It was just that the feeling in the air had completely changed in that surroundings seemed to have become more sinister and menacing. Furthermore, the occasional clouds of black mist and gusts of frosty winds that swept toward them further contributed to this harrowing sensation. However, what was especially worthy of note was that not long after they'd flown into this dark area, Hanli felt his spiritual sense being restricted and he could only release it out of his body for several hundred feet. He had mastered the great development technique, so his spiritual sense was far superior to cultivators of the same cultivation base. As such, Bai Bai and Lei Lan were most likely only able to release their spiritual sense for several tens of feet at most. With that in mind, Hanli cast his spiritual sense behind him, and sure enough, both of the holy disciples were wearing grim expressions on their faces. However, none of them were all that surprised by this occurrence. Prior to departing from the holy city, the Tianpeng race elders had warned them about this. Not only did intruders like them have their spiritual sense handicapped, even the native dark demon beasts of the earth abyss were also afflicted by this. However, these demon beasts had been dwelling in the earth abyss for a long time, so they were already accustomed to this handicap. In contrast, the beings of the flying spirit race were naturally yet to acclimatize to this, and it was quite an unsettling experience for most. In spite of this, Hanli remained completely unfazed. After all, it wasn't the first time that he'd encountered a situation where his spiritual sense had been restricted, so he was quite experienced. After flying onward for several more hours, Hanli's brows suddenly furrowed. He raised a hand and quickly pointed a finger toward the moonlight stones hovering up ahead. All of these moonlight stones immediately exploded and disappeared into nothingness. The azure light flashing from Hanli's body also faded as he came to an abrupt halt. Their surroundings had become blurry and indistinct, and even the black winds sweeping toward them seemed to have cooled even further. Bai Bai and Lei Lan had also reflexively faltered in their flight, but neither of them knew why Hanli had stopped. A curious look appeared on Lei Lan's face, but before the two of them had a chance to raise any questions, a gentle buzzing sound suddenly rang out from their surroundings. This sound then gradually intensified, following which countless green specks of light appeared before rapidly converging toward the three of them. "In spider wasps!" Lei Lan immediately exclaimed with alarm. Bai Bai's expression also changed drastically upon hearing this. Indeed, these low-grade demonic wasps are the most troublesome to deal with among all of the low-grade demon beasts of the earth abyss. They like to attack all moving and glowing objects, so they must have been attracted by the moonlight stones, Hanli said in a calm voice. Even without that introduction from Hanli, Lei Lan and Bai Bai were well aware of the behavioral patterns of these wasps. Within the balls of green light, there were countless tiny sinister creatures with the upper bodies of spiders and the lower bodies of wasps. Their bodies were entirely green in color with an exception of a series of yellow rings, and they gave off a very sinister appearance. From a rough visual estimation, it appeared that there were over 10,000 of these demonic wasps hanging in the air around them. As such, even early spirit generals like Bai Bai and Lei Lan were forced to regard the situation with caution. It wasn't that they were fearful of these mere demonic wasps. It was just that, with their vast numbers, killing all of them would expend quite a bit of energy, and they had only just entered the first level, so they didn't want to engage in any unnecessary battles. However, these demonic wasps didn't appear to be willing to let them leave without a fight, so they could only prepare for battle. One of them spread open their wings, which were crackling with thin arcs of silver lightning, while the other made a hand seal, and faint golden threads of light appeared behind around their body. Hanli glanced at the two of them before opening his mouth to expel a ball of silver flames. The fireball transformed into a fist-sized silver fire raven in a flash. The fire raven spread its wings before self-detonating on the spot, transforming into over 100 silver sparks that spilled forth in all directions. An incredible scene then ensued. As soon as the silver sparks entered the surrounding specks of green light, the latter was instantly snuffed out. Even though there were only just over 100 of these silver sparks, the green specks of light in the surrounding area were completely unable to bypass them en route to Hanli's trio. Bai Bai and Lei Lan were quite astonished to see this. Spider wasps were renowned for being extremely troublesome to deal with, so they naturally weren't that easy to destroy. These wasps were actually manifestations of a type of dark impure energy, so it was very difficult to kill them with normal attacks. Even if they were slain by physical attacks, they could draw upon the aura of darkness around them to recover to full health in a very short time. The only way to completely eradicate them was to completely destroy their bodies, leaving no trace behind. That was why these demonic wasps were so renowned as troublesome obstacles despite the fact that they were only low-grade demon beasts. Of course, these demonic wasps only posed such a major hindrance in a place like this that was rife with the aura of darkness. If they were to appear above the ground, then they'd immediately lose this ability. In fact, many other demon beasts in the Earth Abyss were significantly more powerful in this environment and would be severely debilitated if they were to be taken out of their natural habitat. This was also the main reason why the Flying Spirit race was able to seal off the entrance to the Earth Abyss so effectively. If the Earth Abyss demon beasts didn't possess this glaring weakness, then the Flying Spirit race wouldn't be able to restrict them so easily. The spirit engulfing heavenly flames appeared to be drifting through the air in a gentle and harmless manner. But in reality, every single spark completely incinerated a spider wasp as soon as contact was made, and even the aura of darkness within their bodies was completely engulfed. As such, there was naturally no way for these wasps to recover. Furthermore, the spirit engulfing heavenly flames possessed traces of spiritual nature, so they could attack enemies of their own accord even without instructions from Han Li's spiritual sense. As such, Han Li merely stood in midair for a while with his hands clasped behind his back, and all of the spider wasps were completely eradicated. He then waved a hand through the air in a casual manner, and all of the silver sparks converged to form a fist-sized fire raven again, which disappeared into his body in a flash. "Let's go," Han Li prompted before flying ahead as a streak of azure light. Lei Lan and Bai Bai could only forcibly repress the astonishment in their hearts as they followed along in silence. Regardless of how conceited they were or what they thought of Han Li after that display of power, they no longer expressed any signs of opposition to Han Li's orders. Thus, the three of them traveled through this humid forest for a day and a night before finally emerging on the other side. The scenes up ahead changed drastically, and the trio was greeted by the sight of a strange silver desert. From afar, it appeared that every single grain of sand in the entire desert was emanating a cold light, creating an extremely bleak and barren sight. Is my memory playing tricks on me? According to the annotations on the map, this should be a large river. Why is it a desert instead? Han Li hovered in midair as he carefully inspected a formation plate with a hint of surprise on his face. "You're right, Brother Han, this is indeed where a river should be on the map." Bai Bai and Lei Lan were also quite bewildered after inspecting their maps. Could it be that the river's dried out and all of the water has seeped into the second level? Lei Lan speculated. "Doesn't look like it. Even if all the water has seeped away, what's this desert doing here?" Han Li immediately shook his head in disagreement. "Then what do you think happened here, Brother Han?" Bai Bai asked with a smile. "I don't know, but there's no need for us to delve any further into this matter. We're merely traveling, not conducting a geographic survey of the Earth Abyss. Let's keep going. Just make sure to keep your guard up after we enter the desert." Han Li replied in a calm voice following a brief silence. "That's true," Bai Bai chuckled. Thus, the three of them flew into the silver desert up ahead as streaks of spiritual light. Even though they had spoken about this place in a rather nonchalant manner, all of them reflexively flew a little fast after entering the desert, trying to get away from the slightly unsettling place as quickly as possible. The three of them flew for tens of thousands of kilometers, but they were still greeted by nothing but silver grains of sand, and not even a single blade of grass had been sighted. All of a sudden, Han Li's expression changed as blue light flashed through his eyes, and he abruptly turned toward a certain direction. "What's that?" "What is it, Brother Han?" Bai Bai asked with a hint of alarm. "There appears to be an oasis over there, and I can detect the scent of blood in the air," Han Li replied in a solemn voice. "I can also smell that, and it's indeed coming from that direction." Lei Lan chimed in with furrowed brows. "Could it have been left behind by some Earth Abyss beasts?" Bai Bai speculated in a hesitant voice. "That doesn't seem to be the case. The world's origin chi over there is clearly a little chaotic, which suggests that some kind of ability had been unleashed there. We should go and have a look," Lei Lan suggested. "Sure." Bai Bai was rather unwilling to comply with Lei Lan's suggestion, but didn't offer any objection seeing as Han Li hadn't turned down this proposal. Thus, The three of them changed directions and headed straight toward the place where the scent of blood was emanating from. After flying for close to 10 kilometers, a smudge of green appeared up ahead, and there really was an oasis there that was around half a kilometer in size. The three of them arrived in the air above the oasis in the blink of an eye. In reality, the so-called oasis was black and yellow in color, and there were almost no tall trees there. Most of the plants growing on the oasis were a few short bushes and unknown weeds. There was a pond that was over 100 feet in size situated at the center of the oasis, but the water within the pond was crimson in color. The bodies of a dozen or so black abyss beasts of different sizes littered the ground beside the pond, and they had all been punctured by a series of stone spikes. The blood within these carcasses was flowing relentlessly into the pond, and the entire oasis was filled with the nauseating scent of blood and gore. Why would these beasts have appeared in the desert? They should be inhabiting the forest that we just passed through, Lei Lan mused with a surprised expression. They've only been recently slain. Otherwise, their blood would have coagulated by analyzed after some close inspection. Meanwhile, Hanli appraised the situation before suddenly flying in circles around the oasis. Moments later, he returned to his original spot and fixed his gaze on that crimson pond. Did you discover something, Brother Han? Lei Lan asked in a curious voice. I have indeed, Hanli replied as he swept a sleeve toward the ground. A burst of golden light shot forth before splitting up into 7 or 8 streaks of sword chi that disappeared into the ground around the pond. Lei Lan and Bai both faltered upon seeing this, yet before they realized what was happening, a series of anguished howls suddenly erupted from the spots where the streaks of sword chi hand punctured the ground, following which several bursts of black blood came flowing to the surface. The nearby ground exploded as several ape-like demons emerged. Each and every one of these ape demons was several feet tall with 2 pairs of ears. They were all wielding crude stone spears, but the tips of those spears were emanating faint white light. As soon as those apes appeared, Bai recalled something before exclaiming, "Those are resentful ape beasts. That means this oasis is an illusion created by a giant spirit flower." Giant spirit flower? Lei Lan exclaimed while Han Li's eyes flashed. Right at this moment, violent tremors ran through the ground beneath them amid a series of rumbling booms. At the same time, a crimson shadow flew forth from the blood water in the pond, appearing in front of Han Li in a flash before pouncing viciously toward his face. Lei Lan and Bai were alarmed to see this, but the crimson shadow was far too fast for them to offer their assistance to Han Li. However, Han Li himself merely harumphed coldly as his arm shot forth in a blur. Following a loud thump, a hand that was as pristine white as jade appeared before him like lightning, catching that crimson shadow firmly in its grasp. Only then did the holy disciples catch a clear glimpse of the creatures. This was a crimson being that was around as thick as a human arm and resembled a long tongue. There was a fist-sized ball of flesh growing on the front part of its body, which was riddled with black spikes that were around an inch in length each, and all of these spikes were squirming incessantly. However, it was as if Han Li's hand wasn't even made from blood and flesh, as he was able to grasp directly onto those black spikes without any fear of injury. Right at this moment, 5 white skulls suddenly emerged from his 5 fingers. The skulls opened their mouths in unison, and a burst of 5 colored flames erupted from within. Almost in the blink of an eye, the tongue-like creature was frozen into a strip of 5-colored ice. Han Li immediately swatted the frozen creature, and it shattered amid the sound of cracking chinaware before disintegrating into a swath of light. A thunderous demonic roar erupted from the ground below, and it seemed to be filled with pain and fury. Crimson light swirled within the pond, and the blood water vanished in the blink of an eye. The entire oasis then crumbled amid a resounding boom, revealing a massive object. The top of the object was absolutely gargantuan, while its bottom was extremely thin. It was a massive demonic flower of a similar size to the oasis that had been present until a moment ago. The petals of this demonic flower were of the same silver hue as the sand in this desert, but the core of the flower was as crimson as blood and was formed from the blood pond. The tongue-like creature that had just attacked Han Li was only one of its thick filaments. Not only that, but several tens of those so-called resentful ape beasts were standing atop the flower's gigantic petals, and all of these beasts were looking upward with sinister expressions. At the same time, they made hurling motions with the spears in their hands, and several tens of foot-long stone spikes appeared before flying toward Han Li's trio. So this is a giant spirit flower? It is indeed quite interesting, but isn't this flower a mid-grade demon beast? Aren't there supposed to be very few mid-grade demon beasts on the first level? Han Li mused with a faint smile. On this occasion, there was no need for him to do anything. Lei Lan and Bai raised their hands in unison, sending for a vast expanse of silver lightning and golden threads that intertwined to pulverize the oncoming stone spikes. Just because there are very few of them doesn't mean that they won't appear, Brother Han. On top of that, we chose to commence the trial at a very bad time, as this is the exact time period before the demon beast torrent of the Earth Abyss. Hence, it's not all that strange to see mid-grade demon beasts appear on the first level. Lei Lan explained with furrowed brows. Even though this was a mid-grade demon beast, it was far less troublesome of an opponent than those spider wasps from before, so she remained completely unfazed. Is that so? I've heard that this flower's nectar is an exceptional pill refinement ingredient. Seeing as we've encountered one, why don't procure some of this nectar? Han Li suggested with a smile as he suddenly flicked his 10 fingers downward. 10 small golden swords shot forth from between his fingers, hurtling downward as 10 streaks of golden light. A loud roar erupted from the core of the flower, following which countless red shadows shot forth, attempting to strike down the flying swords. If a normal flying spirit race being were to encounter such a ferocious attack, it would be quite a headache for them to deal. However, Han Li merely pointed a finger toward his flying sword, and brilliant golden light erupted from the swords, completely vanquishing the oncoming red shadows. The golden light then swayed once again to manifest several tens of streaks of identical sword chi that came raining down from above. The resentful ape beasts seemed to be aware that they were facing a crisis of life and death upon seeing this, and they let loose sharp screeches as they hurled forth their stone spears. All of the spears also transformed into tens of streaks of white light mid-flight as they flew toward the streaks of sword chi. However, these crude stone spears were naturally no match for the powerful azure bamboo cloud's warm swords. As such, they were immediately reduced to powdered stone in the face of the sharp flying swords. Immediately thereafter, the streaks of golden sword chi merely flew around the resentful ape beasts, and all of them were sliced in half. At the same time, the streaks of sword chi sliced viciously into the demonic flower, instantly shredding it into countless pieces. The massive flower crashed heavily onto the ground with large volumes of green liquid flowing from it all over the ground. The giant spirit flower and those resentful ape beasts had been slain by Han Li in one fell swoop. Lei Lan and Bai were left with nothing to do, and they could only glance at each other with wry smiles on their faces. All right, I'll go down and get some nectar, and we'll continue in our journey after that, Han Li instructed as he withdrew his flying swords. He then descended toward the ground before flipping his hand over to produce a small green vial, which he pointed toward the now incomplete core of the flower. A burst of azure light immediately shot forth, sweeping over the flower's core and extracting balls of pink liquid that entered the vial. Han Li shook the small vial, and a peculiar fragrance wafted toward him. A smile appeared on his face, and the small vial disappeared amid a flash of azure light. Lei Lan and Bai also descended before producing containers to extract some nectar for themselves. Let's go! Han Li spread his wings and rose into the air again. Bai immediately followed suit as a streak of golden light. Lei Lan was about to do the same when she cast a glance at the remains of the giant flower on the ground, and for some reason she decided to flick a finger toward it. A loud thunderclap erupted as an arc of silver lightning shot forth, striking and destroying the yellow branch that remained connected to the demonic flower. Only then did she spread her wings and fly toward Han Li and Bai. Thus, the three of them disappeared in the blink of an eye, and peace and quiet returned to the area. 2 hours later, the ground nearby suddenly tremored, following which several massive black tendrils abruptly emerged from the ground amid a resounding boom. Immediately thereafter, a black demonic flower that was several times larger than the giant spirit flower that had just been destroyed appeared from the ground below. The flower was like a gigantic mountain, and the tendrils connected to it slapped onto the ground, thereby allowing it to stabilize itself. Right at this moment, an enraged voice sounded from atop the flower. Who would dare to destroy the spirit flower? At the center of the giant black flower, there was a silver wooden chair, atop which sat a slender figure holding a green leather whip with a set of blurry facial features. Yellow light flashed and a furry figure suddenly appeared before the silver chair. It immediately half-knelt onto the ground in an extremely respectful manner as it said, "There's no need to be enraged, mistress. The flower appears to only have been destroyed recently, so the perpetrators couldn't have gotten far away. Allow me to do some investigating first." "All right, then. I still have to conduct the sacrificial ceremony, so I'll leave this to you. Regardless of who it is, make sure that they die for what they did," the woman said in a cold voice before cracking her whip into the empty air. A white rift appeared in a flash, and spatial fluctuations erupted nearby. Immediately thereafter, boundless black mist erupted from within the white rift, and it appeared that space had been torn open by the whip. "Yes, mistress." The short, furry figure shuddered as it ducked its head even lower. "Go now. I'll be returning to the 3rd level on my own," the woman instructed before tapping a foot on the massive black flower beneath her. Black light immediately flashed from the gigantic flower as silver formations of different sizes appeared over its surface. Silver light then flashed and bursts of inky black mist billowed out from these formations, forming a sea of mist that enshrouded the entire giant flower in the blink of an eye. A rumbling thunderclap erupted from within the mist, following which the sea of mist was dispelled by gusts of fierce winds amid a few arcs of flashing silver lightning. The flower and the slender woman abruptly disappeared on the spot, and only the furry figure remained, still half-knelt on the ground. After around the 5 minutes, the short humanoid figure finally rose to its feet and slowly raised its head, revealing a set of ape-like facial features and 2 pairs of ears. Its green eyes were quite small, but they were shimmering with a cold and sinister light. This was a resentful ape beast with dark yellow fur, and it seemed to have attained intelligence. The demonic ape appraised its surroundings before abruptly opening its mouth to expel a burst of yellow mist that enshrouded the remains of the giant flower. An incredible turn of events unfolded. Within this yellow mist, the giant spirit flower quickly disintegrated into a vast expanse of viscous green liquid. The mist then swept up this green liquid and drew it into the demonic ape's stomach. The ape then closed its eyes while green light appeared within its nostrils and 4 ears. At the same time, its yellow fur had turned green and was shimmering faintly. This resentful ape beast stood still on the spot for a long while 2 of its 4 ears suddenly twitched slightly. Not long after this, a ball of red light flashed from the distance. There was a portly man within the red light who appeared to be in his 30s, and he had a pair of green wings on his back, as well as a pair of sharp horns on his head. A cunning light was shimmering from his beady eyes, and he was a holy disciple from one of the other branches of the flying spirit race. For some reason, he had chosen the same route as Han Li and the others, and he appeared to be traveling alone. However, this man appeared to be extremely cautious, so it had naturally already noticed the demonic ape up ahead. Thus, the fatso stopped in midair several hundred feet away from the demonic ape before looking down at it with a hint of surprise on his face. Even though the demonic ape had converted the remains of the giant spirit flower into liquid and consumed it, the fissures on the ground from when the giant black flower had emerged were quite astonishing to behold. Meanwhile, the demonic ape stood motionlessly on the spot with his eyes tightly shut while green light flashed within his nose and ears. It seemed to have completely detached itself from the outside world. As such, this scene struck the onlooker with the illusion that the ape had just fought some kind of gargantuan being and had sustained severe injuries in the process. As a result, it was forced to entering a state of recuperation, thereby rendering it completely defenseless. That was clearly the conclusion that the holy disciple had arrived at, and a hint of excitement appeared on his face at the sight of the demonic ape. Even though the objective of this trial wasn't to kill demons, being able to slay a high-grade Earth Abyss demon beast would undoubtedly earn him bountiful rewards such as its demon core, as well as other ingredients and materials that could be procured from its body. No one would be willing to give up a chunk of delicious meat that was there for the taking. However, this holy disciple was extremely cautious and didn't spring into action in a reckless manner. Instead, he surveyed the demonic ape in silence from afar. After a long while, the demonic ape still hadn't moved at all, and he was finally lulled into a sense of security. A sinister smile appeared on his face as he abruptly rubbed his hands together. A ball of flames erupted from between his palms, and the flames then transformed into a log-fiery spear that was around 20 feet in length. The tip of the spear was extremely sharp, and it was enshrouded in a layer of scorching crimson flames. The holy disciple then spread its wings and sped toward the demonic ape as a streak of red light. Even though this holy disciple had a rather portly figure, he was unleashed some kind of secret technique that not only allowed him to fly extremely quickly, it also ensured a soundless flight, thereby resulting in an extremely stealthy approach. In the blink of an eye, the streak of red light had appeared just over 100 feet away from the demonic ape, yet the demon beast remained standing motionlessly on the spot. The holy disciple was ecstatic to see this, and he immediately thrust forth his spear without any hesitation. The spear whistled through the air as a streak of red light before puncturing the demonic ape's body in a flash. However, an elated expression had only just appeared on his face before it changed drastically. The body of the demonic ape had vanished right after the fiery spear had punctured it, and it was thus revealed to have only been a projection. Crap! The holy disciple immediately flapped his wings with alarm to try and flee the scene. However, it was already too late. A blurry green figure suddenly appeared in the air above before pouncing onto the man's body in a flash. A dull thump erupted, and a ball of green mist exploded before enshrouding the holy disciple's entire body. A blood-curdling howl rang out as the red spiritual light around the man's body vanished like snow melting under the scorching sun, having been completely eroded by the green mist. The holy disciple only flew for around 100 feet further before plummeting to the ground as a puddle of green liquid. This holy disciple hadn't even had a chance to unleash any of his abilities before he had been slain. At this moment, the green mist surged before manifesting into that demonic ape again. The ape took a cold glance at the liquid on the ground before opening its mouth to consume it. In hindsight, this holy disciple really had perished in extremely unfortunate circumstances. If everything had taken place above the ground, where he would have had full access to his spiritual sense, there was no way that he would have been deceived so easily by a projection, and he certainly would have sensed the demonic ape's presence before it had gotten so close to him. The demonic ape smacked its lips before murmuring to itself in a thoughtful manner that was a flying spirit tribe being, eh? That makes sense, considering the date of their trial's commencement is about to arrive soon. That means the ones who had destroyed the giant spirit flower were most likely from the flying spirit tribe as well. With that in mind, the demonic ape sniffed the air before turning its gaze toward the direction that Han Li's trio had departed in. A sinister smile appeared on its face as it flew through the air as a cloud of green mist, disappearing into the distance in the blink of an eye. What? You want us to take this? Lei Lan's brows were tightly furrowed as she appraised the shimmering white jade badge in her hand with bewilderment in her eyes. Bai Bai was also holding an identical object with puzzlement in his eyes. These two jade badges were both pristine and translucent with silver runes on their surfaces, and it was quite apparent that they were extremely valuable items. Han Li had suddenly produced them a moment ago and asked the two holy disciples to carry the badges with them. Aside from protective properties, the main functions of these badges are aura concealment and location tracking. If some kind of mishap occurs and we end up being separated, we may be able to find one another again using these badges, Han Li explained. These two badges were treasures known as limitless badges, and he'd purchased them in Deep Heaven City for a high price. The current situation was perfect for their usage. At this moment, they had emerged from the desert and were situated on a small mountain. As a safety precaution, Han Li had produced these two treasures and was asking the two holy disciples to take one each. Thank you for your kind offer, Brother Han, but I don't have a habit of carrying other people's treasures. Lei Lan refused with a dark expression. Bai Bai also shook his head with a faint smile on his face. Han Li didn't force the issue. He merely stowed the jade badges away with a faint chuckle. Seeing as you're unwilling to carry the badges, then so be it. However, seeing as mid-grade demon beasts have appeared even on the first level, it appears our journey won't be devoid of risk as we'd initially thought. I have a flying treasure with concealment abilities. If we continue in our journey using it as a transportation device, it could spare us a lot of trouble, Han Li suggested. I'm fine with flying treasures. Lei Lan agreed with a smile on this occasion. Bai also nodded in response. Han Li smiled as he swept a hand over his storage bracelet, upon which a yellow flying carriage that was narrow up front and wider at the back appeared before them. The carriage appeared to have been refined from some kind of spirit wood and seemed to be very light. However, it also appeared to have been very intricately constructed, and many formations seemed to have been set up on it. The carriage was around 70 to 80 feet in size, so it was more than enough to house the three of them. This was one of the flying carriages that Han Li had collected prior to departing from Deep Heaven City, so he had a variety to choose from depending on the situation. Lei Lan and Bai glanced at one another before following Han Li onto the carriage. Han Li patted the flying carriage, casting several incantation seals into it. The carriage immediately tremored before a white barrier of light appeared over it, enshrouding the entire flying carriage within. As the barrier of light swirled, the entire carriage gradually became transparent until it was virtually invisible. The carriage then sped into the distance. "Brother Han, why didn't you use this treasure from the start?" Bai asked with a smile after inspecting the carriage for a while. "This carriage is very useful, but it has a flaw," Han Li replied in an ambiguous manner. "And what flaw is that?" Lei Lan was also getting rather curious. If I want to use this carriage's concealment ability, I have to power it with high-grade wood attribute spirit stones, and the expenditure is quite high. Furthermore, aside from having decent concealment abilities and speed, this carriage's defensive properties are quite lackluster, so it can easily be destroyed by attacks. As such, I wouldn't normally use it unless it was necessary to do so," Han Li explained. Bai and Lei Lan nodded in response and didn't make any further inquiries. Thus, the flying carriage whizzed through the air, disappearing into the distance in the blink of an eye. Unbeknownst to Han Li's trio, in the extremely far distance behind them, a ball of green mist faltered in midair before a low roar of rage erupted from within it. Immediately thereafter, it also accelerated as it hurtled ahead. Within a canyon that was closest to the gate leading to the first level of the Earth Abyss, there was a group of 7 or 8 flying spirit tribe beings advancing in a cautious manner. The being leading the way had red skin and dark expression on his face. These were none other than Zhu Inzi and the Qi Rong race holy disciples. The further they advanced in the canyon, the deeper they went into the abyss. The entire space up ahead was completely pitch black without even the slightest hint of light, as if they'd made their way down into an infernal hell. However, all of the Qi Rong beings' eyes were shimmering with piercing red light, allowing them to see in the darkness, so all of them remained quite calm. Not long after that, a strange cry erupted from the darkness up ahead, and a vast flock of bird-sized bats with purplish-red eyes pounced toward them while letting loose sharp screeches. Zhu Inzi was flying at the forefront of the group, and he merely looked on with expressionlessly at the menacing oncoming bats before abruptly flapping his wings. Countless feathers shot forth amid a flash of red light before transforming into countless streaks of fire that passed through the flock of bats in the blink of an eye. A series of loud explosions erupted, and all of the bats plummeted from the sky as fireballs, with not a single one surviving that attack. Thus, the Qi Rong beings continued onward without even being slowed down at all, and quickly disappeared into the darkness. As long as they kept flying along this canyon, they'd be able to reach the second level of the Earth Abyss after a day and a night. On a vast stretch of red land, a massive black shadow flashed through the air, seemingly fleeing from something in a panicked manner. Not long after the black shadow flew past, spiritual light flashed in the distant sky, and a dozen or so streaks of spiritual light of different colors emerged, flying toward the same direction. All of these beings had different types of wings growing from their backs, but they all had black tattoos on their faces. They were the beings of the Seven Pass race, the number 1 branch among the flying spirit race. The thin female child flying at the forefront of the group was none other than Ao Qing, whom all of the holy disciples were wary of. Ao Qing looked on at the fleeing black shadow up ahead with a cold smile on her face and pursued it in an unhurried manner. After a while, a burly man among the Seven Pass race holy disciples couldn't help but suggest, "Senior Marshal Sister Ao, the direction that this golden tusk beast is escaping is diverging away from the entrance to the second level that we're heading toward. Wouldn't it be best to kill it now rather than continue to follow it? Where's the hurry? It's very rare to encounter pack-dwelling mid-grade demon beasts like the golden tusk beast on just the first level of the Earth Abyss, so we naturally have to kill all of them at once. Are you doubting my ability to complete the trial just because we have to slightly delay our descent into the next level? Ao Qing asked in an emotionless voice. The burly man was given a fright upon hearing this, and he hurriedly explained, of course not. I wouldn't dare to think such a thing. I'm just afraid that the infernal flame fruits will be taken by the holy disciples from the other branches. If we really do get there too late, then we can just take other people's fruits. If that doesn't work, we can always go to the 4th level of the Earth Abyss. There'll definitely be a vast quantity of those fruits down there. Ao Qing chuckled coldly in an implacable manner. The burly man didn't dare to say anything else upon hearing that. Thus, they continued to pursue the fleeing black shadow in an unhurried manner like a pride of lions toying with their prey. Amid a vast expanse of rugged rocks, 3 flying spirit race beings with blue feathered wings on their backs and scales all over their faces had surrounded a demon beast of darkness, and had launched a ferocious assault against it. This demonic creature had the head of a deer and the body of a human, and it was around 20 feet tall. Black chi was swirling around its body, and it held a massive black trident in its hands, managing to hold its own even in the face of several holy disciples. Furthermore, it seemed to only be growing more powerful as the battle wore on, and it was instead the 3 holy disciples who were slowly being forced onto the back foot. This was only the 1st level of the Earth Abyss, so they had no idea how a high-grade demon beast like the deer-faced demon had ended up here. However, seeing as this carnivorous demon beast was trying to prey on them, they had no choice but to fight for their lives. Elsewhere, most of the flying spirit race holy disciples on the 1st level had encountered unexpected troubles. However, there were also some holy disciples who had enjoyed remarkably smooth journeys and were entering the 2nd level as the Qi-Rong beings had. Meanwhile, in order to avoid the antagonistic flying spirit race branches, Han Li had no choice but to head toward the most secluded entrance, and the flying carriage had flown for over half a day with the trio inside it. Perhaps it was because this carriage's concealment restriction really was working, or because there weren't many demon beasts on this route to begin with. In any case, they encountered no further complications during the rest of their journey, and after flying for 2 days and 2 nights, they had passed through 2 forests and a set of mountain ranges, arriving in a place deep within the 1st level of the Earth Abyss. At this rate, it would only take them another day to arrive at the entrance to the 2nd level. Lei Lan and Bai Bai were quite elated by their progress. However, after flying for several tens of thousands of kilometers further, a vast expanse of black mountain ranges suddenly appeared up ahead. The 3 of them immediately stopped the carriage in alarm. According to the map, there should be a set of plains here. Why are there mountain ranges instead? Bai Bai murmured as he looked at the massive mountains up ahead. Lei Lan was also rather dumbstruck. Even from a distance, they could tell that all of the mountains in the mountain ranges were extremely tall. Some of them had extended to the very top of the underground world, leaving only small gaps between mountains through which one could pass, and that presented quite a daunting prospect. No one knew just how long these mountain ranges extended for, nor whether there were any hazards awaiting them inside. Han Li's eyes narrowed as suddenly exited the flying carriage, then descended onto the nearby ground to carefully inspect something. Lei Lan and Bai Bai were rather surprised by what Han Li was doing, but after exchanging a quick glance, they also flew out of the carriage and landed beside Han Li, from the signs nearby. It appears that this set of mountain ranges has only appeared here in the past century. It was most likely moved here by someone with unfathomable power, Han Li said in a slow voice. Lei Lan's face paled upon hearing this, and Bai Bai's expression was also rather disgruntled. There's no need to panic. Even the demon monarchs in the deepest level of the Earth Abyss aren't capable of such a monumental feat through their own power. This was most likely done through the assistance of some kind of treasure or formation. The only alternative possibility is that a true spirit-level demon beast has appeared in the deepest level of the abyss. Han Li said with a smile. I see. As a holy disciple of the Tianpeng race, Bai Bai was no ordinary being, and he quickly realized that Han Li was right. Even so, the situation here isn't quite right. The desert that we passed through earlier also appeared out of nowhere. Why are the demon beasts of the Earth Abyss doing this? What could their intentions be? A concerned look appeared on Lei Lan's face. Perhaps this is all due to the beast torrent. Even if that isn't the case and there's another reason behind all this, there's no way that the Earth Abyss trial would be cancelled. Hence, all we can do is get to the 3rd level. Then bring back the infernal flame fruit as quickly as possible and report these sightings to the higher-ups in our Tianpeng race," Han Li said in an unflustered manner. After all, he had many similar past experiences, so this was not something new to him. "You're right, Brother Han. However, this set of mountain ranges really is quite peculiar. If we fly through the gaps between the mountains, who knows what dangers we could encounter. But if we try to go around it," Bai Bai said in a hesitant voice. "We definitely can't go around it," Lei Lan rejected before analyzing. "According to the map, on one side of this land is the Earth Abyss windbelt, while the black abyssal flying ants' nests lay on the other side. The Earth Abyss winds in the windbelt are far more powerful than the gusts we've encountered before, and the glacial power imbued within them can freeze us instantly. It's a renowned restricted area. As for the ants' nests, there are hundreds of thousands of flying ants in there. If we try to force our way through it with our cultivation bases, there's at least a 50% chance that we'd all die in there. So that means our only choice is to pass through these mountain ranges," Han Li murmured to himself as he stroked his chin. "Not necessarily. If we go around in an even larger circle, we can skirt around all of these hazards, but that'll take at least an extra 7 or 8 days. That delay could prove to be extremely detrimental to our search for the infernal flame fruit." Lei Lan was becoming rather hesitant. Meanwhile, Han Li was staring at the mountain ranges up ahead in silence. At this moment, both Bai Bai and Lei Lan also fell silent, entrusting the final decision to Han Li. After a while, Han Li finally made his decision. "These mountain ranges give me a very eerie feeling. If we really do go through it, I feel like we'll encounter some extreme hazards. Even if we can force our way through the mountain ranges, we'll most likely have expended a large amount of magic power, and that certainly won't hold us in good stead for the rest of the trial. As for entering the second level a few days late, I don't think that's too much of an issue. With these few days of delay, the branches that are targeting us won't be able to predict our route and ambush us. Besides, there are so many trial takers, and there won't be all that many infernal flame fruits to be found on the second level. I intend to take you two to the third level anyway, so it's better to waste some time rather than face the unknown dangers within those mountain ranges." He then flew back into the flying carriage. Lei Lan and Bai Bai held a brief discussion through voice transmission upon seeing this before also returning to the carriage. "Brother Han, I think we should discuss this matter in further depth. Perhaps the mountain ranges aren't as dangerous as we imagine," Bai Bai said as soon as he entered the carriage. Even though he felt like Han Li's decision made sense, he still couldn't help but feel that wasting so much time was not wise. "Speak no further. I won't enter these mountain ranges," Han said in an indifferent voice, cutting off what Bai Bai was about to say next. The carriage then shot forth toward another direction at his behest. Seeing as Han Li was so determined, Bai Bai heaved a resigned sigh and fell silent. Lei Lan didn't contribute anything further to the conversation. Either unbeknownst to two of them, Han Li was not feeling anywhere near as resolute and assured as he appeared. At this moment, a wisp of his spiritual sense was connected to the weeping soul beast inside his spirit beast bracelet, trying to soothe the beast's violent and uneasy emotions. At the same time, he was wondering what could the cause of its emotional outburst. Just as he was approaching those mountain ranges earlier, the weeping soul bead within his body suddenly began to heat up. His heart jolted with shock in response, and he hurriedly established a connection with the weeping soul beast in his spirit beast bracelet. As a result, he discovered that the beast was in an extremely abnormal ruffled state, growling incessantly while rushing around in an erratic manner. The weeping soul beast had already attained intelligence, and after communicating with it, Han Li learned that there was a burst of fearsome soul energy lurking deep within those mountain ranges. It seemed that there was a ghostly being in there that was so powerful even the weeping soul beast felt threatened by its existence. The weeping soul beast was the natural bane of ghostly souls, so a ghostly being with soul energy powerful enough to threaten it naturally had to be an extremely fearsome being. That wasn't to say that the weeping soul beast stood no chance against it, but Han Li simply wasn't willing to take the risk. Thus, he immediately decided against entering the mountain ranges, choosing instead to take a further route, even if it meant spending more time on their journey. This concerned the secret that was his weeping soul beast, so Han Li naturally didn't explain everything in detail to Lei Lan and Bai Bai. He merely used some rather unconvincing excuses to placate them. As such, the two Tianpeng race holy disciples were a little displeased. Han Li merely chuckled coldly in his heart and paid no heed to the two holy disciples. It wasn't as if he planned to stay at the Tianping race for a long time anyway, so he didn't have to care what these two thought about him. Everything would be fine as long as they didn't weigh him down in this trial. With that in mind, Han Li provided no further explanations to Bai Bai and Lei Lan, and the two holy disciples weren't interested in speaking any further about the issue either. Thus, the interior of the carriage became very quiet. Among the three of them, Han Li stood at the front of the carriage and looked out into the distance. Bai Bai had his head lowered in deep thought, and Lei Lan had her eyes closed as she entered a seated meditative state. Han Li spurred on the carriage to full speed, and it departed from the mountain ranges in moments, flying into the barren landscape again. After a while, Han Li's expression suddenly changed slightly as he withdrew his gaze, then turned his attention to the direction behind the carriage with narrowed eyes. Han Li's actions naturally attracted the attention of Lei Lan and Bai Bai. The two raised their heads in unison, and Lei Lan opened her eyes to assess the situation. They cast their gaze toward the direction that Han Li was looking in, only to discover a vast expanse murky grayness everywhere they looked. Due to the restrictions on everyone's spiritual sense present within the earth abyss, neither of them were able to release their spiritual sense to survey the situation, so they could only turn to Han Li with curiosity in their eyes. Han Li stood expressionlessly at the front of the carriage without saying anything, but there was blue light faintly shimmering within his eyes. "Brother Han." Bai Bai was finally unable to repress his curiosity any longer, but in the instant that he opened his mouth to raise a question, Han Li suddenly swept two fingers gently through the air. A streak of golden light shot forth like lightning, and the scenes that unfolded next gave Bai Bai and Lei Lan a massive fright. As the golden light flashed through the air, green chi suddenly flashed, and a cloud of green mist appeared out of thin air, only to be sliced in half by the golden light. A roar of shock and fury rang out from within the mist as the two halves of the green mist combined as one again. The green mist then surged and transformed into a strange demonic ape with yellow fur all over its body. It was none other than the resentful ape beast that had just slain a flying spirit race holy disciple earlier. It had finally caught up to the flying carriage not long ago, and in its elation, it had attempted to sneak over to the carriage, then enshroud it with poisonous mist to kill Han Li's trio. However, never would it have thought that not only was Han Li's spiritual sense far superior to that of normal deity transformation cultivators, his bright sight spirit eyes were also capable of easily seeing through illusions and concealment techniques, thereby allowing him to immediately glean the demonic ape's presence. Lei Lan and Bai Bai's hearts jolted with shock at the sight of the demonic ape, and they immediately sprang to their feet before flying out to either side of the carriage. Even though they were unable to release their spiritual sense, it was still a testament to this demonic ape's concealment and illusionary abilities that it was able to get so close to them without their detection. However, that begged the question of how Han Li had managed to discover them, given that he was also a spirit general. The two of them fixed their eyes on the demonic ape with wary expressions on their faces and befuddlement in their hearts. At this moment, the flying carriage slowly came to a halt at Han Li's behest, and he appraised the demonic ape in an expressionless manner. "Are you three the ones who ruined my mistress' sacrificial ceremony?" the resentful ape beast asked in a cold voice. Bai Bai's heart stirred upon hearing this, but he put on a smile as he asked, "Sacrificial ceremony? What sacrificial ceremony? When did we ever do such a thing? Did you destroy a giant spirit flower back in the desert? That flower was being used as part of my mistress' sacrificial ceremony." The demonic ape continued in a menacing voice. "No," Han Li immediately replied without even batting a single eyelid. The calm and concise tone in his voice made even the demonic ape falter, and for a split second, it wondered whether it had pursued the wrong targets. However, it then turned its attention to Lei Lan and Bai Bai, and their facial expressions clearly betrayed Han Li's denial. As such, the demonic ape flew into a thunderous rage. "You have the essence of the giant spirit flower all over your bodies, yet you still dare to try and fool me? I'm going to eat all of you so I can report back to my mistress." The demonic ape roared as it transformed into a cloud of green mist that stretched for over 100 feet, hurtling directly toward the trio. "Insolent beast! Bai's smile faded as he flapped his wings toward the mist in one powerful motion. Countless strands of golden threads shot forth, instantly puncturing the mist and filling it with holes. However, green light swirled around the mist and it made a full recovery in the blink of an eye. On the other end, Lei Lan could sense that this opponent was quite troublesome to deal with, and she immediately made a hand seal. 2 thick bolts of silver lightning shot forth from within her sleeves, striking the green mist before exploding with a resounding boom. After the 2 bolts of lightning disappeared, the green mist faltered in midair, and 2 gaping holes that were each around 10 feet in size had appeared. However, before Lei Lan had a chance to celebrate, the deriding cackling of the demonic ape rang out from within the mist. The green mist managed to quickly regenerate once again before swelling in size and closing in with ferocious might. Bai and Lei Lan's expressions both changed in unison. They had sensed that this demonic ape was a being to be wary of, but they didn't think that a mere resentful ape beast would pose such a stern challenge. The 2 of them immediately sprung into action again. One of them flipped a hand over to produce a green wooden comb, while the other made a hand seal, and arcs of lightning began to crackle in the air in preparation for another attack. However, Han Li merely harumphed coldly at this moment, and finally joined the fray. Azure light shimmered behind him as a massive azure bird projection appeared, then opened its huge beak. An azure pillar of light shot forth from within its beak amid a dull thump, puncturing the center of the green mist in a flash. The pillar of light then split up into countless azure threads before exploding in all directions. Gale force winds were swept up as a violent hurricane wreaked havoc through the mist. All of the green mist was swept up by the gusts of wind before vanishing on the spot. It was as if the green mist had been blown into oblivion by the wind. Lei Lan and Bai both faltered upon seeing this. Could it be that this demon beast they'd found so troublesome to deal with had been destroyed by Han Li with a single attack? However, Han Li showed no signs of stopping. A peculiar look appeared on his face as he abruptly summoned 8 streaks of golden sword chi, which struck 8 different spots in the air behind him. 8 unsettling cries erupted in unison, following which 8 clouds of green mist emerged out of thin air, having just barely evaded the streaks of sword chi. 8 indistinct green projections of light that were even shorter than the demonic ape from before appeared in midair, and one of them exclaimed, "You really are capable of detecting our presence." Han Li's body blurred, and in the next instant, he had turned around to face the green projections as he asked, "It shouldn't be any surprise that I'm able to see through such crude concealment techniques. What kind of demon beast are you? You're not resentful ape beasts, right?" There's no way that resentful ape beasts could possess these abilities. Only then did Lei Lan and Bai realize that there were enemies behind them, and they hurriedly turned around with shock and bewilderment in their hearts. It was quite plain to see that these 2 possessed powerful cultivation bases and abilities, but they were sorely lacking in practical combat experience. It was no wonder that the Tianpeng race elders weren't optimistic about their chances of completing the trial on their own. "Hee, don't even think about trying to goad me into telling you my origins. I may not be able to do anything to you on the surface, but here in this earth abyss, even if your cultivation base far outstrips mine, you're definitely no match for me." Another one of the green projections had spoken on this occasion, and 8 projections threw their heads back and burst into raucous laughter in unison. Immediately thereafter, green light flashed and 8 completely identical demonic apes were manifested. Green light flashed from these apes' hands, and all of them summoned green machetes as they rushed toward Han Li's trio. Han Li raised an eyebrow as he abruptly raised a hand. The hand turned into a pristine white color, and he spread open his fingers to blast forth a swath of 5 colored flames. The flames sped forth at a phenomenal pace, sweeping up the 8 demonic apes in the blink of an eye. Brilliant 5-colored spiritual light then erupted from the flames, and the 8 demonic apes were slowed down to less than a tenth of their original speed. Han Li took this opportunity to expel a ball of shimmering silver flames out of his mouth. The silver flames exploded at his behest, splitting up into 8 silver flaming arrows that shot forth in a flash. The 8 silver arrows then punctured the bodies of the restricted demonic apes in an instant. These demonic apes were indeed quite powerful in the earth abyss, but never would they have thought that he would possess such a strange ability capable of slowing them down so significantly. Thus, they were completely caught off guard, and even though all of the demonic apes could see the oncoming flaming arrows, they were simply far too slow to evade. They only had time to let loose a collective roar of shock and fury before fist-sized holes were punched into their chest, following which silver flames erupted to engulf their bodies. All of the demonic apes were reduced to plumes of smoke by these silver flames in the blink of an eye. They hadn't even managed to use the vast majority of their abilities before they were killed, and not even a single wisp of their souls had managed to escape. The silver flames converged to form a fire raven that re-entered Han Li's body, and by that point, Lei Lan and Bai Bai were already completely flabbergasted. Even though they had only had a brief clash with the demonic apes, they could tell that these demon beasts were fearsome creatures, and that a prolonged and arduous battle would be required to kill them. However, Han Li had slain these demonic apes in mere moments, and the stark contrast between expectations and reality had them in complete shock. Only then did they truly understand the gulf between Han Li and themselves, and their expressions were rather strained as they looked at him. "Let's go. That ape mentioned a mistress earlier, and she most likely won't be as easy to deal with," Han Li said in an indifferent voice before stepping onto the flying carriage again. Lei Lan and Bai Bai's expressions changed in unison upon hearing this, and they also hurriedly sprang back into the carriage. Almost at the exact same moment, a faint cry of surprise suddenly rang out on the third level of the Earth abyss, in a place that was pitch black and completely devoid of light. A fair and slender arm reached out of the darkness while holding a yellow wooden badge in the shape of a ghostly head. What happened? The eight-faced beast's soul flame suddenly snuffed out. "Humph. That useless oaf can't even do something so simple. Looks the ones who destroyed my giant spirit flower have some tricks up their sleeves. So be it, I'll take care of these trivial matters later. As long as these people haven't left the Earth abyss, I'll be able to find them no matter what." The woman harumphed coldly in a confident manner before everything fell silent again. 2 days later, on the first level of the Earth abyss, a faint white shadow passed over a set of black grasslands. All of a sudden, a dozen or so black shadows sprang forth from the tall grass down below, pouncing straight toward the indistinct white shadow. These were a dozen or so massive praying mantises with green eyes and sinister facial features. They were each around 3 feet tall and pitch black in color. Bursts of rumbling erupted from within the carriage, following which a dozen or so arcs of silver lightning flashed forth from within the white shadow, striking these praying mantises with unerring accuracy. The praying mantises didn't even get a chance to utter a single sound before they were reduced to dust and blown away by the wind. For days later, a spirit carriage flew through the air in a careless manner, flying over a vast expanse of rugged rocks. There were several rock demons with bodies constructed from loose rocks down below, galloping as quickly as they could in pursuit of the carriage. Countless golden threads suddenly shot forth from within the carriage, instantly puncturing the bodies of their rock demons before constricting in a violent manner. Brilliant golden light flashed, and all of these rock demons perished, crumbling to the ground as loose rocks. 7 days later, Han Li's trio stood in the air above a massive valley within which grayish-white mist was surging incessantly, and all 3 of them were carefully inspecting this valley. Lei Lan and Bai Bai's eyes were filled with elation, and the flying carriage that had carried them to this point was nowhere to be seen. Perhaps it had been destroyed by demon beasts on the way here or had been stowed away by Han Li. In any case, it was gone now. "Looks like this place is relatively safe. Let's go in. If we descend underground here for a day, we'll be able to reach the second level. This place is so secluded, so the exit on the other side will most likely be quite safe as well. It would be quite unlikely that someone would go to the trouble of setting up traps on the other end," Han Li analyzed before spreading his wings and leading the way into the mist. The 2 Tianpeng race holy disciples had already come so far, so backing down now was naturally not an option. As such, they also entered the mist with solemn expressions on their faces. The gray mist wasn't very dense, so even after entering it, they could still roughly see everything just over 100 feet away from them. However, there would occasionally be a few foot-long winged snakes that would fly out of the mist to try and attack the trio. Of course, they were all slain with ease. 2 hours later, They finally emerged from the mist and arrived at the end of the valley. At this moment, they were greeted by the sight of a massive rift on one of the valley's gigantic stone faces. The rift seemed to be leading extremely deep into the ground. A smile appeared on Han Li's face upon seeing this rift, and he led the two holy disciples into it without any hesitation. The 3 streaks of spiritual light flew on and disappeared from view after rounding a few corners. A day and a night later, a strange howling sound suddenly erupted near a massive rift that was leading downward. A gust of fierce black winds erupted from the rift in a frenzy, completely coating the nearby rock face in a layer of ice, clearly indicating that it was extremely frosty. However, 3 streaks of spiritual light took advantage of this opportunity to fly out from the gust of wind, appearing several hundred feet away after a few flashes. The spiritual lights then faded to reveal 3 humanoid figures. They were none other than Han Li's trio. The earth abyss winds in this passageway are far too fierce. I was almost unable to withstand them. Why didn't the information we received mention this at all? Bai Bai's face was quite pale as he cast his gaze toward the spot from which the trio had just emerged. The fact that this phenomenon wasn't detailed in the information we received indicates that it's only appeared in recent years. Otherwise, the senior of our race would have definitely mentioned this to us. Lei Lan also appeared to have expended a lot of energy in flying through the earth abyss winds, and she couldn't help but glance at Han Li. At this moment, Han Li had his arms crossed and was surveying his surroundings. He was completely unruffled, and it was as if he'd just taken a stroll in the park rather than forcing his way through lethal earth abyss winds. Could it be that there's such a massive gulf between early spirit generals and late spirit generals? Lei Lan thought to herself in a resigned manner. It was all thanks to Han Li's assistance that she was able to survive that ordeal at all. Otherwise, she may well have perished to those fearsome winds. We've already been delayed too much on the first level, so there's no point in wasting time searching for infernal flame fruits on the second level. Let's head straight to the third level, Han Li said in an implacable voice as he withdrew his gaze. The air here was rather humid. It appeared that they were situated in the air above a swamp-like area. The 2 Tianpeng race holy disciples were now well aware that Han Li was far more powerful than them, so they naturally didn't harbor any more discontent toward him. However, Lei Lan still couldn't help but express her concern after a brief hesitation. I naturally have no objections there, but there are only 3 entrances from the second level to the third level, so no matter which one we take, there's a good chance that we'll encounter people from other branches. If we encounter the holy disciples from branches that bear ill will toward our Tianpeng race. Lei Lan didn't finish her sentence, but the implications in her words were quite apparent. It's not just a good chance, those branches would have definitely deployed people to those 3 entrances. We're most likely not their sole targets, either. The people from the weakest few branches will most likely all be targeted by them. Bai Bai sighed. If we encounter them, then we'll just have to fight. We'll have to overcome this obstacle sooner or later. However, even if a powerful branch like the Qi Rong race wanted to plot against our Tianpeng race, there's no way that they'll station all of their holy disciples at the 3 entrances. The Earth Abyss trial takes place once every 300 years, so it's just as important to them as it is to us. As such, they could only have stationed a half or even less of their members at the 3 entrances. In that case, it may not be easy to defeat them, but forcing our way through their barricades certainly won't be impossible. Han Li analyzed with a cold chuckle. If that really is the case, then we've got some chances after all. Bai Bai and Lei Lan were reinvigorated by Han Li's encouraging words. No one can guarantee exactly what the situation will be like. We can only work things out as we go, Han Li replied in a calm voice. Which entrance are we going to choose? 2 of them are relatively safer to get to while the other one is rather dangerous. Lei Lan asked with furrowed brows. Seeing as we could encounter obstacles from the other branches regardless of which entrance we choose, then it's naturally best to choose the one closest to our current location. Han Li decided without any hesitation. In that case, we'll have to go to the Myriad Vine Path, Bai Bai said after a brief pause. Han Li seemed to have some recollection of this name, and his eyes flashed as he inquired for confirmation. The Myriad Vine Path? Is that the entrance from the second to the third level connected by many ancient vines? That's the one. Aside from some demonic insects that may appear along that path, there are virtually no hazards to be encountered. If we have a smooth journey, we should be able to get there in half a month. Bye-bye confirmed. That sounds good. Let's go to that entrance, then, Hanli said. Lei Lan and Bye-bye had no objections to this, and both of them nodded in agreement. Hanli flipped his hand over to produce a blue formation plate, which he shook in front of his eyes, thereby allowing him to confirm the direction they were heading in before leading the two holy disciples onward. Not long after the three of them had departed, an inky black figure emerged soundlessly from within the thick mud of the swamp. It turned an intense gaze toward the direction that Hanli and the others had sped away in, and a hint of red light flashed through its eyes. The black figure then suddenly exploded like a bubble and disappeared on the spot. All of a sudden, Hanli felt a chill run down his spine as he flew through the air. He immediately paused in his flight and glanced behind him. What is it, Brother Han? At this point, Bye-bye had complete trust in Hanli's abilities and judgment, and he also stopped in a wary manner. Blue light flashed through Hanli's eyes as he scanned his gaze across the ground behind them. Only after a while did he reply, "Nothing." Perhaps it was my imagination. The bone-chilling sensation that he had been struck with had already vanished, and it was as if it had never appeared in the first place. For people like Hanli with excessively sensitive spiritual sense, it was quite often that he would sense peril where none actually existed. However, for something like this to happen in such a dangerous place was rather unsettling to him, and he simply couldn't bring himself to forget it. Having said that, no demonic being would be able to escape the detection of his spirit eyes unless that cultivation base was far superior to his, so perhaps that spine-tingling sensation really had just been a figment of his imagination. After a brief pause, Hanli could only arrive at that conclusion. He waved a hand toward Bye-bye and Lei Lan before continuing onward, but his expression had darkened significantly. Unbeknownst to Hanli, there was a mysterious being whose entire body was enshrouded in a set of vibrant red robes lying down on a black wooden chair within the belly of a mountain in a deeper level of the earth abyss. There was a stone table beside the chair upon which was placed a large copper mirror. There was a rather blurry image being depicted in the mirror, and the image was none other than that of Hanli's trio flying over the swamp. Interesting. To think that he's even able to sense my mud puppet. Looks like his spiritual sense far outstrips his cultivation base. Unfortunately, I'm not really interested in refining spirits. The red-robed being chuckled before sweeping a sleeve toward the mirror, as if he were going to dispel the image, but its arms suddenly faltered as a contemplative look appeared in his eyes. I almost forgot. That ghost hag seems to be collecting beings with powerful souls, so this man would be a good gift for her. I should be able to exchange him for a blood fish from her. The red-robed being murmured to himself. He suddenly sat up as a hint of excitement flashed through his eyes, seemingly very pleased with his own lateral thinking abilities. He rustled a sleeve, and a translucent bead shot forth before stopping in front of him. He then made a hand seal, and a streak of red light disappeared into the bead in a flash, following which brilliant crimson light began to radiate from the bead. After about 5 minutes, the crimson light radiating from the bead suddenly receded, and the voice of an elderly woman sounded from within. "What is it, Dishue? Don't you know I'm doing something very important right now?" The owner of the voice seemed to be quite displeased that she'd been contacted at a time like this. "Hehe. It's been several decades since we last talked. Are you so busy that you don't even have time to chat with an old friend?" The red-robed being chuckled. "Quit the chit-chat and tell me what you want. Otherwise, don't blame me for cutting off the transmission." The elderly woman's patience was clearly quickly on the wane. Last time what we decided on was for Mu Qing to conduct the sacrificial ceremony, Lu Zhu to gather Yin soul energy, while I'm responsible for refining a large number of puppets. As for you, you were assigned the duty of nurturing the 8,000 Yin armor profound ghosts, which are the most important elements of our plan. How are you going with that? The red-robed being asked, paying no heed to the impatience in the woman's voice. "Humph. Why are you asking a question that you already know the answer to? I don't even know how many spies you've planted among my subordinates. Are you telling me that you're unaware of what my progress is like?" The elderly woman replied in a cold voice. "Haha, it's not like you haven't done the same. Your subordinates often appear at the location where I'm refining my puppets as well. However, I want to hear you tell me about it in person this time, the red-robed being chuckled. All right, it's not like this is a well-kept secret anyway. The nurturing of the 8,000 in armor profound ghosts is progressing quite smoothly. As long as Lu Zhu can supply sufficient in soul energy, it's only a matter of time before I successfully nurture them. The only problem lies with the 8 in armor ghost monarchs required to lead these ghosts. I can only successfully refine them if I can obtain the soul of a being with a powerful spiritual sense. Such premium soul materials are not that easy to find, the elderly woman said in an indifferent voice. Oh? How many of those ghost monarchs have you managed to refine? The red-robed being asked. Only 3 at the moment. The success rate is quite low. The elderly woman replied in a slightly awkward voice. Hee. That's why I've contacted you, fellow Taoist. I want to provide you with that premium soul material you're looking for. The red-robed being rubbed his hands together with glee. Since when did you develop an interest in in souls? The elderly woman asked with a hint of surprise in her voice. I'm not you or Lu Zhu. I don't know much about ghostly beings. However, I just discovered a flying spirit race being who was able to detect a wisp of my spiritual sense that I injected into a mud puppet. Even though it was only a wisp of my spiritual sense, that's sufficient indication of just how powerful that man's soul is. It should be ideal for you to refine those ghostly monarchs of yours, the red-robed being said. Is it time for the flying spirit race's Earth Abyss trial again? For one of them to be able to detect your spiritual sense. Could it be that one of those old monsters came down in person? A hint of caution crept into the old woman's voice. Don't worry, it's just a little spirit general, so he won't be able to do anything, the red-robed being said in a nonchalant manner. If it's just a spirit general, then we should be fine. However, he must indeed possess quite a powerful soul to detect your spiritual sense. I'll be taking this gift, then. What do you want in exchange? The elderly woman was clearly aware that this information wasn't going to be offered to her free of charge. Hee. I love dealing with smart yet straightforward people like you. It's very simple. 1 myriad year bloodfish will suffice as payment for the provision of detailed information on the target. If you want me to capture the target and deliver him to you in person, then that'll cost you 2 bloodfish, the red-robed being replied. Humph. Do you think myriad-year bloodfish grow on trees? There's no way that 1 in soul can be worth 2 of them. I don't have any spare time right now. Bring the soul to me, and I'll give you a myriad-year bloodfish. Even then, it's a massive bargain for you. The elderly woman harumphed coldly. All right, 1 bloodfish it is, then. I'll deliver the soul to you in 10 days. The red-robed being immediately agreed, clearly also of the opinion that this deal was quite a bargain for him. By the way, what do Mu Qing and Lu Zhu suggest we do with the holy disciples of the flying spirit race? Should we kill all of them or allow them to scurry around on the first 3 levels like always? They're not going to impede our plan, are they? The old woman suddenly asked. We're at quite a critical juncture at the moment, so we can't attract the attention of the flying spirit race. As long as they don't negatively affect us and don't enter any level below the 3rd one, just let them do as they please. I'm sure Mu Qing and Lu Zhu think the same, the red-robed being immediately replied. We'll do as you say then. After an indifferent reply, the old woman's voice abruptly cut off, and the crimson light radiating from the bead also disappeared. The red-robed being made a grabbing motion, and the bead instantly flew into his grasp before disappearing. Their group consists of a mere late spirit general and a couple of early spirit generals, so 3 early great spirit general blood wood puppets should be more than enough, the red-robed being murmured to himself before rustling a sleeve. 3 crimson shadows flew out from within his sleeve before landing on the ground before him. Thus, 3 blurry crimson figures of different forms appeared in a half-knelt position. Brilliant crimson light erupted from the eyes of the red-robed being as 3 crimson threads that were barely detectable to the naked eye shot forth from his glabella, then disappeared into the 3 blurry crimson figures in a flash. The crimson figures immediately raised their heads, and at the same time, eerie green light appeared within their eyes. Go and kill those 3 and bring their souls back to me, the red-robed being said in an emotionless voice as he pointed toward the copper mirror. Crimson light flashed and the three puppets disappeared into a nearby wall as three streaks of crimson light. The red-robed being then lay back down in his chair and closed his eyes again as if everything he'd just done was completely inconsequential. Within a mysterious set of mountain ranges on the first level, there was a sacrificial altar that was over 1,000 feet tall, situated at the summit of a massive mountain that was enshrouded under gray Yin-Chi. There was a massive grayish-white eyeball that was around the size of a human head being offered on a platform on the altar, and the eye was completely bloodshot. Countless gray threads were erupting out of the eye's pupil before being absorbed by the nearby gray chi. At the foot of the altar, a mysterious tall and broad figure in a black cloak was standing motionlessly on the spot. On the sixth level of the earth abyss, within a massive palace that was enshrouded under green light, there was a beautiful woman with a head of snowy white hair and a set of pale facial features. She was standing beside a back pond that was over 1,000 feet in size while appraising everything taking place deep within the pond with a cold expression on her face. Beside her stood two women who appeared to be in their 20s. Both of them were also very pale, but one was quite petite with a sweet and adorable oval face, striking male onlookers with the urge to hold her in their arms, while the other woman had a lithe and graceful figure, but wore a frosty, forbidding expression. There were formations of different sizes set up all around the pond, and inky black runes were surging relentlessly from those formations into the pond. At the center of the pond, there were several blurry, pitch-black humanoid figures hovering motionlessly above the black water in the pond. Those black runes split up into several streams, disappearing into the suits of black armor being worn by these humanoid figures. However, these humanoid figures remained completely still, as if they were inanimate objects. The white-haired woman's brows furrowed slightly upon hearing this. "Use the infernal flames," the white-haired woman suddenly said in a cold manner, and despite her appearance, her voice was that of an elderly woman. She was none other than the woman who had been communicating with the red-robed being earlier. "Yes." The two seductive women behind her immediately stepped forward, and following a flash of spiritual light, one of them produced a small black vial while a black banana leaf fan appeared in the grasp of the other. Both of them raised their treasures in unison with solemn expressions on their faces. A strange cry erupted as a fire WRM with black flames all over its body flew out from within the vial, then plunged headfirst into the pond. Black flames immediately erupted over the entire pond. Meanwhile, the petite woman waved her runed banana leaf fan through the air, seemingly with a lot of difficulty. A vast swath of black flames immediately surged forth from her fan before also plunging into the pond. The two flames seemed to share the same source, and they intertwined with one another. Both flames burned with increased ferocity in a synergistic relationship, enveloping all of the blurry humanoid figures hovering over the pond. The white-haired woman's expression remained unchanged upon seeing this, but a hint of anticipation had appeared in her eyes. At this moment, Han Li was flying through the second level, and he was naturally unaware of the fact that he'd caught the interest of these fearsome beings. However, after that strange bone-chilling sensation he'd experienced earlier, he had become a lot more cautious. Even as he flew rapidly through the air with Lei Lan and Bai Bai in tow, he was activating his spirit eyes at regular intervals to survey his surroundings, even if doing so required additional magic power expenditure. As a result, Han Li was able to discover some low-grade and mid-grade demon beasts in advance, thereby allowing him to skirt around them to avoid these potentially troublesome beings. As for normal beasts, those were no longer able to survive on the second level, so they naturally didn't encounter any more of them. Due to the fact that Lei Lan and Bai Bai had expended a lot of magic power during their descent into the second level, the three of them weren't able to fly very quickly. Both of the holy disciples were holding spirit stones in their hands to absorb the spiritual chi within in order to recover as quickly as possible. Thus, they flew for an entire day without encountering any troubles. On the second day, Lei Lan and Bai Bai had completely recovered their magic power, yet there was still nothing happening, so Han Li decided to stop his frequent usage of his spirit eyes. The three of them sped onward and entered a set of dark green mountain ranges. During the afternoon of the second day, right after they had passed over a large mountain, a mishap finally occurred. Spiritual light suddenly flashed in the distant sky, following which a sharp cry rang out. A streak of green light then appeared before hurtling directly toward them. In the next instant, 3 balls of yellow light appeared behind the streak of green light in hot pursuit. Han Li and the others immediately tried to take evasive measures, but it was also ready too late. As such, Han Li furrowed his brows and came to a slow halt. The streak of green light in the distance was a rhomboid treasure, and it covered a distance of hundreds of feet with each and every flash as it sped toward Han Li's trio. Meanwhile, there was a flying spirit race being within each ball of yellow light, and all of them had golden runes flashing over their bodies. They were currently pursuing the green treasure at an astonishing speed. This is bad. Those people are from the Yellow Wind race. They've been plotting against our Tianpeng race for a long time, just like the Qirong race. An alarmed expression appeared on Bai's face as soon as he identified the beings within the balls of yellow light. A similar expression also appeared on Lei Lan's face. The Yellow Wind race? Han Li appraised those 3 flying spirit race beings with a contemplative look on his face. These 3 beings each possessed a pair of yellow wings with fur on their faces as well as long furry tail attached trailing behind each of them. They appeared to be more like demon beasts than humanoid beings. The one who was controlling the green treasure had clearly seen Han Li's trio as well, and she abruptly stopped before the 3 of them after a few flashes. The green light faded, and a beautiful woman with a pair of white wings and a small green horn on her head emerged from within the treasure. As soon as the woman appeared, she said in an urgent manner, "You 3 are from the Tianpeng race, right? I'm Xianxia of the Green Knight race. Our 2 races have forged an alliance agreement with one another, so please lend me your assistance." Before Han Li and the others had a chance to respond, the 3 Yellow Wind race beings had also caught up to them, and all of them also stopped at the sight of Han Li's trio. "This is a matter between our race and the Green Knight race, so you'd better not intervene. Otherwise, you'll only be bringing trouble to the Tianpeng race," one of the Yellow Wind race beings said in a cold voice, and the threat in his words was quite apparent. Qin Zhao's expression immediately paled upon hearing this, and she turned to Han Li's trio with a beseeching look in her beautiful eyes. Lei Lan knew that Han Li was oblivious to the agreement between the 2 races, so she explained in a low voice, "Our race does indeed have an alliance agreement with the Green Knight race, but the Yellow Wind race is no less powerful than the Qirong race, so we can't afford to mess with them. These 3 aren't the only Yellow Wind race holy disciples to have entered this trial." "Is that so?" Han Li glanced at Qin Zhao, then turned his attention toward the trio from the Yellow Wind race. 2 of these holy disciples were mid-spirit generals while the other was a late spirit general, and all of them were looking at Han Li's trio with arrogant expressions on their faces. Han Li was just about to say something, when spiritual light suddenly flashed in the distance once again. A massive wooden bird that was over 100 feet long appeared in the distant sky, then hurtled toward them with golden light shimmering all over its body. Han Li's trio faltered upon seeing this, yet before they had a chance to identify who was sitting on top of the wooden bird, expressions of elation had already appeared on the faces of the 3 Yellow Wind race beings. All of them quickly glanced at one another before springing into action in unison, splitting up rapidly to surround Qin Zhao and Han Li's trio between them. "What's the meaning of this?" Bai asked in a cold voice as his expression darkened. "Hee, what do you think? We originally intended to let you 3 go, but there's no need for that now." One of the Yellow Wind race beings chortled with glee. Han Li's heart stirred as blue light flashed through his eyes. Only then was he able to identify that the beings sitting atop the wooden bird were also from the Yellow Wind race. There were 3 of them, 2 male and 1 female, and they also consisted of 2 mid-spirit generals as well as a late spirit general. It was quite clear that these 3 had originally intended to only kill Qin Zhao, but with the arrival of reinforcements, they no longer had any qualms and intended to kill Han Li's trio as well. Lei Lan, Bai, and Qin Zhao's expressions also changed drastically as they finally identified the beings on the wooden bird. A series of thoughts flashed rapidly through Han Li's mind before he heaved a faint sigh. "In that case, all of you can die." A loud thunderclap erupted as Han Li disappeared amid an arc of azure and white lightning. Han Li was the Tianpeng race holy disciple with the highest cultivation base, so the late spirit general among the Yellow Wind beings was naturally focusing most of his attention on him. As such, he was able to immediately react and let loose a loud roar. In the next instant, spatial fluctuations erupted above his head as Hanli emerged within a flash of azure light. He swept an arm through the air, and an inky black palm was thrust toward the yellow wind being from above. A small black mountain appeared within a swath of gray light, and it instantly swelled several times in size to over 100 feet tall, then came crashing down with ferocious might. The yellow wind beings were initially surprised that Hanli had chosen the most powerful being among their trio to attack, but a sinister smile then appeared on his face as he opened his mouth toward the small mountain up above. A burst of yellow light shot forth from within his mouth, sweeping directly toward the small mountain. At the same time, white light flashed from his hand and he summoned a silver disc treasure. Just as he was about to unleash this treasure, a hint of wariness flashed through Hanli's eyes and he let loose a cold harumph. The harumph wasn't very loud, but the yellow wind being felt as if an earth-shattering thunderclap had exploded right within his ear cavity. His face was immediately twisted with agony, and he stumbled back reflexively, almost dropping the treasure in his hand in the process. A vast swath of gray light erupted from the small black mountain, sweeping aside the oncoming burst of yellow light with ease, then crashing down upon the yellow wind being with crushing brutality. The poor yellow wind tribe holy disciple didn't even get a chance to unleash any of his abilities before he crushed to the ground by the small mountain. Hanli quickly made a hand seal and the divine essence-fused mountain continued to expand at an alarming rate, transforming into a black mountain that was over 10,000 feet tall in an instant. The yellow wind being was a late deity transformation cultivator just like Hanli, but his physical body wasn't much more powerful than that of an average human cultivator at the same cultivation base. As such, he had already been crushed into mincemeat by the divine essence-fused mountain. His soul had also been completely eradicated by the divine essence-fused light. It had only taken Hanli the span of a single breath to kill this late spirit general of the yellow wind race. The other two yellow wind beings, as well as Bai Bai, Leilon, and Xianxia, were all flabbergasted at this point. However, the other two yellow wind beings quickly came to their senses and golden runes flashed on their bodies as they transformed into a pair of strange yellow birds that attempted to flee into the distance. Hanli raised an eyebrow upon seeing this before sweeping a sleeve through the air, sending an arc of azure lightning hurtling toward one of the birds. The bird's heart jolted with shock, yet just as it was about to evade, a pair of foot-long azure scissors emerged from within the arc of lightning. Following a loud thunderclap, the pair of scissors transformed into a pair of azure lightning WIRMs that were each over 100 feet in length. The two WIRMs flew forth in a crisscross formation, instantly slicing the bird apart, and the two halves of its lifeless body were sent plummeting down toward the ground. The other bird was petrified upon seeing this, and its soul almost leaped out of its mouth in horror. It abruptly changed directions, trying to fly toward the oncoming giant wooden bird. However, it had only managed to flap its wings once before a male voice suddenly sounded from behind it. "Isn't it a little too late to be thinking about escape now?" Before the voice had even trailed off, a large hand that was as pristine white as jade locked around the bird's neck, sending a bone-chilling sensation surging into its body. Hanli had caught up to the bird using his thunderstorm wings and attacked like lightning, locking his hand around the petrified bird's throat. The bird shuddered, but it reacted quite quickly as it flapped its wings, sending countless feathers surging through the air. All of these feathers transformed into blades of wind that hurtled toward Hanli, and at the same time, the small feathers around its neck suddenly reared up with a metallic gleam, attempting to cut into Hanli's hand like a series of sharp blades. Black chi flashed, and a suit of strange-looking armor appeared over Hanli's body. The wind blades struck the suit of armor amid the ear-splitting sound of metal grating on the metal, only to be repelled in the end. Meanwhile, the feathers around the bird's neck were unable to leave so much as a single scratch on Hanli's hand. Hanli chuckled coldly, and before the yellow wind being had a chance to unleash any further abilities, his 5 fingers clamped together with enormous force, crushing the bird's neck with ease. At the same time, 5 colored flames surged from his fingers in a frenzy, incinerating the bird to ashes in the blink of an eye. Having just slain those 3 yellow wind beings in rapid succession, Hanli stood still on the spot and looked on at the approaching wooden bird with a frosty look in his eyes. The three yellow wind beings sitting atop the wooden bird had naturally witnessed the process in which Han Li had slain their brethren, and all three of them had turned deathly pale. Back when Han Li had slain the first yellow wind being, the three of them had flown into a thunderous rage, spurring on their wooden bird with all their might so they get to Han Li as quickly as possible and tear him apart with their bare hands. However, after witnessing Han Li killing the other two yellow wind beings in what seemed like the blink of an eye, the rage in the hearts of the remaining three yellow wind race holy disciples had been completely replaced by horror. At the sight of Han Li casting his gaze over to them, all three yellow wind beings shuddered in unison. Retreat! This man is unfathomably powerful, we're no match for him, the woman with the highest cultivation base among them hurried ordered. The other two nodded emphatically as they turned the wooden bird around with all their might before fleeing into the distance as a ball of piercing yellow light. Han Li furrowed his brows slightly upon seeing this, but he showed no intention of giving chase. Instead, he flapped his wings and flew over to another spot. There, the silver disc treasure of the first yellow wind being he'd slain was hovering in midair. Han Li rustled a sleeve, and a burst of azure light shot forth before sweeping the disc up into his sleeve. Following another loud thunderclap, Han Li reappeared beside Lei Lan and the others. At this moment, Lei Lan and the others were still yet to retrieve their jaws that had dropped to the ground, and they were staring blankly at Han Li, unable to muster up even a single word. With so many yellow wind beings arriving on the scene, they had thought that this was most likely going to be where they died. However, Han Li had taken care of three of them in mere seconds and frightened away the remaining three with his devastating display of power. And to think that Han Li was only a spirit general as well, this was utterly insane. Let's go. It wouldn't be wise to stay here any longer, Han Li instructed in a calm voice. Bai Bai was the first to recover from his astonishment, and he hurriedly replied, "Yes, whatever you say, Brother Han." Bai Bai and Lei Lan had well and truly been won over by Han Li, and a hint of awe and veneration also appeared in Qin Zhao's eyes after her astonishment had subsided. However, Han Li's expression and demeanor remained completely unchanged as he waved a hand toward the three holy disciples, then continued onward in silence. The other three immediately followed along behind him as streaks of spiritual light. Fellow Taoist Qin, I recall that the Green Knight race sent more than one holy disciple. Where are the other fellow Taoists? Lei Lan asked. Our race sent a total of 3 holy disciples, but we were attacked by several holy disciples from opposing branches after entering the 2nd level, and the other 2 have all perished. I originally intended to try and sneak into the 3rd level and perhaps obtain an infernal flame fruit by some miraculous stroke of luck, but I encountered those yellow wind beings along the way and was hunted all the way here. Xianxia replied with a bitter expression. Oh? 6 yellow wind beings were deployed just to hunt you down? Lei Lan asked with a meaningful look in her eyes. Xianxia hesitated momentarily before elaborating in a careful voice. Perhaps it's because I'm carrying several treasures from our race. I see. Lei Lan wanted to continue her line of questioning, but it didn't seem appropriate to do so. However, Bai Bai suddenly interjected. For the yellow wind race to expend so much manpower, could it be that you're carrying one of the 3 paramount treasures of your race? Qin Zhao's expression changed slightly, and she was silent for a moment before giving a resigned admission. I did indeed bring our race's chaotic flask with me. The chaotic flask? You mean the treasures capable of unleashing the power of chaos to combat enemies? Both Bai Bai and Lei Lan stirred upon hearing this. Indeed. Without that treasure, a mere mid-spirit general like me wouldn't have been able to escape from the yellow wind beings for so long. Unfortunately, every time I use this flask, it requires the expenditure of several chaotic crystals. Even though I took all of the crystals our Green Knight race had, I've exhausted the entire supply by now. Xianxia sighed. Both Lei Lan and Bai Bai cast a glance toward Han Li upon hearing this. However, Han Li didn't turn back even once this entire time, as if he couldn't even hear their conversation. Seeing as Han Li was completely disinterested, Lei Lan and Bai Bai exchanged a glance before speaking no further on this matter. Instead, they began to discuss some other matters about the 3rd level of the Earth Abyss with Xianxia. Xianxia heaved a massive internal sigh of relief upon seeing this. The Green Knight race and the Tianpeng race did indeed have an alliance agreement, but that was only a verbal agreement with no way to actually bind the two parties to the agreement. As such, with Han Li's insane abilities, she would be completely powerless to resist if he decided to take her treasures. On the contrary, if she could win over Han Li as an ally, she would be a lot safer here in the Earth Abyss. With that in mind, Xianxia showed no intention of leaving, instead choosing to chat with Lei Lan in an extremely friendly manner, trying her best to befriend the Tianpeng race holy disciple. Soon, they were as close as sisters, and Bai Bai couldn't help but furrow his brows upon seeing this. 2 days later, the group finally emerged from the mountain ranges, having slain many waves of mid-grade and low-grade demon beasts along the way, only to emerge in a world of ice and snow. Thus, they were forced to slow down and carefully survey the scenes up ahead. There was a vast expanse of translucent black glaciers that extended for as far as the eyes could see, and countless black snowflakes were blown through the air amid gusts of frosty winds. Sharp cries could also be heard all around them, as if there were countless malicious ghosts wandering within the depths of these glacial lands. From a distance, the land up ahead was completely black and devoid of light, as if it were leading straight into the underworld. This must be the renowned baleful glacial lands of the second level. I've heard that there are many low-grade and mid-grade baleful glacial demons in here, and there are even some people who have occasionally encountered baleful glacial demon monarchs, Han Li murmured to himself. These are indeed the baleful glacial lands, Brother Han. However, most of the demon beasts here have yet to attain intelligence. As for baleful glacial demon monarchs, there have only been rumors about their existence here, and almost no one has actually seen them in person. Xianxia immediately replied. This place looks quite treacherous, but with our powers it shouldn't be much of an issue for us to pass through it, Bai Bai said with a confident smile. Han Li nodded before spreading his wings as he said, theoretically, this place isn't very dangerous, but the Earth Abyss Beast Torrent is imminent, so it's best to be more careful. Alright, let's go in. He sped to around twice his original speed, disappearing into the world of black ice and snow in just a few flashes. Lei Lan and the others glanced at one another before quickly following suit. From a distance, one could see streaks of spiritual light flashing through the air, but those streaks of light quickly disappeared into the darkness. A rhinoceros-like demon beast that was over 100 feet tall crashed heavily to the ground amid a resounding boom, causing the nearby ground to tremor with its enormous weight. Brilliant red light flashed, and several tens of red threads shot forth from within the rhinoceros body before disappearing into the body of a humanoid figure in the air that was radiating red light. There were a few other winged humanoid figures hovering in the air, and one of them said in a loud voice, "Senior Marshal Brother Zhu, your crystal flame threads are becoming more and more powerful. This mid-grade black rhinoceros skin is harder than that of even some high-grade demon beasts, yet you were still able to slay it with such ease. Surely even Fei Yi of the Nan Long race doesn't possess such abilities." The one who had attacked the demon beast was none other than Zhu Yinzi of the Qi Rong race. The other people with him were naturally the other holy disciples of the same race. The place that they were situated in was a round base with a radius of thousands of kilometers. They were surrounded by dense black forests, yet there was a patch of barren land stretching for over 50 kilometers at the center of the basin, and this entire stretch of land was covered in gray head-sized oval stones. At the very center of this stretch of land was a black hole that was over 1,000 feet in size, leading deeper into the ground. The Qi Rong beings were situated near this hole, and that black rhinoceros had clearly emerged from the forest nearby before being slain by Zhu Yinzi. After a brief moment of contemplation, Qi Rongzi said, "Humph, stop trying to suck up to me. We've waited here at this entrance for 3 or 4 days already, but we've only killed the holy disciples of another minor branch. The Tianpeng race holy disciples still haven't turned up yet. It looks like they've either gone to one of the 2 other entrances or are still toiling away on the second level. Most of the other holy disciples have most likely entered the 3rd level already. We have to kill these Tianpeng beings, but we can't give up on the infernal flame fruits either. How about this? Qi Tian, Hongsha, you 2 follow me down to the 3rd level. Everyone else, continue to stand guard here. I'll bring back your infernal flame fruits for you." Senior Marshal Brother Zhu, the holy disciple with the Han surname from the Tianpeng race, seems to be quite powerful. Will we be sufficiently equipped to bring them down if we split up? Qi Tian asked with a concerned expression. Zhu Yinzi seemed to have considered this already, and he immediately assured, don't worry about that. Junior Marshal Brother Yu's cultivation base isn't inferior to mine by much, and I'll leave our race's falling soul bell with him. This bell attacks in a completely soundless and untraceable manner, and even great spirit generals will be forced into submission if they were to be caught off guard. With Junior Marshal Brother Yu unleashing sneak attacks from the shadows, there's no way anything can go wrong. He then opened his mouth to expel a ball of green light, within which was contained an antiquated little bell that was around an inch tall. He pointed a finger at the bell, and it abruptly disappeared, only to reappear above the head of a burly Qi Rong being in the next instant. Thank you for entrusting me with this treasure, Senior Marshal Brother. I'll be sure to complete my assigned duty. The man with the Yu surname caught the bell expressionlessly, and his voice was oddly sharp, akin to the sound of metal grating on metal. Even though he was a man of few words, Zhu Yinzi seemed to be extremely confident in his abilities. As such, after a brisk nod, Zhu Yinzi waved a hand before entering the black hole with Qi Tian and Hong Sha closely behind him. Listen up. From now on, all of you have to conceal yourselves so you don't betray any signs of our presence here. I'll set up a concealment formation and hide in there. Once our targets arrive, I'll use the falling soul bell to unleash a sneak attack against them. You can all show yourselves after that, the burly man instructed. The man was clearly quite an authoritative figure among the Qi Rong race holy disciples, and none of them stated any objections as they made hand seals or summoned their concealment treasures. Everyone else disappeared in the blink of an eye while the burly man flew into the black hole. Thus, peace and quiet resumed, and it really was as if no one was present in the area. Elsewhere on the second level, deep within a dense forest filled with massive dark green trees, there was a massive black and yellow pillar that was visible even from 50 kilometers away, standing atop a tall hill. Upon closer inspection, one would discover that this so-called giant pillar was actually a massive plant with a diameter of around 500 meters. It was as if it had been constructed from countless vines twisted and intertwined together before extending all the way up into the sky. There was not even a single blade of grass growing within a radius of several tens of kilometers around this plant, as if it were situated in a barren desert. At this moment, there was a series of explosions erupting amid flashes of spiritual light of different colors at the foot of the plant. There were flying spirit race beings here, and they had been trapped at low altitudes nearby by tens of thousands of golden moths. There were two groups of flying spirit race beings here. One of them had a dozen or so members in each group, consisting of both male and female beings. However, all of them had black tattoos on their faces. Meanwhile, the other group consisted of only 4 members, but all 4 were remarkably tall and broad men with a massive blade strapped to each of their backs. The fist-sized moths flying around them were all of a shimmering golden hue. None of them approached the flying spirit race beings. They merely flapped their wings from afar to send waves of rainbow moth powder sweeping toward them, cutting off all avenues for escape. The moth powder appeared to be quite mundane, but the two groups of flying spirit race beings didn't dare to let so much as a single speck of powder come into contact with their bodies. All of them were unleashing secret techniques and treasures in rapid succession to protect themselves. Of the flying spirit tribe beings, only 2 stood still in the air and showed no intention of attacking. One of them was short and skinny, the 7th race's Ao Qing. The other was a large dual-pupiled man. They both appeared quite indifferent and tightly frowned. Seeing the rainbow moth dust that surrounded the area and that their attacks were unable to affect it, the tall man slowly said, "Fellow Taoist Ao, this is the first time a demon insect like the gold abyss moth appeared on the myriad vine path. The insect should only exist on the 4th level of the earth abyss. There is something different about the earth abyss, causing these deeper level demons to appear here." O Qing coldly replied, "I already knew that, since mid-grade demons can be encountered on the 1st level. It isn't much of a surprise to find gold abyss moths here. Those old bastards in the clan should be behind this, not us. But if you're still following me after we reach the 3rd level, don't blame me if I cut you down." The tall dual-pupiled man's gaze drifted off as he sullenly said, "Lady Ao is so heartless, but you've taken my heart nonetheless. I've already proposed marriage to your clan 3 times, but each time you refused. Would the marriage solidify our clan's strength? And from the rumors, you seem to only wish to wed the strongest holy disciple of the races. Could it be I still don't meet your standards? He was the Nanlong's Fei Yi, a character as famous as Zhu Yinzi and Ao Qing. O Qing smirked. That's right. The seven past races' holy disciples may only marry the strongest individuals of other branches. Others may not know about your skills, but I do. Your meager strength isn't enough for me to consider you. I may as well extinguish your vain hopes. Glaring at Ao Qing, Fei Yi said, I know that fellow Taoist Ao's abilities are powerful, but I don't believe the difference is so vast. I also don't believe there are others more suitable than me. If I am not considered, you must think of the others to be lesser as well. Or perhaps you fancy that Qi-Rong youth named Zhu. In that case, I will find him and kill him. Zhu Yinzi? He is suitable. If you feel dissatisfied, go and find him. However, I've also found someone else interesting during the gathering. Although I hadn't personally witnessed his power, I feel like his abilities are no lesser than mine. Which branch is he from? Tell me. I will go to this person. If his abilities are greater than mine, I'll leave you alone. But if he isn't, Fei Ye's expression quickly became sinister. The two spoke as if none of the other holy disciples were present, and they viewed the gold abyss moth's attacks lightly. With the surrounding moth dust suppressing them, the other holy disciples began to use their various abilities to protect themselves and slowly withdraw inch by inch. It appeared as if they wouldn't last much longer. Ao Qing's expression stirred and she nodded. It's fine if you want to test his abilities. That Tian Peng holy disciple seemed to be surnamed Han and his face is unfamiliar. I don't know much else about him. Amazed, Fei Yi said, the Tian Peng holy disciple? How could the holy disciple of that puny branch be so powerful? That is hard to say, Ao Qing indifferently explained. The Tian Peng are incredibly weak, but it's still possible for a genius to appear in their ranks. Don't forget that I've cultivated the most profound technique of the seven-pass race, the seven apertures analysis arts. Its efficacy isn't something the other tribe branches can hope to achieve. Although I only looked at him from a distance, he gave me an unfathomable impression. If you truly pick a fight with him, try not to throw away your life. Fei Yi forcefully said, that's fine. But if you're mistaken, I'll be heading over to your clan when the trial is over and I'll ask again to wed you. Don't forget, your rite of transformation is only a few more years. This time, you won't have the opportunity to refuse me. Ao Qing raised her head and snorted, you actually know quite a bit. That's right, in 3 years I won't be able to delay my coming-of-age ceremony any further and my clan hasn't been able to find anyone in the same generation that is stronger than you. When we return, I will agree to your marriage proposal. Fei Yi wildly laughed and sneered, saying, then it's agreed. If I do encounter that Han fellow on the 3rd floor, it'd be for the best, but if I can't, I'll challenge him after we return. Since you have your sights on him, he shouldn't fail the trial. Do as you wish. Ao Qing glanced around and indifferently said, these insects are somewhat irritating. Will you get rid of them or will I? Leave it to me. It's only a slight effort. The large man smiled and suddenly pressed his hand against the back of the sword. Suddenly, the sword hummed and surged to the sky, turning into a mass of dense golden light as it circled in the air. Meanwhile, Fei Yi leaped forward, turning into a strange bird with a WYRM head and a whale tail. He unfolded his wings and shot straight up. In several blurs, the large bird arrived at the mass of golden light and fused as one. When the surrounding moths saw him emerge from their defenses, they let out cries as they directly swarmed towards him. But before they drew close, countless clouds of dust rushed to the golden light ahead of them. A deafening boom suddenly vibrated the air. Soon, the golden light surged several times in size and streaked downward in an expanding violent storm. Layers and layers of incredibly dense dust were scorched away by the golden lightning, piercing through the dust clouds. As for the large numbers of golden moths hiding behind the dust, they quickly perished as the light passed them by. In the blink of an eye, nearly half of the moths had died. The gold abyss moths shrieked as they were massacred and their remaining numbers scattered in every direction. When Ao Qing saw this, her expression sank and she muttered an incantation, summoning a huge black phantom behind her. The phantom was blurry, but it faintly resembled 7 distinct heads, those from animals like apes and leopards, but each and every one of them appeared menacing. With an incantation gesture, Ao Qing commanded the 7 heads to slowly open their crimson eyes and widely open their mouths. A cloud of green mist violently streamed out of each of them, quickly spreading out to their farthest surroundings in the blink of an eye. As the green clouds passed the moths by, they immediately ruptured in green flashes, leaving only a blood mist behind. Now, the gold abyss moths were only 1/10 of their number. At that moment, the golden light in the air withdrew to reveal Fei Yi carrying a huge sword on his back. He looked at Ao Qing's 7 head phantoms with a trace of adoration on his face. A nimble black figure flickered. Several crystalline black demons were torn to countless pieces in a wave of white claw streaks, which promptly scattered them into black chi. The nimble figure cleanly absorbed the black chi drifting in the air and promptly circled in the air before returning to Han Li. A kitten-like creature soon appeared on his shoulder, the leopard Kirin beast. A beautiful woman, the Green Knight race's Xianxia, clicked her tongue in marvel as she watched from the side. She said, "I truly didn't expect Brother Han's spirit beast to deal with these ice fiends so efficiently. It acted before I could even sense they were there." "Might I know the name of your spirit beast?" "This is the first time I've seen it." Lei Lan and Bai Bai looked at the leopard Kirin beast with equal surprise. Han Li stroked the small beast's soft head and smiled. "I'm not sure of its name myself. I came across the spirit beast on the outside. I didn't expect to be so fond of absorbing the ice fiend's chi." Not long after they entered the ice fiend area, the small beast sleeping with the weeping soul beast in his pouch woke up and contacted Han Li through their spiritual sense connection. Surprised to see that the beast wanted to quickly be let out, Han Li didn't dare to neglect it as it was incredibly capable in spite of its young age. Before any enemies appeared nearby, the beast quickly emerged from the ring. Not long after it appeared, Han Li and the others were given a shock. As soon as it emerged, it was not only actively awake, but it keenly sensed the ice fiends before they could fuse with the glaciers and before Han Li could sense them. The leopard Kirin beast promptly pounced with claws bared, slicing them into countless pieces and absorbing their remnant baleful chi into its stomach with great joy. Although the ice fiends didn't pose a threat to them, the fiends were skilled at concealment. If they suddenly ambushed the party while they were least expecting it, it would prove incredibly troubling. To prevent this, the leopard Kirin beast would simply scuttle away and let out a strange roar to the ice below, frightening away any ice fiends hiding in the deep ice sheet below. Han Li wasn't only surprised by this, but the others also grew interested in the beast. As such, the party continued on their way with the leopard Kirin devouring over 1,000 ice fiends. The beast's patterned yellow fur began to faintly shine with white light. The beast's cultivation appeared to greatly progress. As Han Li turned a blind eye to the beast's actions, he couldn't help but ponder to himself with chin in hand. Because the leopard Kirin beast only had the strength of a nascent soul cultivator when he first tamed it, Han Li rarely sent it out against enemies. But after he gave it an unending supply of rare medicine pills, its cultivation made huge bounds and it now had the strength of a demon beast at the peak of grade 10. With another step, it would break through and become a deity transformation grade existence. According to conventional reasoning, most grade 8 demons would be subjected to lightning tribulation, gaining human form and full sentience. However, a few variant spirit beasts and beasts of peculiar bloodlines are an exception to this rule. There were a few that underwent tribulation at a different rank, or those that didn't transform during their entire lifetime. But when these exceptions did acquire a transformation, their wisdom and abilities would far exceed those from beasts of similar grade, to the point where they would outright exterminate them. The leopard Kirin beast was originally a strange beast that inherited the Kirin bloodline. Only the heavens knew if this was the opportunity it needed for a change or if a later opportunity would come. But now it appeared the ice fiend Shi gave the beast the chance to break through the bottleneck to deity transformation stage. Han Li could only wryly laugh in his mind when he quickly realized what the beast was facing. If the beast were to break through any other time, it would be well received, but they were currently in the earth abyss. If the beast advanced during this period, it could provoke trouble. Lei Lan and the others didn't know the circumstances of the leopard Kirin beast, but the increasingly dazzling white light shining from its body and its growing aura amazed the party nonetheless. At that moment, their party already threaded deep into the Ice Fiend territory. They've nearly traveled halfway through the area. After the leopard Kirin beast devoured another mid-grade Ice Fiend, it crouched back down on Han Li's shoulder and closed its eyes drowsily. It was glowing with unending white light and roamed across its body in a blinding fashion. At that moment, the party was flying past an icy mountain range when they came across an extremely long canyon. Black winds stormed in the skies above it, appearing as if only the canyon was safe to pass through. Han Li and company wasn't surprised at all by this strange scene. They've seen this several times on their journey already, and they made their way into the canyon without any hesitation. The canyon wasn't very wide. It was only about 1 kilometer wide, but it was 3,000 kilometers deep. With the addition of the black winds whistling above them, they felt an indescribable gloominess cloud their mood. Fortunately, Han Li and company were unordinary people and didn't allow this strange atmosphere to cloud their thoughts. But then, Han Li's expression stirred as he heard a roar, and he couldn't help but turn his head. The leopard Kirin beast, crouching on his shoulder, stood up on its hind legs and widely opened its eyes. Its fur stood up on its back as if faced a great enemy. Han Li was stunned. The beast encountered so many ice fiends, but it never reacted like this. Could it be that? As the thought flashed through his mind, he came to a sudden stop. The others stopped one after another behind him and began to look around with suspicion. Without speaking a sword, Han Li looked ahead of him with blue light flickering from his eyes. Before the others could ask anything, he suddenly waved his hand in front of him. Golden light shot out from his palm and sliced at the canyon's depths. A huge boom erupted and golden light flashed through the darkness. It cleaved through the ice at the very bottom of the canyon, creating a narrow, long crack. A strange cry of pain sounded from underground, followed by a violent burst of black chi. In the blink of an eye, a 30-meter large ball of black mist had condensed. It's an Ice Fiend King. There is truly such a demon here, Bai Bai cried out. Lei Lan and Qin Xiao were immediately startled. At that moment, the huge ball of mist spun in the air, gathering up countless shards of ice towards it from every direction. Black light blindingly shined as a 60-meter large black ice phoenix flew out from the mist. Its body was crystalline black and its eyes glared black, rigidly staring at Han Li. No, it was actually staring at the leopard Kirin beast on Han Li's shoulder as if it were its nemesis. The leopard Kirin beast snarled, excitement clear in its green eyes. Han Li raised his brow and pondered. Then he grabbed the small beast from his shoulder, and to the shock of everyone, he mustered his strength, throwing the beast high into the air. Han Li promptly spread his wings and disappeared in a flash of azure-white lightning, only to leave a clap of thunder behind. In the next moment, thunder rang above the ice phoenix, followed by Han Li's swift appearance. His shoulder blurred and a chain of afterimages passed by the phoenix as he made his way below it. The ice phoenix paused in surprise, soon letting out a cry of anger. It stretched out its claws to crush Han Li, a meager insect in its eyes. The black 3-meter-long claws immediately grabbed a hold of Han Li. However, Han Li didn't seem to care. His hands blurred as black-white fists left a torrent of afterimages above him. Booms deafened without end as black-white light erupted from the claws. The two huge claws began to break before shattering like porcelain. They crumbled inch by inch until they were no more. The black ice phoenix let out a world-shaking shriek. It opened its mouth and a black torrent of wind emerged. In the blink of an eye, the attack was about to submerge him from above. But Han Li only blinked as the black wind passed him by, and he suddenly vanished. The ice phoenix couldn't help but look around to see where he went. At that moment, a gentle wind blew from behind the black winds to reveal a silent figure. The figure stirred, arriving at the ice phoenix's back with ghost-like agility. His black-white fists flashed as he struck down Ice Phoenix's back with vicious power. Two huge explosions followed. Black-white halos of light ripped out from the impact, completely enveloping the phoenix's body. It didn't react in the slight. The huge phoenix began to crack like its claw and shatter in a rain of ice shards. The large black mist reappeared in the air, taking a formless shape and flickering with a strange black light. With a rustle of wind, a small silhouette appeared, pouncing at the black mist. It hugged it with its limbs and it began to feast. Its nose snorted with clear excitement. This was the leopard Karen beast that Han Li had tossed high into the air. After the beast fell, it saw that the ice phoenix formed from the black mist was shattered. Of course, it wasn't about to turn away from such a great prize. It happily leaped forward and began to devour the mist. Since the black mist was a so-called ice fiend demon king, it was unwilling to be eaten by the small beast by all accounts. Not only did it lash out with black tentacles, but it also began to gather up black ice from the ground in an attempt to condense another body. However, the black tentacles were easily resolved with a swipe of the leopard Kiran's claws. As for the black ice, Han Li waved his hand, sending countless embers to melt them away. It only took Han Li the span of a few breaths to shatter the black ice phoenix. Although it wasn't the first time the party saw Han Li in action, they couldn't help to feel completely touched as this display of might. Their exceptions vastly changed. As the leopard Kiran beast stood on top of the black chi cloud, it appeared completely helpless and unable to move. In the blink of an eye, nearly half of the black cloud was devoured. Afterwards, the small beast let out a roar and its body wildly flashed with light. Then, it leaped off the black chi and crouched on the ground. With a faint change of expression, Han Li flipped his hand and summoned a white jade bottle. He pointed it to the remnants of the black chi and muttered an incantation. The jade bottle twirled and its lid flipped, spouting out an azure mist. The mist roiled and gathered up the remaining strands of black chi before absorbing them back into the bottle. Bai and the others couldn't help but show a trace of envy. Although the ice fiend was called a demon king, in truth an ordinary deity transformation-grade existence could easily deal with it. However, they were also rarely seen. The pure chi of an ice fiend demon king could be used to refine pills, tools, or even cultivate secret techniques. It was far more valuable than the chi of a common ice fiend. However, since the demon was defeated by Han Li, they didn't dare to complain. A short moment later, the remaining ice fiend chi was completely absorbed into the jade bottle. Han Li waved his hand, retrieving the bottle in a streak of white, and had it disappear into his sleeve. At that moment, he glanced at the leopard Kiran beast with a trace of worry. It was curled up with white light repeatedly pulsing from its body as its eyes drooped. As Han Li was connected to its mind, he could sense the beast's excitement, fear, and anxiousness all mixed into one. He sighed and slowly descended from the sky. He landed at the side of the beast and knelt down. He rubbed the beast's head and stroked its soft fur. Afterwards, he attempted to calm it with his spiritual sense. The leopard Kiran beast licked Han Li's hand with its pink tongue and began to gradually calm down. At that moment, the line of white light lit up from the pitch-black sky. Soon, they scattered and white motes of light began to slowly drift down. Meanwhile, the white light on the surface of the leopard Kiran beast began to turn pink. A wondrous fragrance began to emit from this body, arousing a sense of deep hunger to those that smelled it. It was as if the leopard Kiran beast had turned into a rare delicacy. Baffled by the actions of Han Li and the small beast, Bai and the others were startled when they caught the scent. The scent of blackened meat. "Brother Han, your spirit beast is about to advance," Bai said with a changed expression. Han Li stroked the small beast's fur a few more times before standing up. "That's right. I'll need to stay here for the day." With an unsightly expression, Bai said, "The advancement of a spirit beast is a happy occasion, but it is inconvenient to happen here. Once the scent spreads, all the demons in the ice fiend territory will gather. If we're not careful, a powerful high-grade demon could appear and put us in danger." An icy glint flashed from Han Li's eyes as he indifferently said, "I know that, of course." "Brother Bai, would you have me leave my spirit beast here?" "I didn't mean that. Only..." When Bai heard Han Li's unfriendly tone, he tried to explain himself. Han Li waved his hand and said with a resolute tone, "Regardless, if you feel it is dangerous, you may leave, but I will stay." When they heard him, Bai and the others looked at each other in dismay, and they couldn't help but wryly smile. They didn't find Han Li's attitude out of the ordinary. They couldn't persuade him to choose them over his evolving spirit beast over them with words alone. At that moment, Han Li didn't pay attention to the other three and busied himself with other matters. The small beast's advancement will take at least an entire day. During this period, the scent it emitted would attract the nearby demons. Of course, since this was the Ice Fiend territory, the most demons would be Ice Fiends. Azure light flashed from his body as he soared into the air. He swept his hand past his storage pouch and summoned piles of formation flags and plates. He lifted them all with a single hand. Tens of streaks of light scattered in every direction, vanishing into the air without a trace. A chain of explosions sounded from the ground as 10 pillars of red light rose from the ice. Soon after, a 100-meter-wide spell formation was erected over the icy ground. The spell formation contained strange designs and scarlet talisman characters. A scorching aura spread out, filling the air with a burnt scent. This was a fire-attributed formation set that Han Li spent many spirit stones to acquire back in Deep Heaven City. It was called the Encompassing Flame Death Formation. Once it was laid down, when a deity transformation cultivator entered the formation was powerful enough that they wouldn't be able to immediately break out. It would be even more devastating towards ice-attributed demons. However, Han Li didn't stop there. He formed an incantation gesture and had 72 small golden swords fly out his body and above his head. They hummed as they turned into hundreds of identical golden lights. After a chant, Han Li pointed to the dense mass of sword lights. Suddenly, the hundreds of golden lights scattered and flickered out of sight. This was the Grand Aureate Sword Formation. With his cultivation at the peak of deity transformation, even a late spatial tempering cultivator wouldn't be able to escape unharmed. As for whether he'd be able to restrict a body integration cultivator, it'd be hard to say. He'd have to test it out first. With that done, Han Li floated above the spell formation and narrowed his eyes in through before shaking his sleeve. A ball of silver flame flew out, turning into a silver bird with a cry. It circled once into the air before diving into the ice. Han Li then raised his hand and summoned the triangular spirit carriage he used previously. The spirit carriage floated motionlessly above the spell formation and Han Li sat cross-legged inside it, resting his eyes. At that moment, the specks of white light gathered, thoroughly gathering around the small beast, and the scent it released became even more alluring. Even Han Li's grand formations wasn't able to stop the scent from escaping it. The captivating fragrance and quickly spread to the distant darkness. Lei Lan and the other three were quietly talking with each other, deciding whether to fly away and stay in the spirit carriage. The three didn't want to deal with a frantic demon assault, but from the previous dangers they encountered, they would find it difficult to enter the third level, let alone find an infernal flame fruit. As such, the three could only force themselves to face the demons. Fortunately, Han Li had made ample preparations and they viewed Han Li as someone of profound mystery. So long as they didn't face any excessively powerful demons, it was acceptable to remain there for the day. As time slowly passed, the white motes that drifted down from the sky became larger and fell in greater number, concealing the small beast entirely. The leopard Kirin beast had finally broken its silence and let out soft groans of pain inside the white light. Xianxia looked at the white light and muttered, "The beast's advancement is much different from others. Each time, its body will be greatly strengthened, unlike us from the flying spirit tribe." "That's true, but the pain of cleansing one's essence and meridians isn't something we can handle," Lei Lan added with a smile. Bai Bai then raised his brow, looking at the distant dark canyon with a solemn expression. At the moment, it was rather too peaceful. Apart from some faint whistling winds, they heard no other sounds. And the beast's fragrance had already spread far, at least 50 kilometers away. Bai Bai felt ill at ease and couldn't help to glance at Han Li. He had his eyes shut and appeared serene. Bai Bai blinked and he thought to say something when Han Li opened his eyes, revealing a bright crystalline glint from his eyes. Meanwhile, rustles began to sound from the darkness as if countless things were flocking in their direction. In that next moment, all of the other three ceased their whispering and watched what was happening. Countless red eyes were glowing through the darkness. A swarm of foot-tall black silhouettes began to pounce forward. Their bodies glowed back and they moved with great speed as their limbs rustled. This swarm of malevolent creatures were ice spiders. At a glance, the spiders seemed endless, filling the entire canyon in an instant. However, these were the lowest level of ice fiend demons. Since Han Li didn't need to deal with them, Xianxia let out a shout and waved her sleeve, releasing a dozen green lights onto the spiders. Several booms later, a dozen 3-meter-tall puppets appeared amongst the spiders. These puppets appeared to be huge lizards, With only faint movements, the lizards began to release beams of green lights from their mouths. The spiders seemed to melt away like evaporating dew as the green light passed them by. The puppets were standing in a line and simply moved their heads as they launched their attacks, preventing the ice spiders from moving forward even a single step. In the blink of an eye, countless piles of dead spiders littered the ground. However, the spiders were truly too great in number. Even with the incisive beams of green light, they eventually began to advance slowly in complete disregard of their lives. Under this unceasing assault, the spirit stones in the puppets began to dwindle in power. Soon, the puppets' beams began to dim in light and could no longer hold the spiders back. As such, the spiders soon broke through the line and approached the puppets. Pooh, pooh. Countless black threads shot out from the spiders and enveloped the puppets thoroughly. The threads then dragged the puppets to the ground, rendering them entirely still. Within the carriage, Xianxia was somewhat alarmed, but she merely whispered, "You don't need to take action. Hand over these small things to me." Soon after, the woman flew up in a green ball of light and arrived before the ice spiders in front of the grand formation. The spiders immediately sensed her and they hissed, releasing countless black threads into the air. Xianxiao's expression sank. Suddenly, a dark green flame emerged from her body. When the black threads touched her, they combusted into smoke. The woman shouted and straightened her arm. A green fire sword appeared in her hand and she swung down. A huge wave of flames suddenly spread out from the strike. With a huge explosion, a 3-meter-wide trench appeared in front of the spiders. Green flames still burned inside it, turning the spiders that touched it into ash in just a moment. Xianxia faintly smiled at the sight, and just as she thought to expand the trench, furious cries sounded from the distance, followed by the appearance of several 3-meter-tall bodies. Under closer examination, the woman's expression changed. The huge figures were giant 4-headed spiders. Each one was covered in black fur with sharp fangs from each of their mouths, each of them roaring. Xianxia raised her brow and bluntly waved her fire sword at them. In that instant, a series of black light roamed across their bodies, creating a pair of black cicada wings. With a tremble, their wings took them into the air. Xianxiao's relaxed expression instantly changed when she saw this. When Lei Lan saw this, she frowned and turned to Bai, saying, "These will be troublesome. I'll lend older sister Qin a hand." With that said, golden light flashed from her body and she flew out of the carriage. But Bai raised his hand to stop Lei Lan and forced a smile, saying, "Junior Marshal Sister Lei, you don't need to help Lady Qin. We have other things to deal with." Lei Lan was startled and looked off in the direction Bai was pointing. At another edge of the darkness, a large swarm of demon wolves was silently approaching. From a glance, one could only see their fur. Their true number was unknown. Meanwhile, cries sounded from a different direction. Lei Lan looked over and saw black silhouettes moving. They were a large group of 3-meter-tall ice apes. Their fur was extremely long and somewhat curled, but they held wood or stone clubs in hand. They also had menacing fangs hanging from their mouths. "I'll deal with the wolves. I'll leave the ice apes over to Senior Marshal Brother Bai." Lei Lan gave a quick response before hurrying off in a silver bolt of lightning. Thunder clapped above wolves as a dozen bolts of lightning struck down. The silver lightning swept past the wolves, leaving them scorched and trembling on the ground. Bai shook his head and gave Han Li a salute before flying off in a streak of light. A short moment later, the apes became restless and a ball of golden light erupted from the sky. Countless golden threads spread downward. Miserable screams echoed. Golden light flashed across the apes, piercing holes through them and spilling blood across the ground. The wolves and apes were only low-grade demons and didn't prove a match to the two. But in a swarm, there were bound to be a few capable mid-grade demons. They could only slowly deal with them. Han Li watched this from the spirit carriage and his expression stirred. He pondered whether the three should return and he would deal with these demons using the might of the grand formation. But at that moment, a peculiar sound rang through the air, signaling that something has arrived. Blue light flashed from his eyes and he attentively looked in the distance and his expression sank. He saw over 100 ice fiends of varying form flying through the air. Their bodies were a sparkling black and ranged from 30 meters to only a foot in size. From their aura, they appeared to be mid-grade demons. These demons appeared excited and were rushing over to the grand formation, clearly attracted by the leopard Kirin beast's scent. Han Li coldly chuckled and stood motionlessly in place. The demons quickly arrived before the grand formation, and they strangely buzzed as they rushed into the formation towards the small beast at its center. Han Li only took action when he saw nearly half of the flying ice demons enter the formation. He flipped his hand to produce a 3-inch large sparkling scarlet formation flag. He immersed the flag with the entirety of his magic power and quickly pointed downward. A crackle sound as a beam of red light disappeared into the spell formation. A huge rumbling sounded as the 10 pillars at the edge of the spell formation trembled. Once the talisman characters appeared, mists of red light began to gather around the formation and completely envelop the ice fiends. In their fright, the demons either spat out icy white winds or spread out their wings to summon black snow and hail. But regardless of their abilities, when red light swept past them, they turned to ash, melting away as if they were thawing ice. In the blink of an eye, the demons inside the spell formation vanished, leaving only clouds of ice fiend chi lingering in the air. The remaining demons outside the spell formation were alarmed. There were a few that didn't want to leave because of the scent and lingered outside the formation, but those that were smarter quickly took off. Han Li raised his brow and opened his mouth, spitting out a ball of azure light that contained a small azure cauldron. The cauldron spun in the air and pulsed with light, expanding to 3 meters in size. A bang sounded as Han Li slapped his palm on top of the cauldron. The cauldron droned, instantly shooting its lid into the air. A swarm of azure threads shot out from it and strangely vanished into space itself. A short moment later, space warped near the ice fiend demon lingering outside the formation, and countless azure threads shot out in every direction. The ice demons were skewered. Even those that fled earlier weren't able to escape the threads. Once the threads faded away, the corpses fell to the ground in fragments. With Han Li's increase in cultivation, the might of the Heaven Void Cauldron was also vastly different. The others also used their various abilities to slay the mid-grade demons and eventually repelled the swarm of demons. Lei Lan and Qin Xiao returned to the carriage and clicked their tongues in wonder. I didn't expect there were so many demons in the Ice Fiend territory. Who knows what else is hiding? In a flash of golden light, Bai Bai returned to the carriage. He chuckled and slowly said, "An area this large is bound to conceal much. However, these were only the nearby demons. Soon, demons from farther away will come. There may be a few high-grade demons among them." When Han Li heard this, he remained calm. Not long after, howls sounded from all around them. Various demons had appeared again and were rushing the formation. This time, Han Li didn't have the other 3 head out. Instead, he activated the restrictions of the Grand Formation. Any of the demons that entered the formation were given a painful death, turning to ash as red mist swept past them. Time slowly passed as they were besieged by waves of demons, and half a day passed. During this time, only 1 high-grade demon appeared. However, Han Li decisively activated the Grand Aureate Sword formation and made short work of it. After this, no other powerful demons had appeared for some time. Han Li and the others were happy to spend time peacefully. 6 hours later, when the leopard Kirin beast scent had begun to wane and a murder of strange crows was charging into the spell formation, the crows suddenly fled without warning. Just as Han Li observed this, he heard heavy footsteps thud from a distance away. Each step caused the ground to shake, and it was slowly growing closer. Lei Lan and the others glanced at each other with astonishment. As for Han Li, he narrowed his eyes as blue light flickered from them. A short moment later, a kilometer-tall dark green colossus walked out from the darkness. As soon as it could be seen, Bai Bai gravely shouted, "A greenwood demon! It's a greenwood demon!" The demon before them was quite peculiar. His huge figure was half man, half deer. Its surface appeared emerald green as if it were chopped out of a tree, and the green leaves and flowers growing on top of it also appeared quite comical. However, the demon was holding a pair of huge hammers the size of hills, stifling any laughter about its appearance. Bai Bai quickly glanced at Han Li and said, "No matter, although it may be large and powerful, the greenwood demon, but its body is cumbersome. So long as we don't let it strike with its weapons, it is no threat. However, the three only saw Han Li's sullen expression. This was the first time he showed such an expression since the beginning of the demon assault. Brother Han, you... When the others saw this, they were bewildered. After some silence, Han Li said, "If it were only this demon, it would be easily dealt with. But the demon standing on its head might be a problem. There's another one?" Frightened, the others quickly looked on top of the giant's head. Under closer examination, they eventually made out another demon. It was only 2 feet tall, appearing to be a long-haired dwarf with green robes. He held a cane in one hand and stood motionlessly on top of the giant. Most of his body was concealed by vegetation, so it was no wonder he wasn't easily discovered. When the demons saw Han Li and the others had discovered him, the dwarf hadn't opened his eyes and arrogantly said, "I know you are from the Flying Spirit tribe and have some abilities. However, you are no match for me at your level of cultivation. So long as you obediently hand over the evolving spirit beast to me, I will immediately leave. Otherwise, you will die here." Lei Lan and the others looked at each other in dismay at his arrogant tone and uncertain abilities. Han Li's eyes flickered, but when he saw the opponent's cultivation, he couldn't help but sigh. It was no wonder he spoke so arrogantly. To control a high-grade demon like the Greenwood demon, he had the fearsome cultivation of a mid-spatial tempering stage. Ordinary Flying Spirit tribe holy disciples wouldn't prove a match against him. But to Han Li, so long as he didn't have any heaven-defying abilities, he wouldn't be a strong match against Han Li. Too lazy to respond, Han Li held his arms behind his back and looked at him with a mysterious smile. Bai and the others felt apprehensive, but they tactfully kept quiet as Han Li was their leader. When the dwarf saw this, he was enraged and opened his white eyes. He coldly said, "Since you choose death, allow me to take you there." The dwarf tapped his cane on the giant below him. The demon let out a bellowing roar and stepped toward the grand formation in large steps. Han Li coldly watched as the huge demon took a few steps forward, betraying no emotion from his face. Only a bit closer and the Greenwood demon would enter the range of his aureate sword formation. He would release it without reserve and slay both demons in a single attack. At that moment, red light flashed from the distant sky, followed by a howling cry. 3 balls of bloodlight appeared from the dark and streaked in their direction. When the dwarf saw this, his expression vastly changed. He tapped his cane on the wood demon and turned his head to face the crimson streaks. A trace of astonishment appeared on his face. After several thuds sound, the Greenwood demon stopped right outside the aureate sword formation. Han Li frowned. But when he saw this new development, he also turned to look at the distance. The other 3 appeared apprehensive at the new demons that appeared. The 3 crimson streaks were incredibly fast, traveling near them at lightning speed. The light faded away to reveal 3-foot-tall silhouettes. These small people had delicate faces and one couldn't make out their age, but they wore peculiar red armor. Dense talisman characters appeared on the surface of their faces. Their skin gleamed scarlet, and they smelled of rotting blood. The 3 emotionlessly swept their gaze around them before setting their glowing eyes on Han Li. Han Li narrowed his eyes and felt an icy chill spread across his body. It was as if 3 vipers were staring at him. When the demon saw the silhouettes, his complexion paled and his eyes were filled with awe. Blood puppets! They're the puppet incarnations of Lord Di Shui. Blood puppets? Di Shui. Han Li's mind quickly stirred, but he found the name unfamiliar. The 3 small figures stared at Han Li for a long while before a harsh expression appeared on their faces. They opened their mouths and released 3 blood-red beams at Han Li. Although Han Li was already prepared, furious alarms still ranged through his mind as the attack came with no warning. He instantly reacted, raising his hand and summoning a gray mist in front of him. At that same time, black chi burst from his body to create a simple black armor. 3 muffled pops sounded. The 3 beams of bloodlight was only stalled by the divine essence-fused light for a moment before piercing through and striking Han Li's baleful armor. The bloodlight swayed as it struck, gradually dimming to reveal 3 bowl-sized holes through the armor and directly striking his chest. Lei Lan and the others turned bloodlessly pale when they saw this, but what happened next left them even more dumbstruck. Thunder rang from Han Li's chest and boomed, revealing bloodlight clashing against gold-and-silver lightning and canceling each other out. The attack was blocked in the end by Han Li's lightning robes. Even so, Han Li was still greatly frightened and his face suddenly sank. He coldly snorted and released clouds of black qi, instantly mending the 3 large holes in his baleful armor. If his baleful armor hadn't scattered the power of the 3 beams of bloodlight, he feared his lightning robes wouldn't have been able to block it. Seeing that their attacks didn't succeed, the 3 blood puppets hadn't betrayed any emotion. Light simply flickered from their back as pairs of blood-red wings unfolded and they immediately vanished. Han Li felt his heart tremble. Before he could react, the nearby space fluctuated and the 3 silhouettes flickered into existence. Their hands blurred, slicing at the air with a long crimson saber in each hand. 3 bright red crescents streaked out from the swords towards Han Li, completely ignoring any of the others. As the puppets had a thread of their master's spiritual sense within them, it determined that the only threat present was Han Li and that the others would collapse at the first blow. Han Li let out a furious shout and the wings on his back shook. With a clap of thunder, he disappeared. A short moment later, he reappeared 60 meters away in a flash of azure-white lightning. At nearly the same time, 3 crimson lights flashed in his direction. The 3 small figures reappeared and performed seemingly the same attack, but this time, their sabers transformed into a barrage of countless bloodstreaks surrounding him. With a face as cold as ice, golden light flashed from Han Li's body to reveal a layer of sparkling golden scales on his flesh. At that same time, he let out a huge shout, striking out with his black and white palms. In the blink of an eye, they turned into intertwining black-white palm projections. Metallic clangs and screeches sounded as a result. The barrage of crimson streaks struck Han Li's palm, but they wailed and scattered as if repelled by an immense force. The 3 puppets felt pushback from the huge force through their blades and were each pushed back 10 meters. Crimson light wildly flickered from their bodies before they regained their balance, but when they raised their heads, they were stunned. Han Li had vanished from his original location. In an instant, Han Li had blinked back to his original location on the spirit carriage. The 3 figures eventually lowered their heads and found them, but Han Li simply sneered. With his hands quickly forming an incantation gesture, he began to chant. The nearby space let out a loud, clear cry as golden threads began to flicker and shine, surrounding the 3 blood puppets tightly. This was the grand aureate sword formation Han Li originally placed down. The might of the sword formation vastly increased along with his cultivation. The originally slow sword threads were now surging with greater speed. However, they still definitely couldn't be considered very fast. When the 3 blood puppets saw this, their eyes roiled and their wings stirred as they strangely vanished from the air. It appeared they wanted to employ a secret technique and escape the sword formation. However, something as mysterious as the aureate sword formation wasn't about to let them escape. 3 drones sounded from the edge of the formation where 100 golden threads lashed out. Crimson light immediately appeared and the 3 silhouettes were forced to appear. The 3 puppets were instantly shredded into countless pieces as if they were destroyed. Even the dwarf was left dumbstruck by the scene. The dwarf quickly realized something and immediately had the wood demon below him to slowly retreat. As an indigenous creature of the earth abyss, the dwarf understood how fearsome the blood puppets were. He couldn't prove a match against the combined forces of the 3 blood puppets, so he abandoned any thoughts of laying hands on the leopard Kirin beast. But at that moment, a strange scene appeared from the sword formation. It appeared the shredded fragments of the crimson puppet were glowing and turning into blood drops. They then gathered together to form 3 fist-sized balls of blood, filling the air with their rotten scent. As soon as they appeared, they spun and gradually turned back into their blood puppet form. Han Li wasn't surprised by this and simply pointed at the center of his sword formation with an odd expression. A rustle sounded and a silver firebird flew out from the ground. As it approached the puppets with a flicker, it exploded, separating into 3 bowl-sized balls of silver flame. With a muffled boom, the silver flames struck the blood balls' heads one. The silver flames surged high and completely enveloped the blood balls. As the flames burned, a scorched scent filled the air, followed by miserable screams. The balls of silver flames wildly knocked against the edges of the sword formation like a headless fly. Although Han Li was watching this expressionlessly, he was inwardly shocked. He had a great understanding of the might of his spirit engulfing flames. When an ember of it caught on his opponent, they should turn to ash in an instant. However, these blood puppets were able to endure. However, the flame's overbearing power became clear to see as the blood balls were soon thoroughly burned away. With their blood turning to ash, the puppets could no longer reform. Hanli waved his hand. The balls of silver flames fused back into one, returned to him as a firebird, and vanished into his sleeve. His expression stirred as if he sensed something and looked to the side. He saw that the huge green wood demon had unknowingly retreated a kilometer away. When the dwarf saw that Hanli was looking at him, he felt his heart pound and whistled without another thought. The silent wood demon suddenly glowed with green light and began to run away with large steps without any regard to stealth. As a colossus, the demon blurred several times before disappearing into the darkness. "You want to leave?" Hanli muttered. He then opened his mouth and summoned a small cauldron glowing with azure light. At that moment, a weak beast howl sounded from underneath the spirit carriage. When Hanli heard this, he was overjoyed, but he looked to the distant wood demon with some hesitation before taking back the heavavoid cauldron back into his stomach. Afterwards, his figure blurred and he appeared on top of the spirit carriage. A short moment later, he nimbly stepped onto the ground and stood next to his spirit beast, which was still wrapped in white light. At that moment, the fragrance being emitted had grown much dimmer. Through his spiritual sense connection with the beast, he already sensed that its advancement was on the verge of completion. He now had another source of strength. He took a deep breath and stretched his hand forward into the white light, putting the leopard Kirin beast within it. At that same moment, a wave of pure spiritual energy entered the small beast's body. Azure light brightly shined from Hanli's body and his expression turned grave. The other three in the spirit carriage all let out a long sigh, seeing that matters had concluded. They looked at each other with a face of deep relief. What shocked Lei Lan and the others the most was how Hanli faced two powerful enemies, slaying one with ease and sending the other running away in fright. The three hadn't known that the blood puppets were actually as strong as low-grade great spirit generals, or they would have been even more shocked. As for the other demons, they no longer came. Hanli was simply spending this time assisting his spirit beast in the last step of its advancement while Lei Lan and company recovered their strength in the spirit carriage. 2 hours later, white light wildly flashed from the ground and a roar crossing between a dragon and a tiger sounded out. As for Hanli, who stretched his hand through the light, his expression changed and his figure blurred as he shot away in a chain of afterimages. Immediately after, a golden figure flew out from the white light. It spun in the air and revealed a 30-meter-long phantom. Its body sparkled gold from the scales covering its body. It was a golden Kirin beast. Although the Kirin beast was only a phantom, when it raised its head, it let out a majestic roar, releasing an astonishing pressure into the air. Even Hanli, who originally stood firm, couldn't help but take a step back with a changed expression. However, the phantom was short-lived as it slowly faded away, and the small beast emerged from the white light underneath. As of current, the leopard Kirin beast didn't look much different than it did before, but there were now golden stripes on its fur, and its eyes shimmered with sparkling silver. In a blur, the leopard Kirin beast vanished from its original location. At that same moment, Hanli felt a slight weight on his chest and something quite soft. He lowered his head to find that the newly advanced demon had leaped on top of him. It beamed at him with its enchanting eyes and licked the back of his hand with its pink tongue. Hanli wordlessly swept his spiritual sense past the small beast and joy soon lit up on his face. As expected, the small beast succeeded in its advancement and now possessed deity transformation cultivation. As for the beast's innate abilities and its Kirin bloodline, it proved far stronger than other beasts of the same cultivation and would prove to be a rare helper. The small beast yawned inside Hanli's embrace, appearing quite tired. Its recent advancement had been quite difficult for it and it needed to quickly rest. With a flip of his hand, Hanli produced a red medicine pill in his hand and put it in its mouth before lightly patting it. Then in an azure flash, the beast vanished back into his storage bracelet where it soundly slept. The three in the spirit carriage unconsciously glanced at each other when they saw the Kirin phantom and wore odd expressions. Although the flying spirit tribe believed in the true spirit of birds, Kirins and other existences were held in reverence by the other tribes as they were true spirit-level existences. They were truly shocked that Han Li's spirit beast had the bloodline of a Kirin true spirit. At that moment, Han Li's expression stirred, and he soared into the air as an azure streak. Rainbow streaks flew out from the ground as the formation flags and plates in the surrounding area flew up. With all the formation tools in his sleeve, the 10 crimson pillars emerging from the ground vanished and completely disappeared. In an azure flash, Han Li appeared inside the spirit carriage and calmly said, "We don't have much time. Let's head to the 3rd level as quickly as we can." Bai and company raised no objections, all nodding in agreement. As for the triangular spirit carriage, Han Li tapped his foot on its floor, commanding it to streak forward. With several white flashes, the carriage blurred and vanished into the darkness. In the deepest level of the earth abyss, when the 3 blood puppets were devoured by the spirit engulfing flames, a crimson-robed person sitting in a hidden room in the mountains suddenly sensed something. He opened his eyes and let out a yelp. With a harsh expression, a trace of malice appeared from his eyes. "My blood puppets are exterminated along with my threads of spiritual sense. How can this be? Could it be that others have involved themselves with my bounty?" The man stroked his chin and muttered, "No matter, I fear it'll be too late to send more puppets. I won't let a meager spirit general-grade existence have me go to the upper levels." A short while later, he shook his sleeve and released a ball. It spun in the air as it floated in front of him. He formed an incantation gesture and pointed at the ball with his free hand. It quickly surged with crimson light and began to softly hum. Eventually, a cold woman's voice spoke, "Di Shui, why did you contact me?" The voice spoke without a trace of politeness. I wish to perform a trade with fellow Taoist Mu Qin." The crimson-robed man chuckled. "What is it?" the woman said with surprise. "It's nothing," the man casually said. "I want to borrow your subordinates, the High Great Spirit General Grade Blood WRM." The woman astonishedly asked, "The Blood WRM? What are you doing with them?" "I need them to find me blood feed for the sacrifice." The man said, "I need them to exterminate a few spirit general-grade flying spirit tribe beings. They're at the 2nd level, so it's too late for me to personally deal with them. There is no teleportation formation that can send me there, so I can only rely on you." After some silence, the woman snorted and indifferently said, "Why do you need the blood WRM for a few spirit generals? I don't care what you're planning to do with my blood WRM, but it'll be fine if you give me that spirit-concealing wood. Otherwise, consider the matter null." The man calmly said, "That's fine, but I do have one request. I want the soul of the flying spirit tribe beings. After you kill them, have the blood WRM deliver them to me. That is a small matter. Send their appearances and locations over to me," the woman said with a softer tone. "Of course. It'll just be a moment." The man extended his finger to the pearl and gently closed his eyes, sending the information with his spiritual sense. A short moment later, the man withdrew his fingers and opened his eyes. "I have you their most recent location. You should be able to easily find them with your blood WIRM. I will be awaiting good news. As they are only spirit general existences, it won't take up much time. But if your information isn't accurate," the woman then coldly laughed with a deep tone. "If it isn't accurate, Fairy Mu can cancel the trade," the man said with a smile. With his abilities, he naturally wouldn't mistake the cultivation of spirit general grade beings. "Since you are certain, then so be it. I will directly send the blood WIRM to the 2nd floor. You should receive news in 3 days, the woman calmly said. Then, with a red flash from the ball, the connection was severed. When the man saw this, he appeared satisfied rather than anger. He withdrew the ball and muttered, "With the High Great Spirit General Grade Blood WRM, they shouldn't fail. If they truly fail, then it shows that those old fellows from the Flying Spirit Tribe have truly infiltrated the Earth Abyss. It is better to deal with this carefully." The man sat in his chair and quickly drifted off to sleep. On the 3rd level of the Earth Abyss, in a large hall constructed from blackwood, there was a vague silhouette that sat on top of a 3-meter-large golden flower. They motionlessly held their chin in hand. Sitting not far away from them were 2 rows of black figures of varying heights. There were 16 of them. A short moment later, the black figure sitting on the flower raised their hand, releasing a green streak, quickly disappearing into the air. A short moment later, a rumbling thunder sounded from the outside. Crimson light flashed from the hall gates and a hazy blood mist shot inside. The blood mist vanished to reveal a demon with a WIRM's head and a human's body. It respectfully bowed to the figure sitting on the golden flower and hoarsely spoke. "May I ask what Master has called Shwedu for?" The black silhouette spoke with a cold woman's voice. "Shwedu, you'll temporarily give up on collecting blood feed and will go to the second floor." She had the same voice as Mu Qing, the woman who spoke with eccentric Dishue. "As the Master commands?" The WIRM-headed demon had an incredibly red head and its eyes contained indescribable savagery, but it spoke to the black figure with the utmost respect. The woman waved her hand and tossed a black bamboo tube at him. "There are several spirit general-grade flying spirit tribe beings on the second floor. Teleport over, kill them, and deliver their souls to eccentric Shue. Those are their last known locations and their appearances. Take note that the flying spirit tribe beings might be odd. If there is something amiss, quickly report it back to me. Move quickly. As you bid." The WIRM-headed demon accepted the tube and blurred, shooting out in a blood mist. It flickered several times before disappearing. The woman glanced at the hall gates for a moment and withdrew her gaze. With a cold tone, she said, "All right, tell me about the progress with the blood feed captured on the various levels. The next blood sacrifice will occur soon. Heijua, it's your turn." A tall silhouette stood up and said, "The fourth level's four-winged serpents and the bright cloud scorpion are the largest blood feeds and have been completely captured. Only the three-eyed gray mouse and several other beasts are hiding in Black Crow Mountain. We temporarily can't reach them." On the second level of the Earth Abyss, there were 4 faint white-winged figures with disheveled hair. They were fighting against black meter-long scorpions as they were moving away. Although the scorpions didn't have any wings, they were able to fly through the air with swift movements and could spit acid from their mouths. Over an hour later, one of the flying spirit tribe resolved themselves and employed much of their magic power to cast a formidable technique, releasing balls of sparkling blue flames and turning 4 of the surrounding black scorpions into ashes. Finally, the black scorpions had reluctantly retreated. The 4 flying spirit tribe beings let out a long sigh and felt at ease. But before they could say anything, light flashed from the distant sky and a bloody mist roiled through. The blood mist was silent and was as fast as a ghost. With several flickers, it drew near the 4 flying spirit tribe beings and circled around them several times. The 4 flying spirit tribe holy disciples were alarmed and hastily assumed a guarded posture. The blood mist coldly snorted and looked at them with crazed eyes. After its gaze passed the holy disciples, they heard an icy hoarse voice, "Although you aren't the ones I'm looking for, you're still out of luck to have come across me." With that said, thunder rang from the blood mist and the nearby sky turned blood red. Bloody clouds began to strangely form and roil in the sky. "No, run. It's heavenly blood lightning." When one of 4 holy disciples saw this, their expression turned bloodlessly pale and he loudly shouted. Then he flew off in a yellow streak in panic. When the other 3 heard this, they scattered in fright and quickly flew off as well. But in that instant, thunder clapped in the air and 4 blood-red lightning bolts flashed down from the sky, strangely bending in different directions before they disappeared from sight. A moment later, the blood-red lightning appeared above the 4 fleeing holy disciples and struck down. For miserable screams sounded and the streaks of light were instantly dispersed by the lightning. The corpses of the disciples wildly flickered in the lightning before they turned to ash. Their protective treasures and light didn't pose the slightest resistance. The blood mist let out a howl of insane laughter, and in a flash of bright blood light, the mist shot off into the distance, soon to disappear without a trace. An unknown distance away, Han Li took a shallow breath and looked in front of him. 7 ill-intentioned holy disciples surrounded them, and Han Li asked, "Aren't you fellow Taoists going to find the infernal flame fruit? Why are you blocking us? Our Tianpeng race and yours has no grudges," Bai Bai sullenly said at the side. His face appeared calm. The group of people had both dark wings and dark skin. A taller man among them held his hands behind his back and arrogantly said to Han Li, "There truly are no disputes between our races, but the Qi Ran and several other powerful branches have secretly issued a reward. So long as you perish, we'll acquire very significant benefits. If we hadn't encountered you, we wouldn't go looking for you either. But now that we've met, the Black Spirit race won't refuse the opportunity. Black Spirit holy disciples surrounding Han Li's group all looked at them without emotion. This came as no surprise. The Black Spirit race wasn't among the top branches in the tribe, but they were in the upper half, far beyond the weaker branches like the Tianpeng. A reward. Han Li frowned, finding this somewhat surprising. That's all to be said. Now your souls won't be confused in the afterlife, so die. Their leader was unwilling to speak any further and waved his hand with a hostile expression. When the other Black Spirit race disciples saw this, they opened their mouths and spat out a black feather. The feather was only an inch initially, but when they slapped their hands together, the feathers instantly expanded to a foot long. The feather glowed black and had talisman characters roaming across them. The 6 Black Spirit disciples surrounding them all acted together, waving the feather to release waves of black flames from them and enveloping him from every side. Boom! The black flames turned into a huge flame barrier and trapped the 4 inside. These Black Spirit disciples were ruthless in their attack and planned to kill the lot of them in a single strike. As for Green Knight race's Xianxia, they didn't care enough to spare her. When Lei Lan saw the flames, her expression vastly changed and silver lightning rose from her body to create a protective barrier for herself. Then she shook the golden gourd on her necklace, releasing thin silver lightning to turn her lightning purple, producing an astonishing pressure. When all of this was done, Lei Lan quickly spoke to Han Li with a voice transmission. Brother Han, this is the Black Spirit race's Golden Crow Spirit Fire. It is fearsome as it can absorb our magic power and cultivation. We cannot allow it to catch onto our bodies. Bai Bai and Qin Xiao both appeared astonished and quickly released their defenses. A brilliant flash of golden light and strands of green light from dark jade badge were released to block the black flames. Golden Crow Spirit Fire. How interesting. Han Li smiled, seemingly taking no action. Then, rainbow flames appeared from his body. Even as powerful as they were, when the black flames touched the rainbow flames, they began to crackle with muffled thunder. A violent reaction occurred similar to icy water and boiling oil. The Black Spirit disciples were stunned. Their leader narrowed his eyes and shouted, "Increase the flames' power. We have more people. Even if this person has the ability to temporarily block the flames, he can't hold out much longer." The others promptly acknowledged the order and waved their feathers even quicker. Each of them even produced a large black crow projection from their backs. Most of them appeared vague, but those that were clearer still pulsed dimly, clearly showing that they were unstable. When the true spirit projections appeared, the black feathers might greatly increased and the flames turned pitch black. As the flames swept through the air, they faintly warped the air and summoned a soft crow's cry. The flames were clearly being used to the extent of their power. Against such might, the defenses of the other 3 were reaching their limits. They hastily brandished their treasures in alarm as if they couldn't hold out much longer. However, Han Li's rainbow flames seemed to be endless. As the might of the black flames increased, the rainbow flames surged a meter high and kept the black flames at a distance. At that moment, the Black Spirit disciples' expressions turned unsightly. But before they could say anything, Han Li narrowed his eyes and glanced at the others who were struggling against the flame. He promptly spat out a ball of silver flame and turned into a silver firebird in a crackle. As soon as the silver firebird appeared, it stared at the black flames and let out a cheerful cry. It spread its wings and expanded several times in size, turning a meter wide. Without waiting for Han Li's command, the silver flames flew out to the black flames. Black and flames silently roiled together, and soon the firebird's body turned into a magnet and absorbed the black flames towards itself. The spirit engulfing flame was originally a fusion of other powerful flames. Furthermore, with the instinct it possesses, it is quite adept at devouring different flames. Although the Golden Crow flames they used weren't the Golden Crow true spirit flames that could melt space and burn earth, with the support of the Golden Crow feather, they could use a sliver of the Golden Crow's divine flame. It was something the spirit engulfing flames happily enjoyed consuming. Thus, when the bird formed from the spirit engulfing flames entered the fire, it devoured them without reserve, and within the span of a few breaths, the bird circled around the black flames and devoured them entirely. All of the Black Spirit disciples were left dumbstruck. Lei Lan and the others were overjoyed. Furious, the Black Spirit leader shouted, "Who are you? The Tianpeng race doesn't have such techniques. I don't have to answer you, Han Li lazily said. He spread his wings and vanished in a bolt of azure-white lightning. But as someone with rich battle experience, the Black Spirit leader quickly reacted, shaking one of his sleeves and forming an incantation gesture with his other hand. Suddenly, a net of black threads shot out of his sleeve, but it wasn't aimed at Han Li. Rather, it covered himself. In the blink of an eye, a thin black cloth thoroughly covered him. As for his other hand, he summoned 3 cup-sized balls of black lightning to circle around outside. In a clap of lightning, Han Li appeared next to the black cloth. 3 booms sounded as the black lightning flashed and struck Han Li. However, a black armor had already emerged around him. Despite having scattered away half of his armor, the lightning hadn't done any damage to him. Rather, Han Li remained expressionless as golden light flashed from his body, revealing a layer of golden scales underneath. Then, his hand became blurred as it stretched out faster than sound with his fingers aimed at the Black Spirit leader's vitals. Zap! The golden lightning from his fingers tore through the black cloth like paper. The Black Spirit leader felt a chill run down his back as the golden hand pierced his chest. Strangely enough, blood didn't drip down Han Li's arm. The Black Spirit leader wore an expression of disbelief. He shouted and grabbed the arm in his chest. A cold glint then flashed from Han Li's eyes and golden light brightly shined from his arm. A meter-long sword then strangely appeared from his hand. A flash of sword light flickered, followed by a metallic ring. Not only did the Black Spirit leader's arm fall off, but his body had been sliced in 2 by the sword light. Only a crystal core and a ball of green flames appeared from the bisected body. His soul had been destroyed by the sword light. The other Black Spirit holy disciples turned pale with fright. Their leader was a high spirit general grade being. In regards to cultivation and abilities, he was unrivaled. How could the Tianpeng holy disciples slay him in a single strike? Soon, 4 of the Black Spirit holy disciples let out furious shouts, and they aggressively dived towards Han Li in the form of large black crows. As for the remaining 2, they wordlessly exchanged a glance and withdrew their feathers, immediately taking off to the distance in black streaks of light. Han Li smirked and thunder rang from his back as he disappeared in a flash of lightning. The large black birds were startled by this and couldn't help but stop. In that brief delay, azure light flashed and the image of a winged figure appeared underneath one of the black crows. Before the crow could take action, the figure's arm moved and released a glaring flash of golden light. The crow was startled, but its body immediately felt a chill before it was split into 2. The 2 corpse halves rained blood into the air as it fell. The figure underneath blurred and strangely vanished once again. Soon after, it appeared near another golden crow and waved its hand, releasing another streak of sword light. The crow was similarly cut down faster than the speed of sound. Its iron-like feathers weren't able to stop the attack in the slightest. As such, Han Li's figure continued to flicker with ghost-like agility several more times, before he clearly stopped in midair. The remaining 4 Black Spirit disciples were cleanly massacred. However, Han Li didn't stop there. He glanced at the 2 Black Spirit disciples 100 meters away and expressionlessly spread his wings, tearing through the air in a white streak. Air shrieked as he cut through it. With formidable speed, he only traveled for 30 meters before blurring and disappearing into a thin white line. The line then strangely wrapped and disappeared into space. Behind one of the desperately fleeing Black Spirit disciples, a white azure line appeared along with a fluctuation of space. In a blur, the line pierced through their body, quickly circled around it, and released a golden flash. By the time the Black Spirit disciple was separated into 8 pieces, the white line wrapped and disappeared once more. Soon, azure-white light brightly flashed from above the remaining Black Spirit tribe disciples. In a blur, Han Li came into full view. His hand silently blurred, turning the small golden sword in his hand into dense sword light. In a flicker of golden sword light, it cleaved into the head of the being below. Horrified, the Black Spirit disciple simply folded his wings and slapped the top of his head. As black light flashed from his wings, their feathers turned into countless arrows, filling the air in the dense barrage. Then a black wooden shield appeared from his skull and turned into a black cloud as it faced the golden sword light. Regardless, the shield was unable to withstand the incisiveness of his bamboo cloud's warm sword. Golden light flashed, and the black cloud was split into two along with the black spirit disciple's body. As for the black feather arrows, they were blocked in midair by a gray mist. When the gray light swept past them, the arrows disappeared, leaving Han Li completely unharmed. Han Li looked at the corpses with a raised brow as if something came to mind, and he reached out to them. With a rustle, a foot-long black feather flew out from one of the corpses and into his hand. Han Li stroked the feather in his hand as he observed them. The pitch-black feather glowed and traces of gold faintly shined from them. With a slight shake, black talisman characters appeared from them, and they turned into balls of black flame, releasing a scorched scent into the air. Han Li revealed interest, and black light flashed from his hand. As for the corpses, they were each given a fireball and turned to ash. Han Li circled the air at a low height, collecting all of the black feathers from the corpses and took them into his hand. In an azure flash, Han Li returned to the others in a fierce streak. "Let's continue," Han Li said as if nothing had happened. Lei Lan and the others had pale complexions, but they obediently nodded nonetheless. Half a day later, Han Li arrived in the air of an unfamiliar land. Not far from him was a short, dense forest. Most of the trees in the forest were only a bit over 10 meters tall, but their leaves were a sickly yellow and released a putrid scent. When the party stopped at the edge of the dense forest, Han Li stood in front and silently observed the forest with a sullen expression. Bye-bye and the others didn't know what he was thinking. They simply stood 10 meters behind him, not daring to stand at his side. They all viewed Han Li with traces of awe. To tell the truth, ever since Han Li easily killed the 7 Black Spirit Holy Disciples, they realized how truly powerful Han Li was. Perhaps even the legendary 7 Pass races Ao Qing and the Nanlong races Fei Yu couldn't rival him. Therefore, as they continued on their way, Lei Lan and the others spoke to Han Li with an unconscious tone of reverence, as if Han Li was one of their clan seniors. With a powerful companion like Han Li, they shouldn't have much trouble passing the trial. Han Li eventually said with a soft voice, "If I'm correct, this is the Rotten Leaf Forest. It is the place most concentrated with filthy chi on the 2nd level. Our luck is good to have come here. Although our chances aren't high, we can acquire infernal flame fruits here. Do you plan on spending some time to find them here, or will you rush to the myriad vine path?" The 3 hesitantly exchanged a glance, and Bai respectfully replied, "Brother Han, the Rotten Leaf Forest isn't very large. Although our spiritual senses are restricted, we'll be able to search through it in only half a day." Feeling that there was no problem, Han Li nodded and said, "Oh, I understand. Half a day's time isn't much. We'll stop here for the time being." Lei Lan and the others were happy to hear this. If they could find the infernal flame fruits here, they wouldn't have to risk looking for them in the 3rd level. The 3 had a quick discussion, and Qin Xiao shook her sleeve, summoning a dozen more lizard puppets. She had them spread out to various parts of the rest before disappearing. Lei Lan and Bai were also making their own preparations. Lei Lan raised her head and summoned a white jade box. She muttered to it a moment, and its lid flew off to reveal tens of inch-long butterflies. They flickered with silver light and flew off. Bai's wings trembled, and a dozen small golden snakes shot out from his body. They burrowed into the ground with a flicker. Following that, the 3 sat down cross-legged in the air, controlling their puppets and insects to search through the forest. Han Li floated motionlessly in the air, completely separating himself from the matter. Time slowly passed by. Hours later, Lei Lan and the others searched through most of the forest, but to no avail. But after consuming so much spiritual sense in the search, their complexions had turned faintly pale. Han Li held his arms behind his back, and he frowned. He looked at the horizon with a trace of shock. At that moment, he sensed a powerful aura, but it quickly flickered and disappeared, causing him to doubt his senses. His eyes flickered. Just as he thought to examine this more closely, Lei Lan cried out in alarm and delight. Han Li tossed the matter to the back of his mind and turned around in surprise. "What? Did you truly find the infernal flame fruits?" Lei Lan's beautiful eyes lit up, and she excitedly said, "That's right. I've truly found an abyss fruit tree. Furthermore, it has 6 fruits. Most of them seem ripe." Bai's heartbeat quickened. Unable to further control his butterflies, he asked, "Junior Marshal Sister Lei, are you sure?" "That's right. The Earth Abyss has many fruits that appear similar to infernal flame fruits. Junior Sister Lei, let me have a look. Xianxia spoke with a trembling voice. The woman also was distracted from using her puppets. Lei Lan shook her head and confidently said, I can't be wrong. Although this is the first time I've seen it, both the tree and fruit are exactly as described. Hanli calmly said, very good, let's go verify it. If there is no problem, we won't have to head to the third level. Originally, one could find the fruit on the second level, but the odds weren't very high. It wasn't an impossible outcome. Yes, let's head over. Lei Lan happily answered. She quickly stood up. The other two also stood up. Although they were trying to appear calm, their excitement was betrayed by their eyes. With Lei Lan leading the way, the party flew at full speed. A quarter-hour later, they arrived at a deep part of the forest covered in gray chi. Lei Lan pointed down and said, It's here. There is a pond nearby and the infernal flame fruits are growing at the side of the pond. Looking at the fog below, Han Li's eyes flashed blue, allowing him to clearly see through it. He shook his sleeve, blowing a strong wind and clearing away most of the fog. The bottom of the foggy area could be faintly seen. There was a pond near it that was about 300 meters wide. And about 30 meters away, there were tens of short trees, but most of them were rotting. A tree with black-green wood had black fist-sized fruits at the very top branch. The fruit's surface was rough and had countless thin cracks. Even odder, it had black chi swirling into it. Han Li narrowed his eyes. The fruit was similar to what was described in records. When the others saw these fruits, they couldn't help but break into a smile. Bai happily said, Junior Martial Sister Lei was correct. It truly is an infernal flame fruit. Han Li took a deep glance at them and calmly said, Pick off the ripe fruits. There is enough for us all. If the Qirong are lying in ambush for us on the third level, let's have them continue to wait, Lei Lan jokingly said, clearly expressing her happy mood. Xianxia was also cheerful. But when the three planned on descending on grabbing the fruits, Han Li's expression sank and he raised his arm without turning his hand, pointing at an empty space. A loud crack sounded and a large rainbow hand appeared in the air. It bluntly swiped down and crimson light flashed in response, summoning a blood-red hand to meet the attack. A boom sounded as the hands struck one another. Rainbow and blood light intertwined and disappeared in a flash. How interesting! The two different voices shouted. The yelp came from Han Li, who just turned around and saw what happened. The other voice belonged to the tall figure in the ball of blood chi where the large blood-red hand had appeared. Han Li looked at the blood mist and solemnly said, Who is your esteemed self, and why are you acting so secretively? It is truly suspicious that a mere spirit general can discover me. The person in the blood chi let out a sinister laugh. Han Li blinked and waved his arm at the other three and sternly commanded, Head down and collect the infernal flame fruits. I'll deal with this person. Yes, as you command. Be careful, Brother Han. Although Lei Lan and the others weren't able to see the power of the figure from the blood mist, Han Li's serious appearance caused their hearts to drop. Afterwards, the three flew down towards the fruits. The blood figure glanced at the three and spoke with an odd tone. What? You're quite interested in those fruit trees. Although they aren't anything good, they won't be so easily acquired. Han Li's heart trembled and his spiritual sense stirred. He immediately thought to warn the three, but it was already too late. A huge boom sounded. A wave suddenly rose out from the pond and several pink tentacles emerged from the wave, shooting out a dense barrage of countless icicles. Having already landed at the pond side, they were greatly frightened. As the abyssal flame fruits were behind them, they didn't dare to dodge. With no other option, they unleashed their abilities to block the strike. Lei Lan clapped her hands and unleashed several dense bolts of silver lightning. Bai released a myriad of intertwining golden threads. As for Xianxia, she opened her mouth and spat out a green mist. The three abilities combined smoothly and knocked against the barrage of ice. The deafening force of the impact forced the three several steps back. What resulted from the many attacks was a scorching liquid on the ground and a messy bloody scene. A painful wail cried out from the pond. Soon after, a wave of ice rose to reveal a brown octopus demon. When it glared at them with its strange green eyes, Several tentacles emerged from the water and stretched forward. Each one rose over 30 meters high. On the top of the demon's head grew a dense batch of blue fur. Every time a tentacle swung, the fur released the cracking of torn space. Lei Lan and the others felt their hearts sink. The wounded tentacles were restored to completion after they flickered with blue light. The demon was unleashing its full strength as it regarded the pond's surroundings as its own territory. It raised its head and released a savage roar as its tentacles began to stir, glowing to blue light as they swept towards the holy disciples. As the three were aiming for the abyssal flame fruit, they couldn't afford to step away and could only confront the attacks head-on. Suddenly, rolls of thunder and explosions repeatedly boomed as they sank into battle with the demon. Up above, Hanli glanced at what was happening but didn't betray the slightest emotion from his face. Although the demon appeared fierce, it would be defeated given enough time. Rather, the main enemy was the blood figure. He would have to deal with him carefully. Hanli stared at the blood mist and asked, "What relation do you have with the blood puppets that appeared before?" Blood puppets? You mean eccentric Di Shui already sent people over here? They should have slaughtered you. Good, very good. It seems my trip was worth it. The blood figure let out a cold laugh. He clearly had no intention of answering Hanli. Hanli frowned, feeling the swords in his body shake with anticipation. At that moment, a sharp whistle sounded, causing his ears to ring dully. Hanli was startled. Before he realized what happened, a cold wind attacked him. A hair-thin blood needle had attacked from a foot away and was about to bore into his skull. At such a distance, Hanli could hardly react. He simply saw a bloody glint and the needle devilishly arrived in front of him. The blood figure's lips stirred and formed an evil grin. He had killed countless strong opponents with this ability and it had yet to fail. A metallic clang sounded. The thin, penetrating needle spun through the air, repelled. Hanli's expression vastly changed and his arm blurred as he stretched it forward, grabbing the blood needle in his hand. The smile on the blood figure's face froze. Your physical body is able to block my blood river infernal spike? The blood figure spoke with disbelief. Hanli wordlessly retracted his fingers and saw a blood needle jumping in his palm as if it were alive. Layers of rainbow flames were wrapping around his needle. Hanli's face was unsightly and his complexion was ashen. An extreme cold gripped his heart. He was caught in a sneak attack that had truly left him on the verge of death. If it wasn't for a body that was far stronger than demon beasts of the same grade with flesh as durable as magic treasures, anybody else would have died in that strike. Even so, Hanli felt cold sweat cover his body. It had been many years since he felt that he had this close a brush with death. The figure in the blood mist was no less shocked than Hanli. His opponent had a body that was sturdy to untold degrees. He couldn't help but doubt Hanli's identity as a flying spirit tribe being, or as a powerful demon that took the form of one. His expression wavered. At that moment, Hanli slowly raised his hand and a strange light flickered from his eyes. Then he let out a cold snort. The figure in the blood mist felt an attack shake his mind as if it were being pierced with a needle. He was overcome with acute pain. Although the figure's spiritual sense was far stronger than demons of the same grade, his body couldn't help but sway from the pain, nearly bending down as a result. At nearly the same time, his last trace of clarity sensed a wind blow behind him, and he felt a strange coldness approaching his waist. The figure was greatly alarmed and attempted to dodge, but his suffering spiritual sense distracted him, causing his movements to become delayed. He could only let out a shout as blood light brightly shined from his body, summoning a strange azure-scale armor around him. Crackle! A golden light struck his armor. It penetrated only a few inches before it stopped entirely. The gold light faded away to reveal a foot-long sparkling golden sword. It was one of Hanli's bamboo cloudswarm swords. 10 meters behind the blood mist, Hanli stood there with an astonished expression. At the same time he used his sulfurite thorn, he used lightning movement to turn to wind and strike at the figure from behind. But he didn't expect that the figure would regain a trace of clarity and summon a strange scale armor that could block his incisive bamboo cloudswarm sword. What kind of armor is so durable? Hanli felt amazed. You're courting death. In that instant, the figure in the blood mist recovered from the sulfurite thorn. He felt a lingering fear from Hanli's strike and in his rage, He turned around and released a crimson beam from his mouth. However, Han Li wasn't so easily hit. With a wave of his wings, he vanished in a flash of azure-white lightning. A short moment later, Han Li stood in his original place. His expression was calm, as if nothing had happened. At that moment, he heard a roar and the blood mist dissipated in a roil. The figure's true appearance was revealed. A blood-red demon with a WYRM's head and a person's body. A blood WYRM. Han Li narrowed his eyes. Staring at the recognizable demon, Han Li felt greatly surprised and apprehensive. This wasn't the first time he had seen this demon. He had killed a metamorphosed venomous flood dragon back in the mortal world's scattered star seas, and it looked exactly the same as this demon. However, this blood WIRM wasn't a grade 8 demon beast, but a fearsome existence at the high spatial tempering stage. After exchanging an attack, he knew that the demon's abilities were extremely fearsome. He was no ordinary spatial tempering stage being. Han Li's thoughts quickly churned, pondering if he could deal with the opponent before him. The blood WIRM glanced at Han Li and solemnly said, "It is truly odd for a spirit general to be capable of injuring me. It is no wonder my master had given me a warning." "Your master?" Han Li felt his heart tremble. Behind this fearsome high-spatial tempering grade demon was a greater demon at body integration stage. How could such an existence in the earth abyss set their eyes on him? This was the first time he's arrived here. Bewildered, Han Li's expression sank. The blood WIRM wore an odd expression and mysteriously smiled. "If you can block my next strike, I will immediately turn around and spare you for the time being." Afterwards, the demon cared no for Han Li's amazed expression. He formed an incantation gesture and crimson light flashed from his body as a large blood mist spread in every direction. The blood mist that earlier dispersed has returned, roiling as it concealed the crimson WRM's body. With a strange incantation, the large blood mist began to form a huge blood cloud in the sky. The cloud loudly roared with thunder and blinked with crimson light. What ability is this? Han Li's heart was greatly shaken. Although the cloud's lightning had yet to drop, it gave him a feeling of dread. Without another thought, he slapped the back of his head and released a large mist of gray light above him. Following that, azure light flashed from the top of his head, summoning the Heaven Void Cauldron. It released countless twinkling azure threads and formed a net below the gray screen. Even so, Han Li still didn't feel safe. He spun his body to release 72 flying swords. They formed a sword screen as they rushed in circles around him. As for his gold-silver lightning robes, they turned into layers of gold-silver talisman characters in front of him. Black mist also surged and he summoned his baleful armor. In an instant, Han Li erected 5 layers of impenetrable defense. Han Li then raised his arms and the black figure on his hand blurred, releasing a small foot-tall mountain. He flicked the fingers of his other hand to release 5 pulsing white skulls, each with a different colored flaming wandering around it. When the blood WRM saw this, he felt his heart jump and he hesitated briefly. He quickly circulated the blood essence in his body and pointed at the blood cloud in the sky. The cloud flashed blindingly. 9 flaring bolts of blood lightning fiercely cleaved down from the sky, striking at Han Li in 3 waves. Each wave striking down with even greater lightning. Thunder rang thrice. The first wave struck down on the gray light mist with 2 bolts of lightning. Even the might of the divine essence fused was scattered away by the 2 bolts of blood lightning. The second wave struck down with 3 bolts. In an explosive flash, the azure net was easily dissolved and struck down on the sword screen. The 72 bamboo clouds' warm swords seemed to form an imaginary defense. The blood lightning directly struck through it and attacked the talisman characters formed from the lightning robes. World-shaking thunder clapped and the talisman characters turned into lightning balls, blocking the blood lightning. The 3 lightning bolts were like snakes, attempting to spread down, but the gold-silver lightning furiously exploded in an astonishing display of power, unresigned to defeat. But it was clear the blood lightning was more powerful. The blood lightning wildly flashed, scattering the silver-white lightning. The thin 3 bolts of blood lightning continued to strike down on Han Li's baleful armor and released 2 muffled explosions. Han Li effortfully released protections were destroyed in an instant. At that moment, the last wave of the thickest 4 lightning bolts was about to strike. Han Li's expression sank. Without making any other movements, he released a bright golden light from his body. A three-headed six-armed projection appeared. It moved and six sparkling golden arms directly reached up to the four blood bolts. Although the Provenance True Devil projection was hollow, it possessed might beyond imagination. Its six arms stirred and turned into balls of blurred golden lightning. For crimson bolts of lightning flashed, directly striking at the golden lightning. The two sides struck and silence followed. Two flashes of blood lightning flashed, and the six balls of golden light were no more. Two unobstructed bolts of blood lightning directly struck the top of Han Li's head. Han Li's figure blurred and he clenched his hands together. Then he reached for the sky with his bare hands and met the two bolts of lightning with his fists. His black-white fists suddenly expanded several times in size before the lightning struck them. A gray mist and a roaming rainbow flame both spiraled around the fists and seemed to compress the nearby air. Two explosions roared. Brilliant light radiated and Han Li's sleeves turned to ash, revealing the sparkling golden scales on his skin. His fist projections and the lightning erupted, turning into gray ash. Han Li tumbled back and began to fall before he held himself up and regained his bearings. He raised his head and looked to the blood WIRM in the distance. Han Li's cold eyes seemed to express he suffered no injuries. The blood WRM felt his blood run cold and he couldn't conceal his surprise. At that moment, the blood cloud flashed several more times before it faded away, exhausted of its power. Although the blood WRM was beyond astonished, he was unresigned and sullenly said, "You were actually able to receive my 12th-fold heavenly blood lightning. However, that wasn't my true cultivation art. And once I cultivate this to a deeper level, I'll be able to unleash 4 waves of blood lightning. Nevertheless, you won't be receiving any more." When Han Li heard this, blue light flickered from his eyes and his body blurred before he vanished. In that next moment, a gale blew above the blood mist, following Han Li's bizarre appearance. He violently struck down with tens of sword light. As the sword light weaved through the air, the nearby space droned as white streaks were left in their wake. In the blink of an eye, the blood mist was submerged by the sword light. With the stir of so much sword chi, the vague figure instantly sliced into countless pieces. But when the blood mist faded away, nothing was left, let alone the corpse of the blood WRM. Han Li was stunned. Before he looked around, the wild laughter of the blood WRM sounded 300 meters away. "Since you've received my heavenly blood lightning, I won't take the risk of further battling with you. Once I report this back to my master, they will certainly be interested in you. I believe we'll see each other soon." Han Li quickly turned around and only heard the sound of fluctuating space and a faint blood-red flicker. Then, light flashed and the blood-red streak flashed through the sky. Using some strange movement technique, the blood WIRM was able to travel over 300 meters in only a few blurs with seemingly normal movements. In a few flickers, he was at the horizon, and with another, he was gone. This speed exceeded even the full abilities of his thunderstorm sings. A flicker of astonishment appeared on Han Li's face, but he remained still in the air. A short moment later, he raised his hands and brought them in front of him. His crystalline white hands was now faintly black and scorched. He looked at them in silence. The blood WIRM had to be the top subordinate of a body integration stage demon. If he truly fought to the death against the blood WIRM, his chances of victory was no greater than 70%, even if he used his gold-devouring beetles. The heavenly blood lightning was truly terrible. Furthermore, his treasures weren't able to block it. His bamboo cloud's warm swords were particularly useless against it. From the WIRM's words, this ability wasn't even fully cultivated. This caused Han Li's heart to stir. However, what caused Han Li the most unease was the master that the blood WIRM mentioned. Needless to ask, he definitely wouldn't be a match against them. Although Han Li felt greatly doubtful about how he provoked such a fearsome enemy, he didn't have the time to ponder over the matter and could only return as quickly as he could. So long as he returned to where the Flying Spirit Tribe elders were, this great enemy wouldn't be able to do anything to him. Han Li finished his thoughts after a moment of time. He then turned his head and saw that the three were still battling the giant octopus-like demon. With a cold glint in his eye, he sent a golden streak downward. When Lei Lan and the others saw the first streak, countless others began to rain down. This originally fearsome octopus, along with its dozen tentacles, were instantly turned into countless pieces, scattering blood in every direction. The golden light faded and Han Li appeared above the demon's shredded corpse. He glanced at the three and coldly said, "You have the time of 13 breaths before I return. Hurry! Collect the infernal flame fruits. I won't wait for any of you." Han Li spoke without any emotion in his voice.